Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face.
Welcome back, friends. Welcome back. Please let me know in chat if you can hear me. This is a sound check. It's much needed sound check, apparently. On my end, it appears to be okay. Testing. Can you hear me, Forrest? Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that, Forrest. Let me know if I go silent again. I'm afraid to hit the mute button now occasionally. I need to test it though. So what I'm going to do is mute out and then come right back and make sure it didn't affect anything. Okay, we good? We good, aren't we? Yay! Where you at, Jeff H? Get your ass in here because I'm totally blaming you because I took your suggestion and unplugged my mic and plugged it back in, and then you guys couldn't hear me. But I checked after the live and everything's in good, so right now we're good to go. So I blame you, Jeff, wherever you are. All right, we'll give it a few minutes for everybody to get back in here. Let me grab my other screen and get all set up while we're waiting. Thank you, Forrest. You're like the best mod. And I appreciate the way you greet everybody in chat for me. I so love that. I noticed when you became my mod, when I asked you and you said yes, and I modded you up, people were like, oh, so good to see Forrest as a mod somewhere. You know, it was like really, they were excited. So I know everybody loves you. I was checking something real quick on the court TV feed. I guess they're showing some stuff from yesterday, but that can't be correct. But they were just showing. Let me silence that. It looks like somebody's short. Oh, live in 65 minutes. Yeah, they're just playing some stuff, but their audio sounds good. So we're gonna go with the court TV feed today instead of the other one, and see if it's any better, guys. Oh, welcome in, Carrie. Please let me know that you can hear me, okay? Since we were having those tech issues a few minutes ago. Yeah, we're gonna give it a few minutes and let everybody get back in. It's not time for lore. I checked. Let me check while we have a few minutes. I checked a few minutes ago when we first got off air a minute to see if Joe had been able to get a tweet out yet, and nothing yet. Just yesterday was he did post this morning about the line wasn't nearly as long, about half as long, I think he said. I don't know why that post isn't showing up first all of a sudden. Oh, 2 hours ago, that's right. It was a much shorter line today at the Maricopa Superior Court South Tower. Media has slim pickings for interviewees. Remember, we said we got interviewed earlier. So, oh, Joe, don't underestimate yourself. Boots on the ground, buddy. Ooh, there's a new name for Joe, guys. Boots on the ground, buddy. He's our boots on the ground buddy. Great, great. Thank you, Carrie. appreciate all you guys coming back in. And my God, this review is a little rough. I had to take something for a headache and then get a Coke. Oh, sorry, Pokemon was just messaging me back. I had asked her, I wanted her to jump in backstage with me quickly to test the mic, but we're good to go. Let me message her back really quick. Forrest, I gotta get with you. Are you on Discord, Forrest? We have to become. I need to set up a. I need to set up a mod channel or something so I can have my mods in there so I can get you guys to help me test shit out and do all the things my mods need to do. Thank you, Pokemon. Yeah, I was gonna see if you were available to help me test the mic backstage because I don't have a link to Forest on Discord. So, but I decided to try it. It worked. But like I said, I got it pinned. I'm blaming Jeff H. There you are, Jeff. You welcome back. I'm blaming you because you know why? You're the only one that complained about a buzzing sound, and I'm sorry if you guys experience that. I don't like that. I don't. So I'm sorry if you are. But like yesterday, not everybody was, and some weren't. So you were the only one to say anything about it today. So I reached down and unplugged my mic, and I plugged it back in, and then y'all couldn't hear me at all. So then, yeah, when I went on break and shut everything down, I unplugged it and plugged it back in, and now here we are again. So hopefully it all works now. Is it any better, Jeff? If you got a buzz today, that might be on you, buddy. Your friend always has a buzz too. Maybe it's your gear, dude, not ours. Maybe my little $11 headset rocks after all. I am rolling with the cheap shit, Jeff. I ain't lying. I ain't scared to admit it. I didn't want to invest a ton in something I didn't know about right off the get go. So I took my happy ass on down to the Walmart and I was like, I'm going to try this $11.88 headset. And I've been rolling with it ever since. But I probably should upgrade to like a $25 one. I'm so not a shopper. 60 cycle. What are you talking about? Did I miss some part? Okay. I must have missed some part of a conversation there. All right, guys, I want to get back to analyzing some of this Mullins interview. And maybe we'll have time to move into the other Holman. I may have to resolve. Oh, good Lord. Maybe I should take some legal Florida medication to deal with all this. Today's a heavy day, dudes. I got some shit right here that I've been waiting on to get. We got Lori tomorrow. We have Koberger hearing 2 days worth, plus more Lori. It's a busy week in true crime here at Salty Sleuth Investigates. I appreciate all of you for coming in and hanging in with me, and appreciate you mods. All right, let's go ahead and start this back up, and people will come in as they can. Now, I muted out a second ago to make sure that when I unmuted, y'all could hear me, and it was a test, and they could. So I'm gonna try it one more time. You just found Forrest. Okay, easy peasy, great. Thank you, Pokemon. Okay, it looks like we're all good. Okay, great. All right, that's awesome, Pokemon, because that way I can have a direct link to the both of you guys. Because you guys are like the best mod team ever. When you just stop it. When you unplug the mic, StreamYard. I'm not on StreamYard. I'm on Restream. Probably switched over to whatever mic was available. Maybe it did. I don't know. But when I plugged it back in, it didn't give me an option to switch back and forth between. And I checked all my settings, all that. I checked everything, Jeff. So stop it. Thank you for trying to help. I do appreciate it. But yeah, here we are anyway. All right, let's get this. Let me unmute it. Get the screen up. And again, if you are just joining us and you weren't here before, I had a tech issue, so we shut it down. I was planning to come at 12 anyway, with Lori Vallow pre-trial, pre-show trial. Does that make any sense? But there was some discovery stuff dumped in the Richard Allen case, and we're reviewing that. So I did part 1. I went back and renamed it like part 1 on the last video we did a little while ago, and this is the rest of that. So this is Richard Allen being interrogated, originally interviewed by Steve Mullen, October 13th, I believe was the date. So, yeah, 5 years after the fact.
Obviously, you question me further, and that's fine, but sure, it's a horrible thing, and I mean, I don't want to be any more involved in it than what I have to be. If I thought I had something that was useful, by all means, I'd give you anything I had. I just don't know what's going to be useful to you. Sure, I understand.
Jeff, I don't know what you're talking about. You've never heard me say those words. Dude, stop it. For real. I've never said stuff like that. I've always said I roll with a cheap headset. Go back and watch some of my lives, dude. I never said nothing about no top-notch overriding noise stuff. I don't even understand those words.
So that's one of the reasons why we asked for the phone, is to be able to nail down that aspect of it, especially the phone that would have been involved in that situation, which would be the phone you gave the information on to the officer.
Sure.
And also, something that would be very important to look at would be your car, because when somebody does something that's involved in something like this,
Sure.
there might be traces of biological information and data or substances that were left behind inside the vehicle. So,
Sure.
That makes sense. So, would it be helpful for us to be able to look at your car to be able to determine if there be anything like that inside forensically? Okay. Forensically means that we have a close examination of the car.
I know that. And then again, like everything else that we're telling you, then we can say, we looked at Rick, we looked at his car, there's nothing in his car. That's the point. That's the whole point of everything. Yeah, this dial-up though, guys. I'm going to talk to my wife before I do anything. I mean, this affects her as much as it affects me. And I know you guys don't talk to people. I don't hear a bunch of rumors out there. I mean, I don't want anybody knowing that I talk to you guys.
Oh, I understand.
It's just not something
we don't do that.
Sure.
That's not something we want to do at all. So, we don't just go out and randomly talk to people and stuff like this.
Sure, I understand.
Okay. So, with the phone, you say you want to take some more time to think about it.
Honestly, I guess you guys can hear me right? Yeah. Can you blame him? This exchange that just happened here, I don't, I mean, you would, if you're starting to think that way, you're like, yeah, man, this is looking like y'all are looking at me now kind of thing. You can tell there's a shift, and he's starting to pick up on it. And there's still nothing wrong with what he's saying and doing, in my opinion. I don't know, man. 5 years later, now you're wanting to look at my car and stuff. That's a little more than just trying to rule me out, that feels like. You know what I mean?
A couple things that I wanted to ask you about. Would you mind, Sheriff, if we stepped out for a little bit and came back? That'd be okay with you? Give me just a few minutes right back.
Music by Crime Circus.
So what I want to do is kind of show you some of the stuff that we do have here. Why it's important. Why it's important. We get your cooperation. One of the things that you told us was that...
Damn. Okay. We all know they got grainy car footage in Idaho 4, those of you who follow the case. If investigators found out they had video footage and they go to said business and they review the footage and they take a screenshot, which is what that is you're looking at, of the vehicles that passed by at a certain time, within a certain time frame. Look at that picture. Can you tell what kind of car that is? Is it an Elantra? And then leave the video there with that business. I just need your screenshot and you can keep your video. And then confirmed by Barbara McDonald on Twitter that that's it. And then confirmed in court during trial that they didn't go back and retrieve that video, allegedly retrieved that video 5 years after the fact. What's the odds of that business? Who's Your Harvester? It was a business that sells like farm supplies and things of that nature, okay? What's the odds of them still having that particular video 5 years later? But right now, all you got to go on is this screenshot of this car. They're going to say that, without a doubt, is Rick Allen's. Still no Muddy and Bloody Man walked past that camera at any given time, did he? No.
You have driven out there in your car, and you think you've driven out there in your car. We have a picture of your car that shows it was going out to the trails that day, okay? And now, one of the important things for us is to help.
Did y'all notice how they barely showed him that picture, and he even looked like he was trying to look at it better, and they continued to move it away from him? It's like, are you going to let him actually review the evidence you claim you have against him? Or are you just going to be like, look, this picture, okay, you see that? Okay, yeah, that's you. Like, what? No, show me that again, bullshit. I don't care who you are. No, that's wrong. Like, you need to bring that picture back over here. Uh-oh. Where's the FBI photo analyst, car analyst?
Help understand exactly where you were at that day, what was going on. You've already told us that you were out there. That's really, really important.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So with that, what I wanted to do is try to help you.
He ends up just stacking the rest. He's going to tell him something, but that top picture is a picture of the Monon High Bridge. I don't know if that's the end of if that's the south end or the north end. South end, there's bridge guy. Oh shit. Huh.
Work through this whole thing. I'm going to be completely honest with you. We've been able to talk to your wife, sure, talk to your daughter already. Well, this call happened. We had time to do all that.
Sure.
And we've heard that you had some issues, even at one point put a gun in your mouth that you were going to do something to yourself, maybe 3 years or so. And, you know, look, there's a lot here that we need to get clarified, okay? As you well know, we have pictures of an individual who was on the bridge. And to some great degree, you describe that individual as wearing, yourself as wearing blue jeans, a jacket that's of the same color as that. He described a hat. It's hard to see the shoes, but they're kind of brown. Okay? And this is a picture that was taken with the phone of one of the girls. Okay, I understand that. And the question needs to be, is that you?
If it was taken with the girl's phone, that is absolutely, I mean, it's not me, but I never have met these girls before, so even...
They made a big deal about that statement. If that's me taken with the girl's phone, that's not me. That's how they portrayed that, the way they twisted that shit in court, that one statement right there. It was like, that was weird. And I don't understand if jurors don't pay. If you're ever on the jury, man, excuse me, Those small details are what damn well matters, and prosecutors know it, and they're going to try to push past those little details real quick. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, no, no, dude, no. But hindsight, right? I mean, golly, because I don't know. I remember the day I saw that man right there was arrested. It was like it didn't make sense in my head, especially when I learned he lived there, because I convinced myself for 5 years this person probably wasn't local, right? Because how could you not know who that was? I live in small town America. I may not know every person in this town, but I've passed them at the gas station. I've passed them in town. I've done this. I've done that. I know people who know them, right? Um, would I never have run into the guy? But you know what? He worked at the local CVS, the only one in town, the only pharmacy in town. There was two, I think, but the CVS was the pharmacy in town. So it's not like people just never saw this guy. He developed pictures for the family afterwards, it was funeral pictures to be exact. They interacted with him face to face and never thought once, oh my God, am I looking at the bridge guy? Strange shit.
And if I thought it looked like me, if it was taken with the girl's phone, there's no way it could be. I've never met him. I've never seen him.
All right, so that's
And
where
as far, well, and let's just stop there. As far as my psychological well-being,
okay.
I've been dealing with that for years. It's not something new. It's not something because I went out and killed girls. No, I've got psychological problems. Have I had issues? Did I stick a gun? I know how a gun works, and I wasn't going to shoot that night. It was probably a cry for help that night. You've obviously talked to my wife, so it is what it is. But I know that you haven't talked to anybody that knows me, has been around me, my family, not my family, that thinks that I may have been involved in this. I wouldn't believe it.
But this image, this person right here, he's wearing like a Carhartt jacket, just like you just told us.
Okay.
He's wearing the same clothing that you just told us. We just need to know what happened. Why?
Sure. I said I was wearing blue jeans. Now, I think blue jeans is a pretty common thing that people wear. Sure. And I said I was probably wearing a black or a blue coat. It could have been a Carhartt, a zip-up with a hoodie in it. I've had black ones. I've had a blue one, or a blue one and a black one. Like, I guess, you're taking what I told you I was wearing and saying that that's me in it.
So the other kind of...
In your search, you literally want me to, like, you want me to say that that's my car?
We looked at it matches everything. That is your car.
Okay. Well, I'm saying that picture, it's like, okay,
there's zero doubt.
Okay. Okay. That's
We're
fine.
just showing you what we have and why we need to eliminate it.
Sure.
Good
point.
Jeff.
Sure. All right. Well, we're all done here.
Here's what
Unless you want to arrest me.
Here's what I want to say to you at this point. Look, we have a lot of information here that we need clarification.
Sure.
And that's exactly why we're talking to you at this time.
Well, and that's fine.
So what we want to do is be able to take a look at your cell phone, take a look at all the data, help us out. Yeah, it would be great. Or, conversely, in this situation, we've already talked to your employer, and we already know that and we haven't told them what we know about this. We haven't said anything about that. But they say you're a nice guy. And I believe you're a nice guy.
Oh, okay.
Look, I have no reason. Let me paint a picture for you. We went to your house.
No, you got a job to do.
We went to your house.
You sit down here.
We went to your house.
We're having a conversation, and
we went to your house this morning, and what we did was knock on the door. You let us inside. We had a nice conversation, and that's great. That's really positive. You came here to the center and drove down. You rode in the car with us.
Yeah.
And we had a chance to sit down and talk. You're not a fella who is, I think, a mean fella. You're not the kind of guy that would go out and do something malicious to somebody. So a lot of what we're trying to get figured out here today, right now, is exactly what's going on here. why is this information showing us one thing, but then you're telling us another?
What is it showing you? What this information? I'm going to say that is, just say that is my car. I told you I could have been driving that car.
Yeah, that's right.
And I don't know what it is but this seems to have taken a turn, you know. You're sitting here and you're talking to me and you ask me things and I get that. Most people, but now it's turning into, most people have.
Right there. You know, yeah, that could be my car because I told you I was out there. The only thing that ever made any sense to me is, was he bridge guy? And I always wondered, was he bridge guy? And he happened to be walking on the bridge when the girls were, but is he the one that said down the hill? They've never convinced me that person on the bridge is the one that said down the hill. But the other discrepancy with the bridge guy video is Rick Allen said he never went out past the first platform. Bridge guy obviously did, if the altered video can be believed. And the one released recently on the defense team's website came from Discovery that shouldn't have been altered. It allegedly came straight from Libby's phone. So there was that was before any enhancements were done, supposedly. This gives me a lot to think about watching this damn thing. Jeff says, gotta say his responses come quickly. Seems to me that people are lying are a little slower because of all the. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't come off to me as being untruthful. And I've wanted to watch the video itself instead of having to hear about the shit in court and hear a transcript about it, right? Because it's never the same as watching it. And during the Delphi trial, oh my God, the prosecution did, what did they call it? Interpolation? Joe knows the word better than I do. They manipulated the bridge guy video, and they called it enhancements. And even this guy right here on the right says you got to put on magic headphones to hear guys down the hill, or to hear the gun that you allegedly hear. Why do you need to wear magic headphones? Special headphones. But yet we can hear a bridge guy saying, guys, down the hill. Clear as a bell.
Wanted to be eliminated from this. Well, sure. I don't want to be included to begin with. So until the point that you have something that tells you that I did this and you want to subpoena or arrest me or something, I've got nothing to worry about. So I'm not real concerned here, but your attitudes towards me have definitely changed, and I don't like the fact that, you know, it feels more like I'm being interrogated, and so then you're going to tell me that you've already talked to my wife and my daughter and stuff. Like, how straightforward is that? You know?
Well, what would you, okay, let's turn everything around. Tell me what you would do differently if you were in our situation. You had this information. How would you react? What would you do? You do the same thing that we were doing right now.
What information is it that you have? You have that I was out there, and I told you from the very beginning that I was out there.
Yes, you did.
I didn't hide it. Did you see this guy? I didn't know. Okay. I told you, I see the only person that I clearly remember seeing that, and this isn't from the day, I mean, this is the next day. The only people or person that came into my mind were those three girls that I seen.
Richard, we're not upset with you, not mad at you, anything like that. We're just trying to get to the bottom of this, okay? No, I'm not, you know, I'm not here to give you a hard time. I'm just here to try to get this situation straightened out. Mm-hmm. And what we want to do is simply get to the truth. What would help us get to the truth is being able to look inside of some of the things you're talking about, okay?
And I get that.
Okay.
And maybe on the other side of things, sure. And on the other side of things, if I thought I had something that was going to help you, that would, you know, what do I have that's going to help you?
Okay. Well, I have some questions we can go through here, if you don't mind. And I think we're done. We have some other questions here that we could go through here. And what I could do,
Want to get questions? What does that hurt?
some of the questions that we could ask you are simply this. And I don't want you to feel like These questions all sound strange, and it'd be very, maybe even accusing in nature, but I want you to understand I'm not trying to offend you. But
I get that.
I get you help us out by getting to a little bit farther along in this matter.
So, I don't know. Like I said, you went, you talked to my daughter and my wife. What do you want? I can't tell you what happened. I can tell you that if that picture was, I mean, you can sit and take anybody and say, well, if they were wearing this and wearing that, that could be done. If that picture was taken from one of the girls' phones,
Here's the problem with that.
Because I've never met them.
No, but listen, here's the problem with that. You know why you can put a lot of people and say they're wearing blue jeans and a blue coat, but you know what the difference is? No, you said you were there.
Well, sure I
We
did.
have people that saw you.
Okay.
Ricky said you were out on the bridge yourself.
There aren't that many people that saw me. I mean, I'm sure I didn't miss that many people. If they walked behind me, I guess.
You said that you were out on the bridge, this bridge, yourself that day around the time when this happened.
No, I didn't.
You said you walked out onto the bridge. When we talked to you earlier, you said that you walked out to about the first platform or within that area down the bridge. That's what you told us. So we know that you were on the bridge.
Of course I was.
Okay?
And I told you that.
And with that, you know, we can say that, is this person you? That's the question. Is that person you?
That is the question.
That's the question we have to answer.
Sure.
Okay? So if that person is you, we know this person followed the girls all the way to the other side of the bridge and then told them to go down the hill.
Do we
This is a
know
clown
that?
circus presentation.
Followed them. I don't even know what you're talking about. Like you're saying, don't.
Okay, so the bridge here, okay, this is the girls walking towards the other side of the bridge from where the trailhead is at.
The other side.
The other side of the bridge. And this person followed them all the way to the other side of the bridge where the...
Yeah. So let's just...
And told them to go down the hill.
Okay, so let me stop here. I don't appreciate you trying to talk me into this.
No.
This is what I said. You're trying to change my words around. I told you I was on the bridge. Now you just told me this is the trailhead side of the bridge.
Over here on this
And
side.
you're saying I told you I walked on the bridge.
You said you walked on that bridge that day.
And that first trestle is somewhere,
Back there? Okay.
it's somewhere over there.
Help me understand. Okay? You came out this far. We know that
I did.
You
I
came
didn't
out,
go out that
you
far
came
that
out, you came out that far is what you told us.
I'm not going to tell you how, I can't tell by that how far out I was.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, you're saying that's me, and you're saying this is the far side of the bridge. I don't even go out that far anymore. I haven't for years.
Mm-hmm. Okay, for years. But back then, that was in 2017. Okay? And
Oh,
the question is this you?
No.
Okay. So you're telling me that this person was out there on the bridge, wore the same clothing that you have on that day, but you didn't see
You
them.
can't tell that's a black Carhartt coat, a blue Carhartt coat, a pullover. I told you I could have been wearing this.
The two kinds of clothing you said you wore that day was either a black Carhartt coat or a blue Carhartt coat. Okay, you said you had blue jeans, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've had a...
Okay, so put yourself in my chair.
I guess what I'm saying is I'm not going to tell you I wasn't wearing a black Carhartt that day. I told you I could have been. I don't know if that's a black Carhartt. And if it is, it's not mine, it's his.
And you said you have a hat. You normally wear a skull cap, which covers...
I said I carry one. So if I was wearing one, it would be like a skull cap or a smaller type of hat or something.
Okay. So this is the situation we're at, okay? Basically this. Either you were out there to do this to the girls, or you were out there to be able to introduce the girls to somebody else.
Okay. Good luck finding anything that points in that direction. I mean, it's not me. You're not going to make me believe it's me. You're not going to find anything that ties me to those murders. So I'm not really that concerned. You know, you went from trying to, I don't know what you want to say, get my trust and then slowly lure me into telling you I killed somebody and I'm not going to do it. I don't know where this changed course.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time, really not. I just want you to put yourself in the situation where we as police officers are looking at all the evidence that we have and what you've told us right now, okay? Mm-hmm. Okay, not trying to give you a hard time, just want to make sure that we get everything taken care of here. That's why we wanted to look at the things that we wanted to look at.
And that's not going to happen now. I mean, like I said, we're done here. So arrest me or take me home.
I understand. So
arrest me or take me home. I'm done.
This
is stupid.
Okay. So that day, on that day, you went out there on the bridge, and that you were wearing the same clothing basically the same clothing that this person here is wearing.
That's what you think. I don't know how you can tell that that's a black Carhartt coat, which is what I told you, a black or blue Carhartt coat. Blue jeans. Never mind. This is ridiculous. You're trying to tell me that I gave you a description of this guy and I didn't. I mean, we all looked at this thing for months and years, and to me that doesn't even look like a Carhartt coat.
Well, you can't say it's not, can you? I mean, neither one of us can.
Okay. You're right.
You can't say it's not. I mean, we can't say that it's not a Carhartt coat. We can't say that that hat isn't similar to the one that you have had at one point. So
I wonder if he has seen Brad Holder's many hats. In the videos he made about his cute little hats. I could show it to you, sir, if you'd like.
Okay. With all those things in view.
You've lost my trust. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. This is stupid. Now you pissed me off.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, so let's get, are you arresting me?
Well, I really want to try to get this thing worked out, okay? I want to try to get this thing worked out.
Am I free to leave or not?
You've always been free to leave.
Thank you. You're an asshole.
Wow. Let me pull up. Where's... Okay. RA seems to be... Yeah. It's crazy that it takes so long to get anything out in this case, and then it goes to one damn YouTuber, which whatever. I was told Crime Circus got it from that guy, but I don't know where Crime Circus got it from. I could not tell you. But the other guy, there's one more interview with Jerry Holman that Crime Circus has put out, and we're going to watch that one. But there's other information that is over on another channel. We're going to review that guy's channel to look at that stuff, and that is the phone calls between. I think I saw 8 being reported so far, phone calls between Rick Allen and his wife from the prison. So those, I think, will be very telling and very interesting to those of you who followed the case. You're going to be interested to hear those as well. And I just checked the court feeds, and Lori's trial has not started yet. They had that live outdoor feed again from the courthouse over on Law and Crime, so I had pulled that up just to check, and I checked out Court TV, and they're just showing shorts or clips from yesterday or something. Yeah, so that's what's going on there. But I'm glad that so far our tech issues are okay and we're good to go. I appreciate you guys for coming in and joining us, hanging out with us, and being a part of the true crime community with us and choosing to come here to view the trial with us. I appreciate that. And I'm going to have to rename the thumbnail at some point today to get part, because I really don't know if I want to review the rest of that video with oh, hello, Dr. Von Decay. Welcome in. Good to have you here. With Rick Allen, but I also don't want to jumble it up with, maybe I can just clip it later. I don't know. We'll see. I know there will be another show to follow specifically on these videos when Joe gets a minute. I'm gonna be like, look, dude, you got to be at court all day. Come back home, give your court update at night, and then we got to go live and give our thoughts on this shit right here. Right, Rachel? I mean, there's people that have put in these requests from day one, right? And still can't get it. And it's like they're choosing who they're giving this discovery to. I'd even seen a tweet about, now that it's an appellate issue, you got to do this and that. It's like that, and that came from an attorney. And I'm thinking, with all these attorneys that were covering this case, that were there, boots on the ground, there was at least 3 that I know of. How come, can't we file something, right, against them to get these FOIAs done? Because that's against our rights. And then lo and behold, a YouTuber gets them all at one time. Everybody else is like, what happened? What happened to our request? Okay. Okay, Dr. Vonda. So yesterday or last night, I believe it was, Tom Webster dropped a live or a video where he had gotten document drops in the Delphi case, and there are interviews with Detective Mullins and Jerry Holman. Those videotaped and audio taped interviews were. We just reviewed Mullins, and I had a tech issue. We were up alive this morning, reviewed almost all of it. We had a tech issue, so I went down and we came back up. I finished that, and we just finished it. We're just reviewing some stuff before we start our Lori Vallow coverage. And then also, there were phone calls from the prison with Rick Allen and his wife. I think there was 8. I may be mistaken. And I'm not sure what else was in the drop yet. But now that person has received it, I also hope others can also get it, because I've also seen chatter on X about it being edited, and I caught a piece of that a few minutes ago. And I was told this Crime Circus, the guy we're reviewing, got it from the other guy. So I don't know, I want people to be able to get it so we can watch unedited versions, especially first, right? So that's where we are. But yes, ma'am, there was some stuff came down finally, and I'm just sitting here bitching about it because it seems to all went to one person instead of like going out to everybody who requested it, like like in a mass email. Here you guys go. Here's what you deserve to have. Let me pull the playlist back up. And I'm keeping an eye on the courts, guys. I think there's like another half hour. So while we're waiting on them to go, there's not much left to really review in Lori's case, just going over the same, the interviews with the families and the this and that and the other again. And I think most of us are caught up on what we're here for and why. And so thinking of the family today as I have to go through this bullshit with Lori. But let's pull up here. Okay, so this one should be with Jerry Holman. This was a very controversial one, guys, because of the testimony Holman gave in court, the interviews that Holman did after the trial, Holman's whole vibe, and all the BS he did in the 5 years leading up to the trial. Mr. It doesn't matter that stuff got recorded over by alternate suspects. It's okay. Sorry, y'all. Okay. So this is going to be, and also is in this video. Let me see, make sure I get to the very beginning. All right, so remember, we learned during court, thank you, Salty. I watched Vallow, but I am in true crime for Rick. I never cared about anything more than his case, and I agree. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I appreciate you coming in and chilling out with us. Yeah, if you go back and watch that first one that I did when you get a chance, because that's, like I said, and Joe is live in court today with Lori, so he was trying to listen in earlier while he was waiting to get into court, so I know Joe really wants to see these, so I know the two of us will get together and put together something where we just do the 2 interviews together, so yeah. This is going to be, let's see, let me look at the date on this one. I think this was at the end of October, I think it said. So I got to go back and look at my notes for the exact timeline on that one. So this was done by, I think this is when they came back to the police station, and they separated Kathy and Rick at one point, and they were telling her in another room, we have this, unequivocally, we have that, we have this, and trying to set doubt in her mind, right? So I don't know at which point this was, it doesn't say. But let me bring up the screen, because this has got his wife in the video. I just don't know if they were in here together, waiting on the cops to come into the room, which is probably the case. This should be the Mullins interview. Okay. Yeah, they should, Rachel. They should, man. I'm in Florida, and we have the best sunshine laws in the country. You know, everybody's adopted their own laws based off our laws, but Indiana's like the worst, apparently. It's like, y'all need to completely adopt all of our laws. Ask old Stefan Stearns, he'll tell you. Embarrass the shit out of you.
I love you.
And for those of you who don't know, if you hear an eerie sound in the background, that is not me. That's in the video you're watching. That's from Crime Circus. He dresses up like a little clown. Anyway, we're borrowing his video.
This is a property record and receipt. So this is going to read kind of funny, but you'll see. So we seal everything. So seal paperback containing 1 pair of dirty Thorgood boots, size 7.5 mins, and then on down. So we took the clothing that you had mentioned.
Okay, remember the first interview was before they searched his home, car, phone, and all the things. Then they ended up getting warrant served on his home and everything. So now they've done the search of his home, and now they're back at the police station, it appears, going over the search warrant return. Is he still not arrested? Because he rode back with Holman. Okay, I gotta watch this so I don't confuse myself.
That you possibly could have been wearing the day you're on the bridge.
Okay.
And then we also took some knives.
Okay.
We took your car, and then we also took a weapon, a SIG 40, right?
Okay.
Right there. I used to be a Beretta guy. I was in the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
Shot the Berettas. And then when I first got on the state police, we had Berettas as well. And then we went to Glocks for a little bit.
Sure.
And then we went to SIGs.
I was trying to think of what we even had. I think the Berettas were probably coming out before I got out. Because they used to have the old 45s.
Beretta?
No, they were
Springfield?
I have no idea, honestly. They were the government issued 45s. Yeah.
Yeah, we had I think there were 40 Berettas. And I think when I came on in 2001 in the state police, we had Berettas, but we went to Glocks, not a huge fan of Glocks, but SIGs.
Mm-hmm.
If I could build an indoor range and afford the ammo, I'd shoot that thing every day.
Yeah.
You shoot yours?
I've not had a lot of experience, no.
No?
I mean, target practice here and there. It's probably been, I don't even remember. I haven't shot them in a long time, I know that.
Do they have like an indoor range in Delphi?
No, not that I know of. Honestly, I don't even know where. I haven't looked. There used to be one in Kokomo. That's the only thing I know.
Where you live
That's where I...
Yeah, and you live in town, so you can't go out your back door and shoot it.
No, I probably could. It probably wouldn't be a good idea, but...
I live out in the country, so
Mm-hmm.
I know my closest neighbor's like 2 miles away, so I shoot mine out there. I got like a ditch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have an indoor range, but I have like a ditch I can shoot and stuff like that. So, like I said, these are the items that we took. These are the items that we're testing. Some tests take longer than others, as you know. So the lab wants me to ask a few questions just about to help us with the testing, and you'll understand when I ask you.
Okay.
So, for example, they took a lot of swabs. They're taking swabs off of everything.
Okay.
So what they want to know is, have you ever loaned anything out that we've taken? And again, I just told you what we took. I realized that, but mostly some of the major items that, have you ever loaned them out for a significant time? Because if, for example, my buddy's fuel pump went out in his truck, he said, hey, can I borrow your old truck? And I said, yeah. He said it's going to be 2 weeks, ended up being 5 or 6 months. That would be a significant time frame. That my buddy's DNA would be in that truck.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you've loaned out for besides your family members? We don't care about your wife's DNA.
Not that I can think of.
You never loaned a truck out, or your sorry, it's a.
Funny he talks about loaning stuff out and DNA. Because whose DNA do you not have, Holman, at the crime scenes? Rick Allen's. Funny you bring up DNA and loaning shit out.
Ford Focus.
But I know where you're going with that question.
Is that what it is?
I mean, if I do, I certainly don't remember. Most of my family has vehicles, so extra vehicles.
Yeah.
So.
The same thing like my son. He sometimes will come over and leave his coat, and I'll wear it for.
Jeff, as far as I know, last check this morning, he only had, sorry, I keep doing that. He had 2 out, and we've already watched 1. This is the second one. So unless he's got 3 out, I don't know what you're talking about.
Couple months or something like that. Okay. But, or my son-in-law, he'll spend money on guns. He's a gun freak. He likes to buy guns, and then he'll be like, hey, can I borrow $500? And then he'll.
And to be fair, I learned about these first on Tom Webster's channel, but then someone on Twitter turned me on to the fact that Drip Drop had these 2 out without commentary. So that's why I went and grabbed these 2. Rick has absolutely no evidence against him, right? You can't even trust that unspent bullet testing bullshit.
Give me one of his guns as collateral, and then when he gets the money back. Anything like that you know of? Okay. So I'll let the lab know that. That's one of the big things. And then, like I said, some of the tests are already back. I do want to talk to you about one of the tests that we got the results back. Oh, the other thing is, any of these knives or the gun, did you have that the day that you recall having that with you on the day of the 13th when you were out there on the bridge? No. You don't remember if you did or you didn't?
I didn't. I just went out for a short walk that day.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll get to the meat and potatoes of this, Rick. I appreciate you being cooperative with me. I want to talk about the results of your handgun, okay?
Okay.
So, handguns, as you know, probably, you may know more about them than I do. I don't know a lot, but they're very specific as far as the characteristics of the gun. So the firing pin is different from your firing pin. The extraction device is different from my extraction device. And they're basically, what the lab has told me is that they're like fingerprints. They're specific to that gun and that gun only. Okay. So we took your gun, your 40 cal SIG, and we sent it down there to the lab to have it matched with an item that we located on February the 14th when we found the girls.
Okay.
And that item was a 40 caliber Winchester round. We found that at the scene.
Okay.
The extraction marks on that round match your gun.
Perfect.
So
This is okay.
just hear me out. I'm just trying.
I am.
So this is the round. Okay. Those are the extraction marks. That's the best picture of them. There's actually 3 of them. That's the same round that we found. Okay. And like I said,
Man, I wish I could see those better. I need to see those pictures, like, for real, in a doc drop. Bring that shit on, mister. I can look at a picture and make an analysis. I may not be no expert, but I can look at pictures.
the methodology that they use is scientific, and they were telling me, and this is the report, you can read it if you wish.
I don't need to read it.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to help you. You know, let me tell you something.
Okay.
You know, the prosecutor and the other investigators, they want to see you lock you up, throw away the key. I don't
This
think
is
you're.
ridiculous.
Just listen to me for
Okay.
2 minutes. Let me explain this to you. I'm on your side. I talked to you a little bit out there on the scene.
Oh my God. You were his worst fucking enemy besides Doug Carter, dude. Well, can't forget Nick McClellan. Huh. Interesting good cop, bad cop situation going on there, Holman. Read technique coming into play much. As you testified to in court, that's where you were trained, or how you were trained. You so beautifully explained it to us. Damn it, man.
I know you mentioned a couple times you don't want to be the fall guy for this. You also mentioned to me the other day when I was telling you, hey, I want to check the property out, make sure there's no damage, and you said, doesn't matter, it's over. You know, you made comments like that to me that really concerned me.
Sure.
Right. It's concerning.
And what I mean by it's over is that you've already started something here that there's no backing out of, so you've done, the damage is done, I guess is what I'm saying. That's what.
And they made a big deal about that statement right there. While they were searching his home, his wife did leave at some point. She just couldn't take it anymore. She just left, right? What would you do? What would you think? So she drives away. Oh, she had to go to the bathroom. So she drives away. And at some point, he's sitting in the car with Holman. And I forgot what Holman said to him. And Rick Allen's response apparently was, it doesn't matter. It's over with now. Like that, right? And he's trying to explain to him, well, because, man, you're all over my house now. It was bad enough when you had me down there talking to you, and I told you then I didn't want it to get out because, you know, I got a wife, I got a child, live in this community, work in this community, and y'all got me down here now. I'm going in a direction that y'all are looking at me, you know, and now you're at my house going through all my shit. Yeah, a little unnerving, I would think. It's like, I've told you guys it's not me. You're coming at me still. So I can understand being a little aggressive. I'm not going to tell y'all I ain't never been aggressive with the law. What you going to do? Fucking arrest me for talking? Good thing they won't. Damn it.
What I would have been referring to.
Okay, and I agree with that. We have started this. We've been working on this for a long time, and all the evidence is clearly indicating you're involved in this. And listen to me, Rick. I don't believe you should be the fall guy. But all the evidence, you say you're out there. We have witnesses out there. We have your vehicle. We have experts. We have experts that say that's you on the video and that's your voice on the video.
Okay.
Where were those experts at during trial, sir? Y'all didn't even want to spend $10,000 on height analysis on Bridge Guy. Instead, you let YouTubers do a bunch of height analysis. And they're still doing them to this day. Because everybody thinks they're right. Bottom line, Rick Allen's a short man. You squished your Bridge Guy video when you altered it. Make it make fucking sense. And Dylan, poor Dylan Mortensen over there getting ridiculed because she got Bridge Guy, you know, Koberger's height. Don't ever ask me how tall did I think somebody was, because guess who's going to tell you wrong every single time? Me. I don't know why it is. I hate numbers. I've always been horrible with that mind. And I asked myself when I was younger, what the fuck is wrong with you? You are horrible at guessing people's height. I don't know what it is. I'd be like one of those really unreliable. I can tell you what the person looked like and about how much taller than me they were, but don't ask me for a number, because it's never going to be accurate. Jeez. And what point do they do a lie detector test? I can't remember, Jeff, at what stage they did do the lie detectors test. And then, bless her heart, the lady who conducted that test, her and her daughter mysteriously died in a house fire, kind of like those poor little girls over in Florida. Peculiar.
Experts, not me, because I'm not an expert.
I got you.
Okay, and now we have your round.
Mm-hmm.
at the scene.
Okay.
Not on the bridge. You said you're on the bridge.
I don't even know how my bullet would have gotten out there if that's my bullet.
It's without a doubt that this is very
Okay.
scientific. So let me show you a picture of this round, where it was found. That's the round right there. It hadn't been out there very long. That is Liberty's foot. It's within 6 inches of one of the dead girl's bodies.
There's no way.
There is.
I'm telling you, there's not.
How did that round get there, Rick?
I don't know how the round got there. What I'm telling you is, if that is truly what you're saying it is, it's not my round.
So,
Welcome in those just joining us. Miss Shorty, welcome in. Always wonderful to have you. Carol, welcome in. Welcome back. All right, guys, we're just doing a review of some documents. I just lost my words. Discovery was finally given up to some people, I guess, in the Delphi case. So anyway, so what we're doing while we're waiting on Lori Vallow, they're in the courtroom, actually. We're going to have to come back to this in a little bit. I just looked over and saw they had just done that. They got a few more minutes to go. So those just joining us, what we did this morning was we went over what I'm calling part 1, because it was a interview done with Rick Allen and Detective Steve Mullins from the Delphi Police Department back in October, right before he was arrested, right? And right before they served warrants on his home and car and things of that nature. And so we just reviewed that video. Then I had a technical issue. Sound went crazy. So when we came back up, while waiting for Lori's trial, we decided to go ahead and start watching this. So that's where we are. And I know this is, I've said it like enough times already, but Joe is probably clamoring to watch this shit, and he can't right now because he's covering Lori. So, and we know he's going to be busy tonight, but I know that Joe and I will put together something probably this weekend with these interviews, because there's a lot more to come, or a lot more to review still. And tomorrow we do have the Koberger hearing, and the following day as well. So 2 days of Koberger and all this week of Lori. So let me refresh this. Hold on. I don't want to pull up a third screen yet on the computer, because it seemed like when I do that, it's not wanting to act right. So I'm checking my phone at the same time to make sure we're not missing the court feed from Lori. I'll let this play while I check on this, guys. This is because all they had to convict Richard Allen on was that damn bullet. A bullet that was 2 inches in the ground, that someone saw a shimmer of light, and that's how they discovered there was something there. And then when they unearthed it, it was a bullet. Now, Brad Weber, who lived at the end of the bridge on the south side, who testified at trial that he was in the white van that came along that allegedly and startled Rick Allen. They took his gun very early on in this investigation and kept it for 6 solid months, but could not rule it out as the gun that fired that bullet. Not fired, excuse me, ejected. It was an unspent, unfired round. Now, they have also, prosecution alleges that in the bridge guy video, right before you hear the words "down the hill," you hear a gun being racked, and that's when they, bullet was ejected. Where did it go? It could only have went under the Mona and High Bridge. It didn't fly across Deer Creek on its own and land over in Ron Logan's property 2 inches under the ground. So I'd have been all over that bridge if I heard a racking of a gun just to check. But then if you hear what I wish we freaking had, well, all we're going to get is transcripts. We can't even get the audio of the gun expert, alleged expert, testifying on how many times she had to fire that gun to make that bullet work for her, right? To match that gun. It's very, very, very shady the way they did it, the way they tested it, all the things. It's just insane. Hang on, Forrest. Thank you, Forrest. Let me. Yeah, they're still showing. Court TV is still showing yesterday's stuff. Law and Crime has actually got a feed from in the courtroom now versus outside. Okay. Right, Rachel? Uh-oh. We might need to get your hubby up here and talk to us. Explain all the things. Right, Miss Shorty? That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying. Him and Pokemon. My goodness. Forrest is my OG. For real. All right. I'll let this play a little more and while they're discussing this bullet before we and keep an eye on the feed as well.
Scientific experts are saying, I got a report saying that round came from your gun.
Okay, but understand this.
You were on the bridge.
I told you I was on the bridge.
Listen, right now, like I said, I got a prosecutor and investigators ready to lock you up. And if you don't give us a narrative, if you don't tell us your side of the story, there's two sides to every story. Hang on.
Okay.
I'm trying to help you.
I get that.
The media is going to portray you as this monster, and you don't want your wife.
And it's already going to get there anyway, so.
Yeah. So this is your chance to tell us exactly what happened.
Unlike some people, most people, I care what people think about me, and
you do.
Oh boy, Holman, you play word salad when you get on the witness stand, don't you, sir? We do got transcriptions of your testimony. I'm gonna have to dig them up for my show. Lord, he done inspired me, y'all. He inspired me.
already set that ball rolling.
Yeah, but there's only one way to get out in front of it, and that's to tell the truth. What happened that day?
I can't tell you what happened that day.
You can tell us. There's no doubt in my mind that the evidence clearly indicates that you're involved in this. Are you the mastermind behind this? I don't know.
Mastermind, okay.
Did somebody else set this up? I don't know, Rick.
Oh, what was that? Mastermind. Did someone else set this up? Not a closed investigation. Multiple suspects. Huh.
I want to know. And only you know. The truth will set you free. That's it.
Yeah.
The truth will protect you from the...
Well, that's what I would have thought.
Well, tell the truth. Tell me how this round got next to one of our girls, in between both girls.
I don't know.
You do know. And if you don't tell me, you're going down for this.
Okay.
I'm serious. This isn't a joking matter.
I'm not joking.
You're this
Do you
close.
realize what you've done to me? This is like, you've talked to the people I work with, you've talked to my neighbors, you know, I've got anxiety, I got all kinds of stress and depression, and one of the big things is you cannot even think something about me, but if I think you think something about me, it bothers me. And that's already done, because people out there already know that you think I did something.
I don't think that.
And I didn't.
Okay. Rick, I don't think that. The evidence clearly indicates you're involved.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were in my seat and I had you saying you're out there, witnesses saying you're out there at the same time the girls, and now after a search warrant of your house, we find a gun, your gun. You own that gun, right?
I do.
When did you buy it?
Oh my gosh. I don't even remember.
2001. I'll check for you. I know a lot of the answers to the questions I'm going to ask you, but I'm just trying to give you the opportunity to be honest. That's why I asked the question. So you bought it in 2001 in Peru.
Okay.
And I asked you, have you ever loaned anything out? I gave you scenarios. No. So that's your gun. Either you had that gun or somebody had that gun. There's no way that round gets on that property where these two girls were killed without that gun being there. And you're there, your car's there, witnesses say...
There is no way a round from my gun was anywhere near the girls, the bridge. It just didn't happen.
And listen, we're trying to help you. We're trying to help you prove
No,
it.
you're trying to accuse me of murdering two of them. Call we done. You ask me a few questions. You ask me what I'm wearing, and I tell you what I think I was probably wearing that day, and then you try to say that I'm saying that's me in that picture, and it's not.
You don't have to say that.
I'm done.
Well, I have a warrant for your
I know you
DNA. For your DNA first. What do you think I have a warrant for? You know I have a warrant. What?
I figure you're going to arrest me. You obviously think I've done it. The damage is done. Go ahead and do what you're going to do.
Well,
This doesn't just go away.
I know.
Exactly.
The only person I think can explain all this is you, and you're not explaining it to me.
I don't know what it is you want me to explain.
What were you doing on the bridge? How did your round get there? And why did you kill these two girls? Or why were you involved in this? What was your involvement?
I had no involvement.
I don't think, listen, Rick, I don't think you're the one that killed them. I don't think you're the one that stuck the knife in them. Are you?
I didn't.
You're
fucking lying, dude.
Really?
Oh my God. How many times are you gonna sit there? All my coworkers think you're guilty, Rick, but I don't. But then Rick tries to tell you his side of the story. You're like, oh, but I know the evidence shows me you did that. And then you come back with, well, I don't think you did it. You're such a liar. I have never really had like disdain for law enforcement, but the Indiana State Police and the local police in Delphi, I just cannot with these people. That backwoods Southern lawyer shit down there in Murdaugh, Ville, I get it. I'm in the South. This shit right here took next level. Kentucky might be next level. I don't know. Over there with Steins and all that shit going on. Shot the judge and stuff. I mean, Jesus. But this man, this guy, knowing what all he's done, I call it the Delphi fuckery. Thank you, Sleuthy, for the inspiration, by the way. Anyway, yeah. He said and done so much over the years, and then what we heard him testify to on the stand, or what was reported that he testified to on the stand. Let me rephrase that, by some hardworking boots on the ground people that had to go through hell just to be in the courtroom to hear what this man had to say. Good God, y'all, I'm gonna have to relax myself, aren't I? We got damn Lori coming up in a minute. Good God. Yeah. So I'm saying, I mean, people look at me all side-eye because I don't cover Koberger like that, because if I saw that shit, I would report it like I saw it. And I based on what my coverage on Delphi came out of damn court documents, not what the YouTube streets were telling me was happening, right? I reviewed all kinds of stuff on Delphi from many different types of creators with different opposing views, just to get a vibe for what was out there, kind of gauge things and what was what. And man, I was like, wow. Totally fucking wow. So I narrowed it down to a few people I would watch, and I kept it to that because, YouTube streets are ugly. And I kept it to the court documents. And I do the same thing with Idaho 4. So trust me, the second I see shade other than the FBI in Idaho 4, y'all gonna know about it. And we got a Koberger show coming up soon. I got some thoughts about the FBI and their shade. Okay. Yes. Yeah. We're probably gonna have to kind of break on it for a minute anyway and get ready for Lori here in just a second. Y'all, I'm just blabbing away, guys. I don't have nobody up here to talk to me. Joe should have wore like a secret mic and headphone, or I could communicate with him in court. I'd be like, turn your mic on, Joe, so I can hear everything, and we'll report back in real time. We would get so thrown out of court, get all the TVs thrown out. We'd all be in trouble. It's so funny because Joe and I, in the Delphi case, interviewed the girl who got in trouble. Not All Eyes, True Grit Crime. She went to court one day in the Delphi hearing, and she had on her Google sunglasses. And you can apparently record with these Google sunglasses. Yeah, she got caught with them, but she says she forgot she had them on and they weren't connected to the Wi-Fi or anything like that. But yes, she got in trouble, and a lot of people there knew about it. And then Then she came on live with Joe and I. And we had a funny laugh about that. Joe is going to be furious. Joe was able to join in this morning to the first live we did, and listen to a little bit of that first interview because he was waiting in line to get into court. So he knows I'm doing this live today. So when he gets home this evening, I'll have a chat with him about how we want to move forward, and because I know this is something that he wants to be a part of, and I like having him here with me. I think it was closer to 1:30 they were going to start. They're still not starting, so I'm going to play a little more of this, okay?
Are you? No. Anybody that knows me knows I could never, even if I wanted to do something like that. That's not who I am.
Then what happened?
I can't tell you. How do you expect me to tell you? You want me to make up a story and
No, the truth. The truth is simple. You don't have to make that up. You just go back and tell me the truth.
I've
You can't tell
told
me
you.
that this event has not been weighing on you for years and years and years. You're out there.
I've told you that. I don't know what you want me to do at this point. I did not murder two little.
I've been so nice to you.
Let's see.
See right there. Why is a YouTuber taking it upon themselves to edit shit? I'm telling y'all, I was told Drip Drop got it from the other guy in this format, right? It wasn't like his edit. It was the other person's edit. And I don't understand why you would do that. Who are the moral people? I don't get it. It's like getting a 911 call, and I'm going to tell you what it said, and I might release the rest today and tomorrow and the next day. What the hell? I digress. Fuck.
I've been so nice to you.
Oh, yeah, you're being nice. You're trying to get me to confess to something I had nothing to
I'm
do
trying
with.
to get you to tell the truth. I'm not trying to trick you. I've drawn out what we have. Most of it.
You assume it's the truth, and it's not.
It has to be the truth. The scientists don't lie. The science doesn't lie.
That's awesome.
It's saying that round came from your gun.
I don't understand all that. All I'm telling you is there's a way that a round from my gun, the one that you took from my house, ended up next to a murder scene.
Yeah, well, because people on Twitter this morning that I trust that had reviewed this overnight, you could definitely, if we were playing it from the actual person's YouTube, I think he even tells you he's done things, right? Took it upon himself to do things. I don't know why for sure. I didn't watch the whole thing. Then I was directed toward these two videos. So I'm just saying, people should not do that. If you got it and you're willing to release it, why would you want to edit anything out or anything? I don't understand. So I'm still investigating that whole situation.
Or anywhere else. I don't know where you got that bullet. If it came out of my gun.
Right there. That's the round.
Then it didn't come out of my gun.
That round was collected.
Then it didn't come out of my gun.
Rick, that round was collected on the 14th of February 2017.
Okay.
It's been in evidence ever since.
Okay.
All right, and we've compared other weapons to that.
I understand what you're saying, but I can't explain it. I'm just telling you that if that was next to a murder site or anywhere near it, it didn't come out of my gun. And I don't know where you would have got one that did come out of my gun.
Right there. It was there. It was found.
Okay.
And I don't think you realize the severity of this. You realize the death penalty is on the table for this?
You know what? I don't really care about at this point. I've dealt with not wanting for 7, 8 years now. It's been a long fucking battle. And with what you guys have done to me, yeah, I don't give a fuck. You'll make my wife rich. So
is that what she wants? Is that what your daughter wants?
They don't want any of this to even be happening.
Well, it is.
Exactly.
I can't turn this
Exactly.
back. You were there. You're there.
Yep.
The experts say that's you on the video.
Okay.
The experts are saying you said down the hill to the girls. The experts are saying all this. That all the evidence indicates you were out there. The witnesses saw you. The witness saw you. You said you didn't see anybody else on the bridge, but there was a girl that walked up, a lady, that walked up and saw you on the platform, Rick.
Okay.
You didn't see her, and then right after that, these two girls that end up dead minutes later walk by her, and she looks back and sees them passing you, you're the last.
All right, guys, hold on. We got the court feed coming up. God, I want to finish watching that, but I'll have to get back to it. Let me pull it up here. Whoops. Wrong one. Wait a minute. Let me double check something. Okay. What's going on here? Hold on. The right one up. Okay, we were coming in a couple of minutes late, not long at all. So I put it at the very back so we wouldn't miss any of it. So it looks like Lori's got the floor. I think they were muted.
Trying to see what you saw when you entered.
I remember seeing blood on the chest. It wasn't. I remember not seeing blood on the abdomen.
And there were holes in the shirt, 2 holes in the front side?
I
Guess it
would
didn't go
have.
back.
I would.
Okay.
Best of my recall, yes.
Okay. And when did you cut off the shirt and how does that procedure work?
I continued doing CPR, chest compressions. One of my other colleagues would have cut that off, and knowing that the shirt maybe is potentially evidence, that's why I said to her, "Don't cut through where the holes are." So she could have cut down the side instead of on the top of the body.
And do you use like a special scissors or something for that?
Yeah, we have some trauma shears in our equipment.
Okay. And who was that? Was that Phelps or?
I believe that was firefighter Kaczynski.
Okay. Kaczynski, that's one I didn't have. So who all was sitting there with you that was on scene at that time?
Firefighter Fife would have been there. Firefighter Kaczynski, the 3 of us, kind of like we saw in the video.
Is it Forrest for real? Why am I getting it as a live feed? Hold on. Because I thought today she was going to start with her cross-examination of this guy. Hang on, guys. Because remember when the judge asked her how long was that going to take, or was that the different officer? Okay, let's see what they got here. Let me take this down. I'm going to go straight to East Idaho News, I guess, and pull up a live feed, and we'll see. I thought that was the live feed that I had.
would react.
Yeah, you try to forewarn them what to expect.
Okay. So these
that what
first
they're doing
timers,
over here?
they have to be taught the appropriate place to
No,
place
this
their
is-
hands. That be fair?
The course, yes.
And so do you show them, or do you just tell them in class where to put their hands?
It's a video-based system through American Heart. There's a curriculum that we would have been following.
Okay. So if you could only tell them, like over the phone, that might be difficult for them to know the correct placement of their hands if they've never done it before.
I guess it depends on the instructions that the dispatcher gave. Ultimately, if I was telling somebody over the phone, you want to put your hands on their chest, on the lower part of the chest. It's that kind of simple, so to speak.
Okay. But without the video, if you were teaching a class and you didn't have the video, first timers?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You can answer.
Oh, does it mean answer? Oh, okay. Sorry. Can you repeat the question then?
Yeah, so it might be difficult. If you didn't have the video, it might be difficult, for a bunch of first timers to know exactly what to do if you just had to
checked other
tell them
channels. They're all
middle of
showing
the
the same
chest,
thing. So
lower chest.
You could obviously show on a person. You could show on yourself.
If you couldn't show them and you could only tell them, could it be difficult?
I suppose it's possible depending on the person.
Okay, that's fair. So do you think that your CPR class would be fairly successful if you had no visuals?
Objection, relevance, speculation.
Next question.
I got it, Your Honor. So if a person had never done it before and was just told how to do it, is it possible that they might not be acquainted with where to put their hands?
It's possible.
And it would also be possible that they might not do it properly.
That could be possible too.
And right now, when you're teaching CPR, and I didn't say you are teaching right now, but if you're teaching a class, are they just doing percussions now? There's no breathing in the mouth, is that correct?
It's going to depend on the level of the class. As far as the lay rescuer, people that have never done it before that just want to have the training, it's evolved and we're teaching compression only. That is a form of CPR now also, just doing chest compressions.
And how long do you teach to do that for? How long of a period before you take a rest or?
Well, it varies depending on if the patient is an adult or a child. There are different guidelines that American Heart offers. So in those courses, they're getting to learn information for adults and children and infants also.
Correct, right. So for an adult, how long, like 30, 100, 150? It's been a while, so just wondering.
With an adult, they're also taught they need to call for help right away also. So that's a factor. Are they alone? Is somebody else able to call? Can they call, put the phone on speaker, start, while talking to 911? And then they would just keep going until help arrives.
So there's no timing, like you take a 10-second break, you just do compressions?
Not for that type of level of CPR, there wasn't.
Okay. So it's helpful if you had someone there that you could take turns, like I do 100 and then you do 100, because it's kind of exhausting, right?
Objection, compound question, relevance.
I'll sustain it as the compound question. You can re-ask the question ask it in a different way. Go ahead.
juror number 4 has been excused for some reason. There
So-
are the 2 alternates now. Per Joe Schmo.
How long did you administer the CPR before you did the flip over? How long do you think that was?
Before we rolled him to look at the back, is that what you're?
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
I would estimate maybe up to a minute.
Okay. And then were you counting compressions? Is that what you were doing during that time, or do you not count? You just do it for a certain amount of time?
I don't recall if I was counting. I mean, I was doing the chest compressions while waiting for the rest of the team to arrive and for us to continue assessing, see if we were going to continue to work the patient and utilize more equipment.
And there were 3 of you there?
4 total, but 3 by the patient.
Okay. And then you could take turns, right? Like trade off if you needed to?
If we needed to, yes.
So that'd be a lot easier than when you're just there by yourself. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how long after the rolling over you started doing compressions again? Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what I had.
Yes, I believe so.
And how long did you do that for?
I would estimate maybe upwards of another minute.
So maybe 2 minutes total?
During that sequence, yes.
And was there another sequence?
At some point, we would have stopped doing chest compressions so we could evaluate the heart rhythm. That's on the heart monitor.
With the heart monitor?
And you can't be doing compressions to evaluate that.
Okay. And then you didn't continue compressions after the heart monitor at all?
From what I recall, I resumed again in brief discussion as far as what direction we were going to go.
And what were the results of the heart monitor?
There was no electrical activity.
And how long was the heart monitor applied compared to when you started the first compressions?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Maybe you can reword it or...
Sure. How far into your treatment, I should say, did you guys stop and do the heart monitor?
I would estimate that the monitor probably was on within 2 minutes of making patient contact.
Okay. And how long does that take?
To do what? To put it on?
Well, yeah, to put it on, get a reading, and decide what you're going to do next.
It could take, you got to turn it on, open up a compartment to get the pads out of that compartment. You've got to open that packaging to be able to apply it to the patient's chest area. If the chest is wet, which there's some blood, you need to dry that so it's going to adhere more properly, read more properly. So you could be looking at 30 seconds to a minute possibly of working through that.
Okay. And did you have to do that in this case, is remove blood to stick them on?
I would assume so, but I was doing chest compressions, so that would have been one of the other 2 firefighters kind of working through that.
Okay. So I understand correctly, you said when you rolled him over, did you cut the shirt in the back also to see the exit wounds? Is that?
No, we only had to cut the shirt one time. That was when he was still laying on his back. You cut it down the side and that opens it up to where then you can remove it from the body, pull it off.
So you did pull it off completely at some point?
More than likely, I would say yes. That's typically what we would do.
Okay. But you don't remember if you did that in this case?
I know that I didn't do that because I was doing chest compressions, so I would assume one of my colleagues did that completely. That's typically what we do.
Okay. And so you're back to doing the compressions for the 3rd time, and then you stopped that at some point. Was there another procedure after that?
No, at that point in time is when we would have called the patient.
And who announces that?
Ultimately, I remember our captain, since he's in charge of the crew, would be considered the lead medic. He has the most experience. He's also charting the call, kind of running it, kind of made that final decision.
And that would be Captain Keller? I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yes, correct.
And then he did call it at, do you know what time?
It would have, I don't have it memorized, no, it would have been like in the charting that he was doing.
And who documents that?
He would have documented
He would have
that.
done it? Okay. In preparation for your testimony here today, did you review the 911 call at all?
Not in preparation for today. Not the actual audio, no.
No.
No, not today, not for this.
What did you review for today?
I was able to look at the incident times were dispatched by Phoenix Fire Department. I was able to look at the paper documentation. I was able to see my testimony from Idaho. I was able to see my testimony with Chandler PD when they came to the fire station a couple of weeks after this incident.
And what paper documentation did you actually take a look at?
It would have been the chart that Captain Keller documented.
And what does that chart consist of?
There would be scene times, date, time, address, patient information, name, address, maybe medical history, things that we, a narrative of what we discovered, what we've done, treatments that we've done. The heart rhythm from the monitor gets attached to it.
So that would all be in Captain Keller's report?
Correct.
And you did take a look at that in preparation for today?
Yes.
And did you write a report regarding this incident?
No.
You don't have to document anything?
Just one person documents the call.
So for all of the people that were there from fire?
Correct.
Okay. So that's the total report, is you just give your input to him and he puts it into the report?
Correct.
And that's the same for the other two firefighters that were along with you?
That's correct.
Okay. So they don't have their own individual reports as well?
No.
Okay. And what time were you dismissed from the scene?
We probably only remained an additional 5 to 10 minutes. The chart would have that time. I don't necessarily have it by memory.
So how long were you at the scene total?
If I had to estimate without looking at it, I would say approximately 20, 25 minutes.
Okay. And then you were like the driver of the truck, right? Was that your responsibility? So you drove in and then did you drive out as well?
Correct.
Okay. So if you guys arrived around 8:41 or something like that, then you left around 25 minutes later? Would that be accurate?
I guess when I was giving that estimate of like the 2025, I was even including like our dispatch time from the time we're dispatched driving to the scene. So if you're wanting to know actual on scene time, it might be closer, instead of the 20 to 25, it might be more of a closer to 20 solid.
20 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that typical for a call?
It can vary depending on the calls.
Okay. So what other things did you do in that 20 minutes besides administer to the patient?
So I'm including in that time while we're staged around the corner, waiting for PD to arrive, then for PD to clear the scene, for us to drive to the scene. There's the time with the patient, and then there's going to be the cleanup afterwards. Removing our equipment, going outside. Maybe the equipment needs to be cleaned, restocked, ready for another call. So when we drive away, we're ready to respond to another emergency and then drive away.
Okay. So when you were done with the patient and you were going through that procedure of cleaning, were you in the house or did you exit the house?
We'll remove all of our stuff and we'll go outside, typically to the front bumper of the fire truck.
And then what do you do?
We have cleaning chemicals on the truck that we could get out to, clean our equipment up to reuse it. We've got cabinet with restock to be able to restock anything that might need to be. So we'll take care of those things to be ready to respond to another call.
Okay. And while you were out front, did you see Alex on the curb?
I did see somebody on the curb, or I don't remember if he was on the curb or standing, but I remember seeing somebody with an officer or officers. I don't recall how many people might have been together.
Okay. And did you converse with those officers at all during that time?
I don't believe so. I don't really remember conversing with any officers on scene. That would have been more Captain Keller, charting, documenting, kind of getting information from them. He would be able to answer that question.
Okay. So did you, was anybody in firefighting on your team, the four of you that were there, was anyone asked to take a look at Alex?
We were not.
Let's see. Have you spoken to the media about this case?
Can I object? Relevance?
What's the relevance?
What is the relevance, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Just to know how many times he's given testimony?
Your Honor, I'm
Right.
going
I'm gonna
to, maybe
just-
we can
hold on.
sidebar.
Yeah, I don't want to. All right, let's go on sidebar.
Okay, sorry. While they were at sidebar, I was heating my lunch up because I realized I was hungry. But Joe tweeted an update, so if we can let me try to pull it up really quick. Okay, so he mentioned that. Okay, he said he was correct. He thought Lori had on a plum suit, but the ladies near him corrected him to say it was navy blue. Juror number 4 was excused from the jury, down to 2 alternates. Juror 16 was brought in for questioning. They admitted they had previously seen one of the videos shown in evidence yesterday. Then it said, after that, he said, 25 minutes into cross, and we had 4 objections. Something about some cross and some redirect. But I thought he had updated on that juror that, oh, here it goes. The juror that said he had seen the video previously said that his memory did not include hearing or forming. His memory does not include hearing or forming any definitive opinion about the case. He will be retained on the jury. So there you go. The guy said he thinks he's seen it, but he doesn't recall making an opinion about the video, so he was allowed to stay. Interesting that they're down to 2 alternates, right? That's kind of crazy. Yeah, Lori's kind of going through standard legal defense attorney questionnaire. I mean, how much can you question EMS people, right? You got to get them on protocol. Was this done accurately? Was that done accurately? And things of that nature. And she's just letting him back up what he already testified to yesterday. She just doesn't get it, I guess. Right, Rachel? That's what I was thinking. That's kind of a little much there. Seated that jury pretty quickly and should have had plenty of alternates, especially with high profile cases. You may need, we had the egg lady over in the Murdaugh case. We had a whole side shit show in Murdaugh, all because of the jury bullshit, right? So it's crazy. And Lori said that she needed to know how many times he testified. She meant interviewed. There's a difference, testifying and being interviewed. Did he do interviews with media? He probably did, like with the local media and stuff like that at different times. No gag order in place, Lori. I think he was free to speak. They gonna sidebar all day. How much conversation do you need about that particular question? You gotta have a lot of patience to be in court every day, all day. I'd be like, get bored. Just like, I'm gonna take a walk and go outside, and I'll come back later. Or the yeah. You know what? If he testifies, Lori, and he says something different than what he said in these alleged interviews you're speaking about, then you can get him on perjury, right? You make some girl crack open the law. You forgot to open the other law book. You can't just do one. There's a couple. Okay.
Okay, just a few more questions.
Here we go.
Mr. Cowden, is it possible that if there was a wound to the chest, that doing compressions on that could cause other damage?
I suppose it's possible, but ultimately it doesn't matter. If the heart isn't beating, it's what you got to do. It's the appropriate treatment.
So would a common person who doesn't know how to do CPR maybe hesitate about pushing on a bullet wound?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
But you wouldn't.
Can you repeat the question?
You wouldn't hesitate to push on the bullet wound if the heart was stopped?
No, I wouldn't.
And you would have to assess if the heart was stopped in order to do that?
Yes, you would check a pulse like we did. We would, use our equipment like we did.
Okay. So the two wounds that you saw when you first got there, one was in the chest and one was where?
In the abdomen.
On the right side or the left side?
I would be speculating as to how the specific spot or area without actually maybe seeing documentation.
Okay. And can you tell me about I think there's a word for it, but I'm sorry, I can't remember what it was. The crunch.
When doing the chest compressions?
Correct.
I don't know if there was necessarily a certain word that I used, but you feel the sternum crack. I compare it to, like I said before, cracking your knuckles.
And how much pressure would you have to apply to get the crack?
That could vary, like depending on who you're doing CPR on.
Like on an adult male?
I mean, it could still vary depending on, the strength of the person doing CPR also. It could vary depending on the size of that adult male also. So I've never seen like any science that might say you got to deliver this much pounds of force or anything.
Right,
So,
like 400 pounds of pressure or something?
yeah,
I don't know.
Right.
Okay.
You're just
So
going to push
there isn't-
hard.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Can't have you talk over one another. So he's finished his answer. Go ahead and answer your next question.
So there's no determined amount of pressure, correct?
Just hard and fast. When it comes to people doing CPR, for us, we're working as a team. We have equipment that can tell us if we're pushing hard enough. For a person without that equipment, just hard and fast.
Okay, that's fair. And then they don't always get the crack, right? It's not always going to happen.
If they're doing it forcefully enough, they would.
So if they didn't do it forcefully enough, it wouldn't.
That is possible, yes.
But then when you come in, the professionals, and you apply the correct amount of force, then you would hear the crack.
Yes,
And is that possible that that happened in this case?
it is possible.
Okay, no more questions.
All right, redirect.
Oh, snap. It was possible.
Does 911 have to regularly instruct people on how to perform CPR?
I don't know if I can answer that since I don't, do that since I'm not 911.
Have you regularly heard while listening to the radio 911 instructing people on how to do CPR?
We have had PTI information when we're responding to a call that will tell us that they are either performing CPR or being instructed to.
So you've seen in the past that 911 is prepared to handle individuals who may not know how to perform CPR.
Yes,
And that's to help try to keep the patient's blood while you're en route.
correct.
You were asked a lot about trading off and other people doing compressions. At this scene with this patient, Charles Vallow, did you ever trade off and have someone else do the CPR compressions?
No.
You were the only one doing the CPR compressions.
Yes.
Were you doing CPR while another paramedic or EMT was getting the heart monitor ready?
Yes.
So this timeline of however long it took them is in conjunction with you still performing CPR.
Yes.
You talked about Charles's shirt being cut. If photographs from the scene show his shirt still around his neck, would that indicate that it wasn't removed from him?
After the cutting?
Yeah, so if police, let me ask you this. When you guys are done and he's called deceased, do you put his clothing back on or modify him in any way?
No, we would just take our equipment that's necessary to take.
So if his shirt was still around his neck, then that's how it would have been left.
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you should perform CPR on a person who has a gunshot wound. Is there any reason why a person with a gunshot wound would not need to have blood circulating through their body to bring oxygen versus some other type of injury?
No.
Is the whole point of CPR to make sure that blood is circulating to get oxygen to their brain
Yes.
so that they don't go brain dead?
Yes.
And you said that ultimately it wouldn't matter if you cause more injuries because if they're brain dead, who cares, right?
Correct.
In your assessment, did you feel that no one had performed CPR on Charles Vallow before you arrived?
I had felt that, and I do know in my test. It's probably in my testimony that it was not efficient or something to those lines, but I felt like no, it had not.
Okay, you felt like no, it had not been done.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, I see at least one juror question. We'll go on a sidebar. Please, if you're a juror and you have any additional questions, pass down your question to the basket.
Juror questions. I wonder if that was maybe that was the juror that I need to tell y'all something. I saw this video, I think. How are you guys doing in chat? Y'all still hanging in there with me? Naughty Miss, what did Miss Shorty say? Listen, yeah, exactly. And Lori portals are strong, we hear. Like, this guy didn't seem to care, though, did he? He's like, bitch, I'll look you in the eye. Question me about my protocol. I guess the feed is still coming in good and clear for you guys. Thank you, Forrest. Thank you. He's been allowed to leave the stand, so I guess they're going to call their next witness up. Once we get through the boring standard stuff here. Not that it's boring. I mean, the beginning basics. You know what I mean? Get into it. I want to hear her get up there and argue her case. Thank you, Forrest. I appreciate the feedback. That way we know when I'm not running blind up here.
All right, so you're going to come on up here. stand right here and be sworn in.
Stand right there, Madam Defense Attorney. You're still a convict.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to come up this ramp over here and have a seat to my left.
Oh, this time about somebody else, not Lori. Oh, they were swearing the old dude in. Okay, I got it. My bad. Yay, good for you,
Thank
Miss
you.
Shorty.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kent Keller. I'm a recently retired captain with Chandler Fire Department.
When did you retire?
April of 2022.
And how long did you work with the Chandler Fire Department?
32 years.
While you were there in, let's talk about 2019, what were your duties? What was your rank?
My rank was captain. I was an engine captain, so a company officer. I was in charge of a 4-person crew. We basically respond for calls to service and the different functions of a.
Did those calls for service include medical calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any training in the area of, I guess, medical treatment yourself?
Yes, I am a paramedic. I went to paramedic school in 1991.
And can you tell us, is there or was there ongoing type of continuing training to be a paramedic?
Yes, yes, ma'am. There is continuing education throughout the year. You have to have a certain number of hours in each subject, and as well as updates as far as pharmacology or different treatment modalities. So yes, there is constant change.
And the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
Well, an EMT is EMTB, EMT basic. A paramedic is an EMT paramedic. So the biggest difference would be invasive treatments. So you're trained with more ability to provide care, cardiology and pharmacology.
When fire gets a call of a person who is shot, what is sort of the normal response? What does fire do when they are coming to a scene and they know a person has been shot?
Well, what they normally would do is you get the dispatch, you look on a map, you route yourself in, and then you would determine a safe place to stage while the scene is secured by PD.
Okay. And then how do you learn that the scene is secure?
In Chandler, anyway, we have interagency communication. So you're on the radio both with Phoenix Dispatch and Chandler PD, direct car to car or to Chandler PD Dispatch.
So you're actually then told by Chandler Police that it's secure and you can come in?
Yes, ma'am. They will give you a scene safe or code 4 and cop talk.
When you arrive on scene as the captain, what is your role when you get there?
My role is scene safety, primary scene safety. That's rule number 1 in everything that we do. And in other words, as I arrive on scene, I'm going to make sure with PD that there are no more threats for our crew and get direction to where we need to do treatment.
When you have this team of 4, how do you determine who does what?
Individual crew training, and some crews might have specific jobs. Ours is more of a fill and flow. As you come to, I guess I should say, one person is charting, one person is going to be the paramedic in charge of the call. So he's running the call. His job is bigger picture. And then that'll leave 3 people for hands-on treatment until a 2-person rescue would arrive, an ambulance would arrive to help, if that were the case.
Does fire ever respond to a scene and then advise that a person is deceased?
Certainly.
And if fire responds, determines a person is deceased, and this is potentially a crime scene, what does fire do at that point?
Well, fire then would pick up their gear and leave without disturbing that scene as much as possible. I mean, we have gear, we spread out our gear. When we get to a patient, you know, we have monitors and drug boxes and trauma treatment boxes. So as soon as it's determined that the patient is not viable, then you would pick up that gear and leave the scene. What you don't want to do is interfere with any investigation going forward.
And even when you are working on a person, are you trying to limit impacting the scene itself to the best of your ability?
Yes, our job would be to determine if treatment is necessary and then do that treatment regardless. But yes, what I should do, what the captain or whoever that paramedic should do that has the larger picture would be to try and minimize any disturbing of the scene.
But obviously, taking care of the patient is the primary focus, even if that causes the scene to be disturbed.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working on July 11th of 2019 around 8:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks in Chandler?
Yes.
When you responded or first went to this scene, did you guys stage like we've discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
And you advised that you're being provided information from 2 different sources?
Yes, our primary source is Phoenix Dispatch. But yes, you are able to monitor Chandler PD as well.
Is Phoenix Dispatch 911?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're getting what's coming in from 911. Are they relaying information to you?
Yes.
Are things like whether or not the patient is receiving CPR something that is very relevant to you?
Yes.
In this case, did you receive any information regarding that?
Yes. We were told that CPR instruction had been given and CPR was in progress.
Does 911, in your experience in over 30 years, are they able to provide instruction for lay people who may not know how to do 911 or not know how to do CPR compressions?
Yes, they are actually certified to do that. They train and are certified to give that instruction over the phone. So
even though it's only verbal, they've been trained to how to present that to a person over the phone.
Yes.
So you are advised that CPR instructions have been given and that CPR is that compressions are being given? Yes.
Been a little while, but yes, I believe that I was told. I do know that instruction. I do remember specifically hearing that CPR in progress. I believe I remember. I would have to, but definitely the CPR instructions had been given.
Does knowing that a person has been receiving CPR impact the way you view a patient when you enter a scene?
Yes.
How?
Well, because it would make the patient more viable. If adequate CPR were given prior to our arrival, then you would hope that good CPR was given and that oxygenated blood was being pushed around the body, which would mean that make the patient more viable at that point.
When you go to a scene where you believe CPR is given, such as this one, was that one of the things, I guess, that was part of your decision-making as you are assessing this patient?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about when you entered this residence, what do you recall?
When I entered the residence, I recall thinking that the house seemed empty, like it was either being moved into or moved out of. So there was no furniture or anything. We had a clear path to where the patient was. And I remember thinking that there's very little in this room other than the patient.
Okay. Did you notice at any point some items around the patient?
The only thing I remember being around the patient was a baseball bat and a ball cap.
And do you recall at this point where those items were in relation to him?
Yes, I believe the baseball bat would have been on the patient's right and the ball cap above him somewhere in the room. I think the baseball bat was against the wall on his right.
Do you recall ever seeing a bullet near the victim?
Once we started assessing, I did see a bullet, a spent round on the floor.
So that's sort of a little bit into you're in
Yes,
the
ma'am.
scene.
Yes.
Wasn't something you initially recognized?
No, no.
While you're in there, was there any officers in the room with you or inside the house?
There was at least one officer still clearing the house, I believe, or at least going through the house. I only recall for sure one officer being interior.
Can you describe for us how the patient, how Charles was laying when you first observed him?
Yes, ma'am. He was laying supine. He was laying on his back. As we entered, his head was towards us, so geographically, I think north. So that's how he was laying supine.
Do you recall anything about his arms or hands where they were?
I don't. To his sides, I don't recall, honestly.
Did you observe any injuries to Charles, to this patient?
Yes, he had evidently a gunshot wound to his center chest. Hole in the shirt and a small amount of blood.
Did you recall or notice anything about where the blood was pooling from that shot to the chest?
At that time, I did not, because we have to expose the patient, and the so he's a big guy, so he had a small amount of blood above his sternum.
I'm showing you Exhibit 3 that's previously been admitted. Does that look like?
It adjusts a little bit, but
Okay.
you can attempt.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Are you able to see that there?
Yes.
Kind of. Does this look like the patient that you were working on?
Yes.
And in this, do you see the blood pooling in Exhibit 3 there?
Yes.
Is that sort of what you were talking about?
Yes. Here in around the collarbone. So there's a divot here. That.
Would you describe this patient as a fit man?
He seemed to be, yes.
When you saw that pooling like that, did that stand out to you or seem at all impactful in your decision of whether or not CPR had been given prior to your arrival?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because had adequate CPR been given there, I would have expected more blood possibly on there and perhaps a pool of blood under him. I didn't see any blood under him. I mean, when we first got there.
So when you guys first arrived, let's go back to sort of describing the scene. You said that you didn't notice any blood pooling under him.
I did not.
And is that something that you guys are cognizant of since you're going to have to get down and around him?
Yes, but we're more cognizant of it because it would indicate an exit wound. And obviously, the more blood there is, the more the heart was beating or CPR was being done.
Okay. So both the lack of spreading on him is one indication that kind of made you question if CPR had been given?
Yes, ma'am.
And the lack of pooling of blood underneath him was another sort of
Yes.
flag to you that maybe CPR had not been given.
And no one was doing CPR when we got there. Would have been the primary indicator to me. And I say that because if CPR were in progress by PD, if there were an officer there doing CPR, then they would have continued to do CPR until we relieved them.
If a person is shot and deceased and you start giving them compressions, can you still push blood out of those wounds?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point when fire arrives and they are assessing a patient, do they, I'm going to put up Exhibit 4 here, do you need to try to remove any garments that might be around those potential gunshot wounds?
Yes, you would expose the patient.
Why is that?
Well, because you don't know for sure how many gunshots there are. You check for exit wounds. Some gunshot wounds, some entry wounds are minimal. You wouldn't see them. You know, you could go through a shirt and not see them. So you expose the patient.
Okay. I have Exhibit 4 up here from body cam from a officer that's previously been admitted. Do you recognize who these people are and where this is?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this you?
It is.
So in this case, at some point, was Charles's shirt cut in any way to allow access to those gunshot wounds?
That would be the norm. Is at this point they would be cutting his shirt.
Do you recall from this scene how many gunshot wounds you observed to the front of Mr. Vallow?
I believe 2.
Okay. Now, when you guys first arrived on scene, do you check the pulse? Like, what do you do when you first get there?
Yes, you would check for pulses, carotid pulse, and obvious signs of life breathing, so chest rise and fall, as you are walking up to a patient.
So in this case, for Charles Vallow, did you guys find a pulse?
No, ma'am.
Did you notice him breathing?
No.
Do you do any other assessments before you start compressions?
No.
So if he's not breathing and you don't see that he has a pulse, why begin CPR? Why start compressions?
Because you don't know how long he has not been breathing or not had a pulse.
Okay.
He could have just stopped those things moments before we got there, which would make him a viable candidate, or a viable patient, rather.
And does, again, the fact that you believe CPR had been performed prior to you arriving also play into your decision to see if he's viable?
Yes.
As other officers are doing compressions, what are you doing there?
So I am charting. So I am, in this particular case, I was running the call. So I'm going down a checklist, gathering information, listening to what they're telling me, and having them. I'm directing them throughout the call.
Okay. So at some point, are compressions stopped to assess the patient in other ways?
Yes, after a heart monitor is on.
Okay. And so are compressions able to be performed while someone else is getting the heart monitor ready?
Yes, compressions continue throughout until you stop compressions to check for pulses.
Okay. Do you ever want to check a patient who you see have gunshot wounds, such as Mr. Vallow here, to see if there's exit wounds?
Yes, ma'am, immediately. So they would have cut his shirt, taken his shirt off, rolled him, checked for exit wounds, and then rolled him back and continued compressions.
In this case, are you documenting your observations and others about what you observed when he was rolled?
Yes.
So when he's rolled, you're looking at his back?
Back, right, from the back of the head to the back of the feet.
Okay, so he's completely rolled over so that you can see his back.
Yes.
Did you notice anything about Mr. Vallow's back that may have indicated he'd been there for significantly longer than you originally thought?
He did have lividity. So there was modeling, skin modeling and lividity. Once the shirt comes off, then you could see modeling on the skin, and lividity had begun to form.
Can you tell us what modeling means?
Modeling is sort of a patchy looking skin caused from hypoxia or not enough oxygen getting to the skin. I mean, you can have mottled skin for different reasons, but in this case, it would be from his heart not beating.
Okay, and then you said lividity. What does that mean?
So lividity is the pooling of blood, and that takes longer, much longer. So the blood will begin to leave the tissues and gravity drain to the lowest part of the body.
So when the blood isn't being circulated by either CPR or the heart, the blood just starts to pool there.
Yes.
And so you noticed that as well when he was rolled?
Yes.
Did you notice any exit wounds?
I did notice at least one exit wound, yes.
After you looked at his back, do you recall, I guess, when in this process you checked his heart monitor, when that was done?
I do not. This all happens simultaneously. You asked what these different people are doing. They're doing all of those things simultaneously. So the patient is exposed, CPR has begun, and the evaluation, the rest of the evaluation is happening. So timeline, it's on the heart monitor, I'm sure, but a lot of it happens simultaneously. That answer the question? You asked that again? I'm sorry.
I believe so. Do you recall what the heart monitor results were?
Asystole. No electrical rhythm in the heart. Flat line for.
Do you ever look at a patient's pupils?
Yes, ma'am. Always.
What's that for?
Because if it's just a brain function. If you shine light on pupils, they react. When the brain stops to function, hypoxia sets in. the pupils will dilate and remain fixed, so they won't change. They're non-reactive to light.
What did you see with Mr. Vallow?
They were fixed and non-reactive.
So we heard about the pooling of the blood on Mr. Vallow when you first arrived. As CPR was being done, did you notice any blood being pushed out of his body?
A little bit more. Again, he is on his back. Exit wound was in his back, but yes, we increased the amount of blood under the patient by doing CPR.
When you first arrived, did you notice any active bleeding?
No, ma'am.
What's the relevance of no active bleeding?
No heartbeat.
Fire Chief Firefly, his Chandler Fire Chief, I believe it was.
Were you advised of Scott Cowden's information about when he started CPR, hearing the crunch, or feeling, I guess, the crunch of him performing CPR?
Was I advised of it?
Yeah, did he let you know that?
No, but that would be expected.
And is that expected if CPR hadn't been performed?
No, not adequately. Again, big guy, so that the sternum will, the cartilage holding the sternum to the ribs breaks. It gives way, so, and that actually makes CPR much easier.
In this case, you came in, he wasn't breathing, he was pulseless, his pupils were dilated, the heart monitor said there was no activity, correct?
Yes.
When you looked at his back, you noticed both mottling, which meant that the blood wasn't moving through his body?
Yes, and modeling was on the front as well.
Okay.
So as that blood pools, so it leaves the tissue, you know, that's gonna hasten the modeling part of it.
So you noticed that when the shirt was then cut and
Yes.
he was exposed,
Yes.
as well as when he was rolled.
Yes,
And then you also noticed on the back the lividity of the blood pooling there.
yes.
When you, I guess, obtained all of that information, did you end life-saving measures?
Yes.
Who decides to end life-saving measures?
I do, as well as the rest of the crew. So Scott Cowden is also a paramedic, and he concurred. So then we call that in, and we cease life-saving function, or attempts rather.
When you cease life-saving measures at a scene where someone has been shot and is now deceased at the scene, do you leave sort of any attached medical devices with him?
Well, as little as possible. So what would have been left on him would have been defibrillator pads, probably EKG electrodes, and probably a CPR puck.
Now, when you arrived on scene or when you were exiting, did you ever notice any male outside that might have been with some police officers?
Oh, a person?
Yeah.
Yes. One person, one male.
And did you notice him when you arrived or when you left?
When I arrived, my job in particular is to kind of get a larger overview of the scene. So I did notice a person talking with PD.
And when you observed this person, did you notice anything that he appeared to be injured in any way?
No.
So no obvious injuries to you?
No.
If you had been asked to treat him, would you have?
Of course.
Did you see that same person outside when you left?
Yes.
And when you left, did you observe anything about him again that he appeared to be injured in any way?
No.
Did you ever see a female and a female teenager at the scene?
Yes.
Where did you see them?
They were across the street from the house we were at.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I see the adult, yes.
Can you point her out and let us know what she's wearing?
Dark blazer at the defendant's table. Dark clothes, I'm not sure.
Okay. State will ask the record to reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Mitchell.
Did you overhear her talking or saying anything?
I did overhear her talking with the police officers, or someone said something about not getting invited to a pool party because of the commotion at the house or something, so.
What? Did you have any formal interaction with her?
No.
When you sort of completed and left this scene, looking back and assessing it based upon your training, your experience, what you observed and what was done to Mr. Vallow at the scene, would you agree that Charles Vallow was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training, your experience, what you observed and what was done to Mr. Vallow, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to fire arriving?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
Captain Keller.
Yes.
You were first on the scene?
The police department was first, but yes, we were the first fire unit.
First fire on the scene.
Mm-hmm.
And can you explain to us what staging is exactly? I'm not really sure.
Sure. Staging, when there is some violent incident, the fire department, the firefighters don't have protective equipment for that sort of a scene. So we will go to a place where, close to whatever the dispatched address is, that we would be a place of safety, but close, so that as soon as the scene is made safe by the police department, then we would enter into the scene.
So that would be like a couple houses away, or?
Could be a couple
Really?
houses, could be behind cover. In this case, it was gunshot was the call, so you want to make sure that you are a little ways away, you know,
Okay.
in case there was more gunshots.
Right. So you parked somewhere on the street, but a couple houses down from the house, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then part of that staging is you stay there until you get the all clear?
Yes, until the police department says that it's safe to enter the scene.
Okay. And you were wearing body cam that day?
No, we don't wear body
Oh,
cameras.
you don't wear body cam? Okay. You were just that was a picture from you on the body cam?
On one
On
of the
someone
police
else's
officers,
body cam?
yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you use any instruments to obtain current body temperature? Do you guys have an instrument for that?
No.
No? Would that help you give a more approximate time of calling a time of death?
It wouldn't help me. I'm not trained to do that, so we don't have that. It's not within our scope of practice to determine that.
It's not part of paramedics training?
No.
Okay. You explained the modeling being patchy looking skin?
Yes.
Because of no oxygen to the skin, is that correct?
Decreased, yes.
And so will that continue to increase? I don't really understand, would you say modeling is complete or in progress? How does that work?
I would say in progress. As less and less tissue had oxygenation, I would say it continues to model.
So would you say it was in early progress or late progress? How would you estimate that?
I could not say early or late, just modeling.
That modeling was present
Yes, yes.
at that point. So how long would it take for modeling to become present? That's kind of my question.
I don't know how long.
So it could be like
different for different people, I suppose.
So it could be a minute, 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's already indicated.
Hold on. Rephrase the question. I'll allow it, but make sure you let him answer before you ask your next question.
Okay. So it could be just a few minutes, possibly?
Possibly. I don't know.
Okay. And then lividity, you explained as a pooling of blood. The blood leaves the tissues and goes to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you saw that as well?
yes.
And in your estimation, would that have happened soon? You know what oh, that's not a good question. In your estimation, that had begun?
Yes.
And was it advancing how far?
He had lividity on the back of his torso,
So does lividity,
backs of his arms.
does lividity start immediately after the heart stops? Is that what you were saying?
I suppose it does.
Okay. And if you were on any kind of medication, would that affect that as well?
I couldn't say.
And what time of death did you document? You were making the document, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time of death did you document?
I did not put time of death, but I put a time of treatment being ceased, and I don't recall what that time was. It's on that report.
And you had stated that you were listening to dispatch on the radio, is that correct?
Yes.
So were you listening to the actual 911 operator speaking?
No, whoever is calling, if you call on the phone to a 911 operator, they would give that information to a dispatcher who would then dispatch a call with the pertinent information.
Okay, so you were getting kind of updates as it went along?
No, you get the initial call, and then if it were pertinent for us, like the scene is secure, PD says the scene is secure, go in, then we would get that. PD would call dispatch, and dispatch would then call us.
Okay, so were you aware at all that they had asked him to come outside?
No,
Okay. You just saw that he was outside, but you didn't know that the 911 operator had told him to come outside, is that correct?
I did not know who he was or how he was involved in it
Okay.
when we arrived.
So on those dispatch updates, it wasn't saying like shooter is in-house or shooter is outside or anything like that? Okay, that wouldn't be.
Not to us.
That's what I'm saying.
That might be to the police department, but that's not something we would hear.
Okay. In this case, Captain Keller, do you know for a fact that CPR had not been given?
I do not know for a fact.
And do you know for a fact that CPR had been given?
I know for a fact that we gave CPR.
Prior to your coming in?
No.
No further questions?
All right, redirect.
Which do you see first, modeling or lividity? When the heart stops and the blood is no longer pumping?
Modeling.
Okay.
I would expect to see modeling first.
And you told us, I think on direct, that lividity is something that you see much later.
Yes, I would expect that, yes.
Have you treated patients before within a few minutes of their heart stopping?
Yes,
Do you see lividity in those people?
no,
Do you see modeling in those people?
no. You see skin conditions change in those people, gray or cooling, moist, moisture, but not modeling or lividity.
So you're not here to tell us how long it takes for those to form, right?
I don't know.
All you can tell us is that it's something that you see in patients who are deceased
Yes,
and have been deceased long enough, whatever time period that is, for that to happen.
right. It is an indication of the patient no longer being a viable patient.
And that was one of the things that you noted and used in determining to end any life-saving measures?
Yes,
Now, is the only way to know if CPR has been given to be there with the person watching them?
no.
What else can tell you that CPR was given to a patient?
Well, PD on scene arriving would witness, the best way would be witness CPR.
That's the best way. Is there any other ways?
Well, yes. Again, you would have an indentation in the chest. The sternum would likely have been cracked loose from the rib cage. And there would be, in the case of trauma, increased bleeding. You do CPR or CCR sometimes when there's not trauma, cardiac.
In this case, were other indicators the blood that was pooling only at the neck and not spread out further?
Yes.
The lack of pooling underneath the victim?
Yes, and the mechanical action of doing compressions with a gunshot wound right there would have spread blood in that area as well. It wouldn't just have gone where gravity is.
So where you saw the blood pooling was where gravity, a low spot.
That was my interpretation of it, yes.
And you did not observe spread blood across his chest?
No.
Would ongoing CPR movement of the blood through the body have also limited the modeling you may have seen?
Perhaps.
Ultimately, is it your opinion that it is unlikely that CPR was given to this patient prior to fire arriving?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any juror questions? I see at least one coming down. Please pass those down. Put on the white noise first.
So after each testimony, I guess the jurors are allowed to pose questions right then and there. Yeah. He was very calm, wasn't he? Oh, my mic was turned way up there. Yeah, he was really calm. Not hysterical, not like, oh my God, this just happened. Even if you did it in self defense, you'd still be rattled to your core, right? Some shit just went down. It's crazy. I'll have to check the we'll have to check the case files there, Rachel. See what we got there. Firefly. Uh, it was funny. The jurors must have had some questions for the. What kind of questions could they have had? Like, right? What kind of questions, sir? I'm trying to think in my mind as a juror, all the important questions you got to come to answer, still to come. What did we not understand so far? Unless those couple of questions that Lori got right, the jury's like, It would be just annoying sitting there waiting like that, wouldn't it, guys? I'd be like, could y'all just hurry up already? I'm about to go put on a pot of coffee. I think they will play that 911 call, Rachel. Those usually always come into the trials. I don't see why they wouldn't. You know what I mean? Show his demeanor, all the different things. That's joy, right, Miss Shorty? Laugh out loud. Can we deliberate now? That's epic. You win the best comment award. She'd be like, does my hair turn around? She's probably turning around and asking Joe right now, does my hair still look good, Joe? Oh, let me see if he's tweeted out an update while we're sitting here bullshitting. I checked a little bit ago and there wasn't a new update from him. No, nothing as of an hour ago or so. Looks like Joe will be live tonight, though. Again, at so 9 Eastern, 8 Central, 9 Eastern, 6. Yeah. Yeah, he's going to do his dual stream again tonight with, what was it, Charles TV, like they did last night. So I think that's, 9 o'clock tonight. So y'all guys can tune in for that. I'll try to stay awake this time. I'm already yawning.
All right, we have some
Okay,
juror
I'm back.
questions
I
for
gotta
you.
go make coffee. Shit.
Was there any attempt to gain venous access to administer medications to aid the heart and functioning, i.e. ephedrine? If no, why not?
It's it's not indicated for trauma. It doesn't, if there's no blood to pump or the heart has stopped pumping, increasing how fast the heart pumps with ephedrine would do nothing. So in trauma, it is not indicated.
Was ACLS protocol followed?
Yes.
Was there a physician patched in?
No, there's no patch required for cessation of treatment. It is part of our ability and part of our training to determine non-viability.
Are fire department personnel allowed to call a patient's death?
Yes. However, time of death is a different thing if that's what you're asking. In other words, we are allowed to stop attempting to do life-saving treatment if it's merely a recovery. So does that answer?
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have if the defense, first of all, let me check. Are there any other juror questions for this witness? I don't see any. The defense can follow up based on those questions if you want.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, how about the state?
Just a couple. Sir, when would you use ephedrine?
Well, if you had just asystole, but it was a cardiac-based code. If the heart had stopped due to some disease state, electric shock, for instance, you would use epi. Are you saying epinephrine
Yeah,
is what
yeah.
you're saying, right?
When you're looking at whether or not to push drugs to try to get the heart to restart, you're looking at the type of trauma that caused the heart to stop.
And how long it's been since the heart stopped.
So in a place where you said there is trauma, meaning like a gunshot wound?
Like a hole in the vessel, yes.
So that is treated differently than if someone has a heart attack and...
Yes, yes.
You were asked about...
These are all algorithms, protocols that are given for us to operate on scenes under medical control to whoever asked about the patch.
What is then the ACLS protocol?
Advanced cardiac life support. And it's just, again, it's a flow chart. Are there obvious signs of death? Yes. Stop CPR.
So here, you followed that protocol and stopped CPR.
Yes, ma'am. CCR technically, but yes.
You were asked about contacting a physician, a patch or something for a cessation of treatment.
Right.
Are there times where you do patch in with a physician?
Sure. You would patch en route, not for a code. You would patch en route and give a doctor, or actually it would be a nurse answering the phone, but you would let them know what you have and what treatment you have given and what treatment you are going to give en route to their facility to continue care. We are primarily to stabilize and turn over the patient, making it more viable for a rescue.
So when you terminate treatment because a patient is not viable, you cannot revive them, you don't need to talk to a doctor about that?
No, you need to call in that you did it. So there would have been a patch after that, but you don't have to call in to cease treatment.
So you don't need a blessing by a doctor to stop life-saving treatment?
Well, no, we have the blessing through our certifications and through our training. So we are operating under a doctor's license at any time we are operating. So that doctor or this group of doctors usually understands our training level and agrees to trains us to make that decision, yes.
And so ultimately, as a paramedic, you have the authority to use that protocol to determine when you are no longer able to revive or save the life of a patient.
Cease life-saving functions, yes.
And that's what you did here.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, you can step down. We're going to take our lunch recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We will resume at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jury.
Wow. Interesting stuff. What are you guys doing? Okay, goodness. How come I can't? Oh, there. I was like, where'd my chat go? There it is. Miss Shorty. Oh, I keep forgetting that I'm flipping my mic up when we're just listening to court. Thank you, Miss Shorty, for gifting those memberships. So appreciate you around here. You don't know how much. You're such a joy. And welcome all the 5 new members that were gifted your memberships. Welcome to Lead Investigators. It's great to have you. So, guys, it's almost 3 o'clock my time, 3 o'clock Central. I think, what did it go to yesterday? Like, what time was it when I ended my live? 4:35 Central. I can't remember now. Something like that. We had to wait. Let me see if Joe tweeted anything on their break. I don't think that he did. It doesn't appear that he has given an update lately. Okay. Well, let's see what we got going on here. Let me pull this up. Let me go grab something real quick for you. And I want to drop Miss Shorty's link over here in the channel for you guys. You can go sub up and hang out over there. She's got some really good stuff. I enjoy it over there. And I was a guest on her show. She had Joe and I on, and then she returned the favor and came on over. I can't wait to do that again. I had so much fun. Okay, here we go. Oh. Nate just tweeted about the motion. Okay, we'll go take a look. Let me. I'll pull up the Twitter feed. Okay, first, let me do this. There we go. There's Miss Shorty's link. Oh, you're welcome. It was so fun over there. All right, let me go pull up the Twitter and we'll look and see what Nate's got posted out. What you got, Nate? Okay. Let's pull up the screen so you guys can see what I am looking at. Okay, so this is Nate's Twitter. And this morning he reported that, she came in wearing her navy blue dress suit. She was seated next to her advisory attorney. So 30 minutes ago he reported this. Okay, let's go right here. This motion deals with Lonnie Dworkin, Lori's expert witness. Trina says we need to know what he is permitted or able to bring into the trial. The judge asks Lori if she wants to argue the motion right now. Lori says no. Judge says, when do you want to argue it? And Lori says, do you want me to argue it right now? And the judge says, there does not appear to be a discovery violation. And then he says, Lori said the state didn't have everything over, didn't have, or I guess that means hand everything over from the technology downloads and request a separate hearing. Judge says he will think about it and maybe have a hearing on Friday. We are now dismissed for lunch. Okay. Here's another report. He says Bursky says it was more like a discovery request, not a violation. Lori says she would agree with him. The problem that we have here is the software and those things were available and they were not handed over from the state. What things? Unclear all the specifics of what she's talking about. Lori says the complete downloads are never given, just reports. Wow. What? Oh, okay. You I look over and I read one comment and I'm like confused and lost. I'm like, what is she talking about? And then I see you guys. Oh my God. I gotta focus, right? Okay. And then, of course, he's talking about the CPR stuff we talked to, or heard testifying to a little bit ago. So yeah. Now, are we going to have a hearing about this motion stuff? About what the expert's going to testify to? Having motions while you're having damn court is ridiculous, right? We got to have a hearing motion while we're already at trial. It happens all the time. Isn't that what all that pretrial shit's for? Okay, I want to make sure we got that we get the live feed as it's happening again. Let's see. Let me refresh that. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Alright, they still have the camera up. House plants, my set has about 25 hour plants behind me. I have over 100 indoor plants, Miss Shorty. I gotta get me some new plants for the yard. Like, we've been here 3 years. We haven't done a lot outside, and it's time. Like, I'm ready. But I live in such a tropical, warm climate. I gotta be careful. So, I gotta decide what I want to do. Succulents are always super easy around here. There's other things that are pretty that do well as well, but I need to get something going on. I'm ready to get my outdoor area set so I can because I'll be out there a lot. Because you're in front of Judge Hippler, right? Judge would be sitting there thinking about what she said yesterday, tomorrow, and Judge Hippler would be like, "Are you crazy, lady?" All day and twice on Sunday, said Jesus. Goodness, this lady and her Jesus. So we'll see Hippler tomorrow. You guys will join me. I think that, oh hell, I got it somewhere. The time for that hearing tomorrow. I think it's 9 o'clock their time. I know I was thinking it was 10 my time. Anyway, I do have it established. I just got to go back and review my notes about it because I will be doing the Koberger hearing live in the morning. And then when that's over, I'll go right into the Lori Vallow hearing. But if Koberger's runs like late and it's still going on when they start Lori's trial, then I'm going to just rewind Lori's trial and go back to the beginnings. I don't expect to miss any of it. And if I do, it's not going to be by much. Do you know what I mean? So I don't want to miss any of it. So I figured that's what I would do both days because we have 2 days of hearings coming up. And so that's what I'm going to do. But like I said, if everything goes away as planned to their schedules, we should be done with the Koberger hearings before we start Lori in the afternoon. But like I said, if we do go longer, then I'll just start Lori from the beginning when I start broadcasting. I don't like not following up on stuff I've done. Oh. I couldn't imagine how, oops, that many things to take care of all the time. I try, after I always had plants because I've always loved plants, but I haven't had any in a long time. And then I've always had kids or dogs. The kids are all grown now. Got the youngest is 18. I lost my dog like 4 years ago. I think it was, no, 5 years ago. And I said, I'm done. I just don't, all my adult life is something to take care of, right? So I don't even want the animal anymore because I like to go camping, or I don't want to have to deal with what am I going to do with my dog and all this stuff. Well, guess what? I live in a house where 3 animals are totally dependent upon me, and they're not one of them's mine. I love all 3 of them, though. They think they're mine, though. Yeah, you can zoom through those. You know what? That's a good point, Miss Shorty, because with that 30-minute delay, you'd think we'd be able to zoom through shit too. But if we started at 30 minutes, we could do that, couldn't we? We could zoom through all the. And I've thought about that moving forward during trial coverage. Is to do them starting late for that reason. Up to a half hour late starting point. What do you guys think? I'm willing to take all your 2 cents on that. How would you like to see it done? Live as it's happening, or give it a half hour so we can get fast forward through the bullshit? And we can stop the trial and commentate without interrupting the trial. You know what I'm saying? So as a community, how would we like to do that? Yes, I'm saying animals love me. They just take right to me. I can't help it. Even if I don't want to, they still, my son's dog thinks she's mine. My other son's cat thinks she's mine. My grandson's cat thinks he's mine. I'm like, no, guys, I'm not really your owner, but okay. And they listen to me, or they won't even listen to their owners. They're just like, especially my son's dog. She like runs all over him. It's so funny. I can just walk in the room and snap my finger, and she looks at me and she'll go lay down. You better do what I said, dog. She's a good dog, though. She's my outside buddy. I tend to roam I don't roam the yard because I'm like, nothing's going to get me, but I'll go outside and sit in the middle of the night sometimes, and she always goes with me. The other night we saw something big and white out there. Somebody's got a big ass white dog that got loose. It was so white, and because it stood out because it was so bright and it was huge, and I was like, what in the hell is that? Ah. Is it 2 hours late that she goes? And she's over there in England, though. Bless, those of you overseas that have to put up with a U.S. time zone you guys rock, man. I'm not so sure I could hang. Michelle After Dark, she's awesome at it. I guess you guys get it figured out, don't you? I mean, I would adapt. I know I would. I need to eat fast over there in Arizona. Yeah, she's in Switzerland now, right? Yeah. I do watch her sometimes. She follows certain cases that I follow. Um, I haven't watched her in a while because I've been so damn busy, but I used to would watch her quite a bit on certain cases. She always did a lot of good coverage on a Crystal Rogers case when nobody else would. So I always enjoyed that content. And she put some pretty good deep dives over into Rex Sherman as well. It's a good channel to go check out if you guys want to go check out some good true crime stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Miss Shorty. Because I will be covering the Koberger trial, and this one may be over before we ever get a jury seated over there in Karen Reed. I don't know what the fuck. I'm so lost over there. I don't know what the fuck's happening in that case anymore. I don't think I ever did, Miss Shorty. You got to explain it all to me. um, every time I turn around, there's like something new, and I'm like, what now? But so yeah, I guess they didn't even choose any jurors yesterday. I think I heard that, but I'm not positive. So they may have this trial wrapped up before they even get a jury over there in Karen Reed. I think they probably should have done a whole change of state. Like instead of changing the venue and moving to a new county, they should have been like, we need to move this trial to a whole ass new state. Then you might have had some jurors who didn't hear of it already or know somebody who was about to testify. Thank you, Forrest. There's Gisella's Grizzly True Crime is her channel, and there is her link for those of you who are interested in giving her a look-see, because she's pretty cool. I have to say, she got her shits together over there. She's not the Hot Mess Express. I've never seen it. Like, I strive to be you, Gazella K, but I'm not perfect. You think so? Exciting. Maybe we can do something over the weekend, accommodate your time zone better because I'm available. Mine will not matter. And, everybody's up late on weekends and replay crew and all that good stuff. But it would be nice to have you on it, like to do a recap of just where we are now and ask some questions. So maybe we can work on that if you are not too terribly busy, ma'am. I think you do Camp Shorty on weekends. Is that what you do all weekend? So you're a busy lady, man. You're a busy, busy woman. They're your spirit animals, right? I love a good spirit animal. Wonder what Lori's spirit animal is. It's gotta be a snake. There's not many animals like I don't fear animals. I don't have this like obsession with being terrified of animals, spiders and shit. Nothing that bugs me. But you know what will get me every time? I cannot even look at an image of is a snake. And I grew up here in Florida where eastern diamondback rattlesnakes are around lurking in the woods all the time. My cousin knows I don't like snakes, but he didn't care. He would send me random pictures of snakes through like Messenger. And one day I opened my phone and that's all I saw, this big snake coming at me. And man, I threw my phone. So I had to call him and I was like, look, dude, that was the last time. If the next time I throw my phone, if it breaks, you're buying me a new phone. Well, he stopped sending those finally. But yeah, I don't like snakes. I can't. I don't even care what kind it is. Good snake, bad snake. This snake is a snake is a snake. They're like, leave it alone. It's a good snake. I don't give a fuck. Slithering toward me. It was at my sister's camp a couple years ago, by myself, mind you, enjoying what I do, my favorite thing, to be alone near the water, in the woods, just chilling out. So I'm sitting out there, and it was still cool outside, so I had on like a long sleeve, and I'm just sitting there by the fire, and it was during the daytime, and there was literally nobody at the camp hardly, because it was like it was still cool outside. But I'm sitting there minding my business, and my phone was working. So I'm sitting there just scrolling through Facebook or wherever I was doing, maybe YouTube. Sometimes your phone's too slow to go to anybody really and do anything, but you just fucking whatever. So I'm just sitting there doing that, and I hear some noise, and I could tell it was the leaves rustling. I look over to my right side, and there's a freaking snake coming dead at me. I mean, it wasn't a rattlesnake either. It's like his head was up and he was coming straight at me. I was like, oh, not today, devil. Not today. I jumped up, ran to the other side. Literally, I cleared the fire pit and jumped to the other side. And then it kind of turned and went toward her firewood thing. Oh, man. I was like, I'm not going even back to the fire pit. Fuck this shit. I called my sister and told her. She laughed at me for a minute. She's like, well, is he still in my fire? Is he still in my firewood? I was like, well, hell, I don't know. Why don't you come up here and check? How about that? Get your ass out your house and come all the way up here and check. Damn snakes. Y'all got a viper in the room? 7 days a week, Miss Shorty. Goodness, woman. Even Jesus took the day off, man. My granny used to not let us do anything on Sunday. Like, we couldn't wash clothes. You better do that shit on Saturday if you needed something for Monday, because you wasn't going to do it on Sunday. Can't work on the Lord's Day. Now I find myself telling myself that it's Sunday, you can't do none of this today. It's like it's supposed to be a thing, not an excuse. Oh, the viper, right? Um, I don't know, man. I guess that would be a good choice. I'm trying to think. Picture Lori as a snake. Look, I couldn't tell you because I don't do snakes. I don't know. Slithering black thing coming at you. Miss Shorty, you can't work your life away, man. Lord help you. We'll hold some space for you. I don't see how you work every day and then you just and do your streams like that. That would just wear me out. A few months ago, I wasn't home all day every day. I was like gone all day every day, and streaming was like, you know. Now I'm home all the time, so it's way different. But it's a lot to juggle all that stuff, isn't it? But we enjoy having you in the community. We're glad you're here. They are still at lunch, guys. I've refreshed and I'm checking other feeds as we're sitting here talking. Let me go check and see if anything dropped in Coburger's bullshit today. I doubt it with the trial hearing tomorrow. Now remember, the hearing tomorrow is to discuss all those motions in limine that we read here on the channel, that we went through all those damn documents. Only two things did drop, but they were just a motion to seal defendant's expert notice, and then the order to seal that notice was handed down, and it's whatever it is called exhibit D7-B. We don't know what that is because they sealed it. Good Lord, you're the queen. Hey, Lisa, welcome in. You're good. The court's on a break right now for lunch. They have taken their lunch break. So everybody's just sitting here listening to me talk. Y'all say stuff in chat so I can chat with y'all. Oops. I might to go to bed early tonight. I went to bed early last night, I thought, when I fell asleep, but I still woke up early. I don't want to like play us something to start watching and us have to stop watching it again because we are back in the courtroom or something. Let me, whoa, get back here. I was checking Twitter for any updates about them going back into the court, and I don't see anything new tweeted from Nate or even Joe, so. Boy, Twitter's all abuzz with that new Delphi stuff, I'll tell you. I won't blame them. Okay, yeah, nothing new from the guys on their updates. Alarm at 3:30 every day. See, I just normally wake up between 4 and 4:30. Sometimes I'll sleep a little later than that and surprise myself, but usually I wake up and I just know it's going to be between 4 and 4:30, and lo and behold, it is. I don't have to set an alarm anymore. It's rare, but it's nice. Do y'all ever go to Twitter and see the post and then read the comment section and just like go, oh my God? In these cases that we follow, I mean, come man, Nate and Joe are probably eating lunch together, right? I wonder if Lauren from Hidden True Crime's eating with them. I think Gigi's there today too. Oh my God, I gotta stop yawning. Excuse me, guys. I'll have to get up and walk around or something. Right? Alarms suck. Telling me I gotta do something. Oh boy. Okay, I know what we can look at that won't take long. Let me see if I can get it to work this time. Okay. Let me pull up this and then I'll pull my screen up. Hold on, let me make sure it's get back here. Where's the volume? Okay. This is going to be the Ron Logan video that I was telling you about that I did the clip of from the news media. It was a TikTok that I did, so. Alright, everything's set, turned on. Okay, I'll play it. Let me see if it may not be at the very beginning. Let's see.
Even asked Ron Logan to repeat those same chilling words. Listen. Down the hill. Down the hill. Down the hill. The newly revealed search warrant says Ron Logan's voice was not inconsistent with that of the person in the video.
Recognize at all. No one. I don't
I don't recognize the voice at all. Stephen asked Ron Logan to repeat those same chilling words. Listen. Down the hill. Down the hill. Down the hill. The newly revealed search warrant says Ron Logan's voice was not inconsistent with that of the person in the video.
Were you guys able to hear that okay? It don't sound like... Right now, to me, Bridge Guy doesn't sound like him or Rick Allen. I know Jeff's pretty convinced that's Rick Allen saying down the hill, but I'm not convinced of that. I'm not convinced it was Ron Logan either. Shit like that's gonna bother us, right? So what do you guys think? Do y'all think there's a possibility Ron Logan could have said that? Let me pull the thing back up. Yeah, like that. I was telling everybody earlier, Miss Shorty, if you were in here, that I was an X post that I saw. Instead of saying Ron Logan, it just said wrong Logan. And I was like, oh man, that's good. I can get behind that shit. Logan Holder. And it's sure is sketchy that Brad Holder wants to have a hat, you know, a lot like what Bridge Guy was wearing, come out making videos about his hat, making fun of it, making fun of the people for making fun of him for being, it was ridiculous, you know. But with that hat on, dude looks an awful lot like Bridge Guy. That's all I can say. Let me see something. Hold on. Now, both those guys right there were both alternate suspects, but not the Odinist. That guy. Odinist. And his son dated one of the victims. And in my opinion, sir, you look an awful lot like Bridge Guy, especially with your goofy ass little hat on. So nah. Sorry, I had to get that out. I had to get it out, Miss Shorty. I was like, Brett, you brought that name up. I was like, oh, that dude. Oh my God, that dude. Yeah. And it wouldn't be so bad. I wouldn't give him such a hard time if he wouldn't have went on social media and made a complete jackass and mocked things and did all the things he did. At least the other alternate suspect, he did do 3 interviews on YouTube, and I did watch all 3 of them, but I had a very different take on that guy than I do Mr. Holder there. Like, Jesus, dude, I can't with you. Let me check the feed again, make sure we aren't missing anything. Where did our court TV feed go? What happened to it? It's not back yet. They are not back yet, so we'll go back and check again in just a second. A few more minutes. Shouldn't be too much longer, I don't think. How much did they get? A half hour or an hour for lunch? I can't recall. Like the cops and say, I don't recall. You know how the cops, when they testify, they don't recall. I'm looking for something, guys. I'm still here.
I get a piss you off. So you don't like my hat? You think I'm the murderer because I'm wearing this hat, right? Well, how about this hat? This hat trigger you?
America is a nation of detectives today, trying to identify the suspect in this photo and this voice.
Well, how about this hat? This hat trigger you? What kind of haircut do you have, Karen? I mean, I get a piss you off. So you don't like my hat? You think I'm the murderer because I'm wearing this hat, right? Well, how about this hat? This hat trigger you?
America is a nation of detectives today.
What about that voice? Y'all think that voice could have been down the hill? Don't he give you the creeps, Butterfly? He gives off some weird ass vibes. It's just odd that you were interviewed within days of the crime and suspected of certain ritualistic style stuff. And that interview and subsequent interviews were gone, lost, recorded over, things of that nature. You know, the usual. Just the usual. Investigative mishaps. We'll call them that. Okay. What we have here, friends, is investigative mishaps. Fucking dumbasses. Okay. y'all gonna get bored of me or tired of me. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Okay, they are not back from lunch yet. They are taking their ever-loving time getting that lunch ready. Yeah, Brad Holder's definitely a. Oh boy, the rabbit holes I went down in Delphi. My God. And they were just there for the asking. It's not like you had to make that shit up like the Idaho shit people make up. Like, I went down those holes looking for legit answers and found none. If I had, I'd have brought them back with me. But in Delphi, I went down them, and guess what? I found a bunch of shit. Shit I wasn't prepared to find. Found it all right there at my fingertips. And I wasn't the only one. But the poor jury never got to know any of that stuff. That's crazy. That's why we have to be very careful, but we don't, even with like Idaho, even with like Lori Vallow, there are particular things that do need to come in, regardless if it even would indicate or hint there might be an exculpatory nature. That word is very suggestive, right? It's a very broad word. Just because something may indicate it's exculpatory doesn't mean that it is exculpatory. I don't care who you are or what it is. And, you know, common sense plays a big part. It's like a lot of that, man. You just, sometimes those rabbit holes lead you to places, and sometimes you're like, what the hell is everybody doing down here having a party making up shit? Like, I don't get it. How bored are we today? Yeah, you got some bad vibes. He needs to Well, maybe Lori can help him. She can cast away anything bad that he had going on. Oh, Lord, no, together they might not be a good mix. Okay, that's the thing, Butterfly, and they continued to say no nexus, but that was not the case. There was a nexus because they didn't know the girls, right? But two alternate suspects knew those girls, and it's a known fact. One of them's son dated the girls, known fact. Rick Allen didn't know them at all. The only nexus between Rick Allen and those girls was the unspent bullet. But the fact that he was there that day, so were many other people. Was he dressed similar to what that bridge guy was dressed like? Yeah, but some were other guys that were there that day as well, including the grandfather of one of the victims. Not saying he did it, I'm just saying the way they dress by nature, right, is the same. Like the dudes I see all over. I can go to the corner store in a minute, and I promise you there's going to be probably, well, it depends on what time of day it is. But yeah, starting about that time of day. There's going to be 2 to 5 pickup trucks in the parking lot, all with a dog box on the back with a cooler attached. And they're all probably going to walk by me wearing very, very similar clothing. Every one of them, right? So it's not a stretch to think that, I don't know, man. There's just so fucking much there. But why would they not? What made them unfocus on those suspects, right? Was it just them having an alibi, quote unquote? Because one didn't have an alibi. His alibi was his son. I was at home with my son. Okay, well, is your son going to be honest about that, Daddy? Holder's excuse, alibi, was he was at work, I think was his. But the timestamps on his work and the time he went to the gym are under question. Let's put it that way. So what caused them to clear them as suspects, right? Well, first of all, I want to know what turned you on to them to begin with. And we know Holder was allegedly, posting stuff on Facebook that mimicked the crime scene. But is that the only indication you had? Was that the first time you decided to look at this guy? And why would something he was posting on Facebook prompt someone to reach out to law enforcement to say, hey, you might want to look at this guy? Was word leaking out around town within those first few days about what that crime scene looked like, allegedly? Because remember, you didn't tell nobody up front that it was ritualistic, and none of that came out. None of it. Not even how they were killed. None of that happened. So what made them look into the Holder other guy situation so quickly, right? Always wondered to know that part. Ritualistic scene by nature, y'all thought maybe in the very beginning, but still, why these guys? Did y'all know about their ways of life, I guess you could put it? I don't know. Y'all gonna get me thinking out loud, and y'all gonna think, damn, she's all over the place. And I am. The planted bullet, right? Butterfly. How long? They don't even know how long it was there. There was no scientific way to even prove that. Mr. Steve over there at True Crime Web has even buried a bullet in his backyard on purpose for the purpose to research that in the Delphi case. What effects would it have on the bullet, the casing, because of the metals, being underground, being under the earth for how long and periods of time? Because I think he did several bullets for different periods of time, right? To indicate what a bullet could go through being underground like that. It's pretty interesting stuff over there. Of course, it's just, Mr. Steve is an ex-law enforcement and worked many, many, many crime scenes. So it is that type of a analysis conducted. But because we wondered that, how long had that bullet been there? How could they tell? How coated in dirt was it? Right? Was it like fresh? Was it packed it on there? You had to fire it so many times before you even came close to getting patterns that matched Rick Allen's gun or, firing pin off the extraction. And plus you tested it against a fired bullet. It was an ejected bullet. Oh, well, the markings wouldn't be the same on ejection bullets. Oh, really? So you got to fire that bitch to 6, 7 times before you get a match? Make that make sense. And you couldn't even really get behind that expert's career, I guess experience. You know what I mean? They have to provide their experience and all that as to why how they're testifying to it and why. And that what I forget. God, I need my Delphi notes handy. But this person was not a super qualified expert. Was Ron Logan's alibi a lie? No, not exactly. Partially. He drove over to I think it was Logansport that day. Anyway, he went to a tropical fish store because he had tropical fish. And he did go to the fish store. And they were able to provide timestamp receipt to prove that. And they were able to provide video footage to back that up. But what he did do was lie about how he got there. He wasn't supposed to drive because he didn't have a license any longer because he was a habitual DUI offender. So he had driven himself over there, but he needed to tell the cops where he was at, right? I got to tell him where I was, but he didn't want to say, I drove myself. So he had called his cousin and said, hey, tell them you drove me over to, oh, was it Lafayette, not Logansport? Tell them you drove me over to the fish store because I'm not supposed to drive. And the cousin told on him because he felt it was suspicious, so he got told on. But then they were able to verify, and Ron Logan went and did time on that, driving without a license. He damn sure did. But he's dead now. He died of pandemic causes. No bullet, no butterfly. What we saw in that interview earlier in the photos they showed to Rick Allen of the bullet, that's the first time we've ever seen that bullet. Like, they may have presented it at the trial, but we've never seen anything. We never saw the image of the car they allegedly had, belonging to him. We had never seen these interrogation. Y'all know how long we've been reviewing interrogation videos from Lori Vallow's case before she's on trial. Rick Allen's done sentenced, all locked up and done, and we're just now getting this information out there, right? It's like, why? It don't make any sense. And I blame them. Like I made an X post one day and I was like, Dear Judge Gold, you're making me feel like a conspiracy theorist, because it's like, damn lady, I've tried to give y'all the benefit of the doubt here, but you just y'all just keep making it worse. You think? Yeah. I know, I gotta finish evaluating that. I wish I knew how much longer they were gonna be gone to lunch. Let's see if we have a tweet update. If yesterday's any indication, they should be coming back in just a few minutes. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh out loud. I was just reading R&M Productions tweet on Twitter. A girl's gonna get herself in some trouble over the Delphi case. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me see, Joe. Joe has not given us an update yet. Things must be pretty settled down at the court. "90-minute lunch break. Goodness. What is wrong with them people? I guess give them time to get down there and get their food ordered and get back before it's a bust, 30-minute bullshit. But you also want to give the jury a nice break, I guess. They got to sit there the whole time, tediously listening. Sorry, I was looking at my screen and I was like, what is going on here? I was not doing it right. It was user error. Let's do this. Let me see. Where did it go? I just had it. I feel like I'm just taking my time. Y'all are like, what is she doing? I don't know. All right. Like yesterday, for a little bit, we listened to a little bit of story. We'll do that. They didn't seem to mind. We didn't get in trouble for doing it. It's all good. Let me bring that. So I'm gonna go put on a pot of coffee really quick. Let me bring this screen up. Share. I don't mind Anjanette Levy at all. I go to her YouTube channel and chit chat with her sometimes. She's fun. She put on that damn balaclava the other day. She's like, I don't want to put this on, but I'll put it on. And she had it on for a second. And she's like, y'all don't screenshot me. And about that time, I was like, too late. But I didn't. She's like, I don't want to be all over the internet with this thing on my head. But I didn't throw her under the bus, honey. I didn't put it out there. But it is funny as shit. Okay. Let's play a little bit of this.
Temperament and demeanor for this case. Keyshawn Oz asks, why are Lori and the state so focused on CPR? If she performed CPR, could that help her case somehow? Well, we know she didn't, Kurt. But why would Lori be focusing so much on CPR? I mean, I kind of have my own kind of theories about that.
I think right now the state is methodically showing that they didn't try to help the victim in this case. And that will tie into the fact that this was not self-defense. If it was truly self-defense, they would have protected themselves and been like, oh my gosh, what happened? And tried CPR or called 911 right away. I think that's probably the state's theory. And I think she is trying to say, just bring doubt into that, like, hey, maybe we did act fast enough. They're saying that it was 45 minutes, but you can't really tell that from the physical symptoms on the body when you were there. How do you know we didn't try? They can't say that. And I think that's the focus, because the state is trying to discount that self-defense claim.
Mm-hmm. I want to circle back to the juror issue. Dustwitch is asking, can you explain again why we lost 2 jurors? So when the first juror was dismissed yesterday, the judge had said something to the effect of, the jury fund is not for alimony or child support. Judge said he would hate to lose a juror on day 1, but feels the juror should be excused, and the state agrees. So, Kurt, that to me sounds like something maybe like this was going to be a hardship financially on that juror who was dismissed on day 1.
I think that's right. I think what I heard yesterday too, if we're talking about the same juror, was that this juror was willing to serve, but had an issue. His employer had an issue with him serving for 5 weeks or whatever that may be, and brought that to the attention of the judge, and probably went, Judge, I can't lose my job, right? And my employer can only give me so much time. I think that was probably the case. So the judge thought that was best. And I'm not sure what happened today.
Yeah, and we don't know because it was discussed at a sidebar. So the juror that was dismissed today, the second juror, we don't know. That all went down at a sidebar. And then there was the other juror who possibly could have been dismissed but wasn't, who had remembered seeing some of the body camera footage. Let's go to now Freya. Freya asks, if Kay, Larry, or Colby have to testify, would Lori be able to cross-examine any of them, considering they are victims of her crimes? Well, she's representing herself, so I guess the answer would be yes.
The answer is 100% yes. She would be able to cross-examine them. And that, going back, way back to one of your questions, Anjanette, that's another reason defendants sometimes want to represent themselves. They just want to make it as uncomfortable as possible for these witnesses that are going to testify against them, knowing that they're going to have to speak face to face. Lots of times defendants are delusional, thinking that because of that, these people won't show up. But it is a very tense and awkward situation, and she's going to get to cross-examine them.
Dennis BSO asks, why is there even a trial if she got life in Idaho?
I mean, that's a good question. A lot of people are like, why are we paying this money to do this? Why would Arizona do that? One, Arizona has its own interests, and the crime took place here, and every victim is entitled to that justice, right? The other thing, more technical, but I think is interesting, is that Idaho case is going to be on appeal. If something were to happen in that Idaho case on appeal, maybe it gets overturned, and she's convicted and in custody here, she's not going anywhere. So in a way, it kind of preserves that Idaho conviction while it's on appeal.
That brings up an interesting question. This will be kind of my last one. If she's convicted here in Arizona, do you think they keep her here in Arizona, or does she go back to Idaho? Because this happened first. This was the first homicide.
Well, hard to say, and that might be an agreement between the states, right? Because departments of corrections run and money-wise, but she was convicted, even though this happened first, she was convicted first in Idaho, and the state of Arizona had to do what's called a writ. They had to writ her out of that custody for this trial. So typically she'd go back to Idaho, but that could also be subject to just negotiations and agreement and where it's better.
Okay, and I kind of fibbed. We'll do one last question. This is from Mad Mac. Is she to rep herself in the second trial, and can that change if she decides she wants an attorney? So that would be the trial for the conspiracy to try to murder Brandon Boudreaux. So could she decide, you know what, this was too much and too hard. I'll take an attorney for this one.
100%, she could do that. She, of course, I think to answer the first part of that question, she could represent herself again, but maybe she'll learn her lesson and say, geez, maybe I should have a lawyer. But she could make that decision. It's totally separate from what's going on in this case.
All right. Well, Kurt Altman, it's been great hanging out with you, and it's been great hanging out with all of the viewers, of course. We are going to wrap up our little lunch Q&A here. Obviously, it's lunchtime out where you are, so I hope you go out and get a snack. Everybody, we are on that 30-minute delay, so court will be a little bit delayed coming back for the trial. But it did start just in the last couple of minutes. So stay with us. As I told you, we'll be doing this all week long. So tune in every day during the lunch break, and we will be here with you taking your questions. And so get ready. The trial is going to resume. And so go get your snacks, get your water, your food, whatever you need, and come right back here to the YouTube live stream again.
Okay, golly. My coffee's brewing because we're gonna need it. Gotta figure out something to do with these damn lunch breaks. Yeah, 90-minute lunch breaks. Wow. Feed. Oh, like what is that? It was the court feed. Like they're staring at the wall again. It looks like. I think that was from earlier. Okay, let me do this. Shake that down. Oops. There we go. I wouldn't like living on Arizona time, man. I just don't think I could be down with that. Okay. I was just checking, guys, for any news updates on any of the stories that we are following, and I was just making sure there was something out there we might can review. But I'm not. Waiting on the judge to make a decision in the Rex Sherman case about that damn DNA over there, the nuclear DNA on hair follicles. It's interesting stuff that I need to figure. I want to know the judge's decision on that. Okay, let's see what they got. Yep, everybody's on break right now still, so we are good on that. What does this dude got? Uh-oh, this guy. God, sorry, I was about to yawn on you guys again, but it looks like Crime Circus is now dropping the inmate calls so we don't have to review them through what's his name. Let's see, this is 2 hours ago. This came down. 1 to 8 different phone calls. Here, let me save that. We might start reviewing some of that while we're waiting here. Okay, put that there. Okay. So I hate for it to get going and just have to interrupt it, but we need something to listen to in the meantime. I need to go get a cup of coffee. Okay, let me get this list up. If that's okay with you guys, if you don't mind, we'll do that while we're waiting. And I'll bring up the court feed as well so I can monitor it at the same time. Oh, they're showing the courtroom wall again, so. Everybody still hanging with me? You guys still good? Okay, here we go. We'll play some of this.
Corrections, Westville Correctional Facility.
Hey, are you there?
Hey, yeah.
Hey. Okay.
I'm sorry, hon. I'm trying to keep this together.
Oh, hon.
I don't want to upset you anymore. All I want to do is be able to help you. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I'm not saying anything, but if it gets to a point that it's too much, you just need to call the investigators and tell them to come and get me and bring me to you, and I'll tell them whatever they want me to tell them, because whatever it is they want me to say, I'll just say it.
No.
So I want to be able to make this stand for you. And for everybody else concerned because of this. I love you too much. And every time I talk to you, I feel like it's going to be the last time I get to talk to you.
I know. I wish I could hug you.
I can't explain what's been going on.
No.
I don't want you to worry about me.
Yeah.
I'm a man and I'll take care of myself, but I'm worried about you. And all I do is worry about you. So, and you let everybody else know how much I love both of you.
You need to hang in there, honey, okay?
Huh?
You need to just hang in there, because they're going to get you an attorney soon, okay?
Will you just let everybody know how much I love them?
Of course I will. They already know, hon.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Nobody loves me anymore.
Stop. That's not true.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's not true. Okay?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I know what you told me. I know what you told me, and I believe you.
Yes.
I just, knowing I'm never going to see you again, or at least it feels that way. I'm just saying, if it gets too hard, just tell them to come and get me and bring me to see you, and I'll tell them whatever they want me to say.
No.
Okay. I don't need you to try and be strong for me. Okay? You need to be weak. You need to be held. You take care of yourself, okay? Okay? I know. But you need to get the help you need. I can't hug you. I can't tell you anything that's going to make you feel better. So please just make sure if you need Mom or Brett or anybody that you're going to them, don't wait.
Okay, I know.
Did you go back to work?
No.
Okay.
They don't want me there.
They don't?
They're afraid for me.
Oh, okay.
That's okay. They're afraid for me and they're afraid for themselves, so.
Okay.
Just do the best I
understand.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, baby.
You have 1 minute remaining.
I'm sorry, baby. Just one more thing I fucked up for you. I just love you so much, babe.
I love you too, honey.
Okay. I'm not going to keep calling.
No.
I wish I could see you, babe. You don't know what I'd give to see you just one more time. Because I don't know if I'm going to make it. But you just know that if anything happens, I'll see you in the next lifetime. I swear I will, okay? Okay. You take care of the family for me. I love you all.
I love you too, sweetheart.
Okay. Bye-bye. It's good to hear your voice.
I love you too, sweetie.
Okay. It's going to cut us off here.
Okay, I love you. Okay.
I love you.
I love you, honey.
I love you. I'll hold on.
Thank you for using GTL. This is a prepaid debit call from
Ricky. Hey.
Hello?
Good morning.
Yeah.
How are
Good
you?
to hear from you.
Yeah?
been trying to get a hold of Kathy all morning, but the stupid phone system doesn't seem to be working right about half the time.
It cut us off Friday, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure it did. I got a hold of her once today, and then it cut us off before I had a chance to really talk to her, and I haven't been able to get her back since. So.
Okay.
I was just curious to see if it would let me through to you. So that's good.
They had a lot of real bad storms.
Oh, in Delphi or?
Well, in this whole, in all of Indiana. There was tornadoes and everything.
I thought I heard something about tornadoes. I know we had a little bit of hail at one point, but I haven't slept all night.
They may not have internet or anything either.
You still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, if you talk to Kathy today and I haven't yet, just tell her I'm okay, and I'll talk to her as soon as I'm able to get through to her.
Oh, okay. I will.
All right. Hey, are you going to church today?
Yeah.
Good. Where are you going to church at? I didn't even know you were.
It's Story Church. It's there at the Roxy Theater in Peru.
Really? Why there? What made you decide to go there?
Colleen, my friend, she started going, and I started going after I wrecked the van.
When did you wreck the van?
Oh, it was in February of last year.
Oh my God, you've been going to church that long?
Well, I've been going probably for I'd say since last summer.
How did I not know you were going to church?
Well, I just started going, and then I decided I needed to get back with God again. And I figured He's been sparing my life for a reason all these years.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, and I'm glad that I did, because I wouldn't have made it through all this without Him.
Yeah. So, did Kathy tell you that I told her the other day that I accepted the Lord Jesus Christ as my Savior?
Oh no! That's so wonderful. Oh.
I didn't know. She told you or not. God's really important to me right now. I just, to hear you say that you've been going to church for that long again just makes me happy.
It makes me happy. And that Kathy's going and all that.
Okay, well, I could go on all day, but I'm going to try to get a hold of Kathy again, and if not, then I'm going to fall asleep at some point because I haven't slept. So.
Yeah.
Looks like they're coming back into the courtroom, guys. Hang on, we'll take this down. I got the play. I have that saved to our playlist, so we will get back to that. If not today, it'll be in the sometime tomorrow, since there's so much to cover tomorrow. All right, let me get the feed brought back up. Bringing in juror 15. Did they sidebar again? Mm-mm. Hold on. Let me make sure. Okay. They're having they're back live yet, so I just wanted to double check. The other one just started putting their feedback on automatically. The one that I was at that point in time reviewing to make sure we were keeping up, that I looked over there. I was like, what are they doing? So I wanted to check against that feed. All right, let's see. Let me do another double check just to be sure. Yeah, they're not back yet. It'll be another minute or two, I guess. All right, here we go with something. Okay, let me pull this up. Yeah, well, we were just about to review, of course, not even in a session yet. I'm just just checked two other places. At two places are showing they're having trial right now, but there's two that are showing they're not even back yet. So I don't know what that was a few minutes ago, but they're back tweeting because I know they're back in session. We're just waiting for the feed to be put out. Juror was looking at his phone. He was texting his daughter. Judge said to shut it off. He shouldn't be texting his daughter. Just had to get set up at work. Welcome back, Miss Shorty. We've been on a break still, so they really their drip drop was starting to release some of the phone calls between Rick Allen and his wife. So we just reviewed one while we were waiting, and we haven't got a chance to look at any of the other ones yet. I'm trying to make sure we don't miss the beginning of this trial as it comes back on after their lunch break, and they're still on lunch break. Oh, they're tripping. They are tripping. Okay. All right, just waiting on the real time one to come back up because for some reason, two of the big networks are showing stuff that was already been shown. Oh, goodness. Let me go look and see if we have any more Twitter updates while we're waiting. Let's see if Joe's put anything out 2 minutes ago. Initially, Kuntz utilized two-point triangulation to locate tagged evidence within the house. Then he utilized proprietary 3D model generating technology called LizardQ to create a 3D model of the interior of the house before they removed Charles' body and evidence. We've been hearing a lot about that in another case lately. See, it's not like it's unusual. That must have been some testimony through. Okay, now he just sent me a text, it looks like. Hold on. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else he said before that. Jury. Before the jury enters, Lori renews her objection to the next witness being called as the firearms expert, as that was not his originally listed area of expertise. The judge overrules the objection at 1:40 as the state recalls Daniel Coons. Okay, there we go. And then that guy comes in talking about 3D stuff. Yeah, y'all hold the families in your thoughts and prayers. It's been a hard day having to look at certain evidence and hear certain evidence you have not seen before, right? Because a lot of the stuff coming out in Charles's trial about Charles wasn't even brought into the first trial. There was no need to bring that in, right? It was about JJ and Tylee. So the families are hearing real things for the very first time that are pretty traumatizing. So hold some space for those guys for sure. But they're still not back yet. So here, guys, I was looking at something. Sorry about that. Hmm. Man, Arizona trials are crazy. The time zone got me messed up, y'all. I gotta go grab my cup of coffee before I swear I'm gonna take a nap. I don't like court TV's background music they got going on while they want you to, their elevator kind of music. This not cutting it. Court TV, it's weird. Stop it. Okay. East Idaho News is back up now. I was just looking at them. Well, they're actually showing something that was shown yesterday. Them and somebody else were both doing it, and two outlets were not doing it. So I was like, at first it threw me off. So let me go check. So I was searching back and forth between the four when I realized what they were doing. That's the new guy. Because he shouldn't even be up if Court TV is not actually on the feed, because that's where they're getting their feed from. So let me make sure we're all on the same page so we can get in there and see. Court TV ain't showing shit. That's a whole new guy testifying. All right, let me go pull up East Idaho. I don't know what Court TV's trip is. Okay, I'm making sure we get fast forward to Colonel Sanders here. And then it says stand by for proceedings. And then at the very end, it shows this new guy testifying. So let's pull up what they got. It should be it. Oh, wait, wrong button. Share screen. Okay.
Yes. Go ahead.
I feel like it was the state just putting him on as an expert so that he can give his opinion. I wasn't objecting to him as a detective and someone who's been there on the case, or as the scene agent, but he went from scene agent to expert so that he can give his opinion. And I don't think it is relevant that he can give his opinion at this time. We weren't allowed to have enough time to get someone to rebut his professional opinion.
Based on his training and experience, he was going to make an opinion about one of the gunshots being fired, possibly from the victim laying in a prone position.
As a firearms expert, and we haven't had a CV on how he's a firearms expert.
There was information on his training and experience contained within that 15.1 statement. I think additionally, questions about whether or not the extent of his training, the extent of his experience would probably go more toward the weight that the jury should give it rather than the credibility. I should say, rather than the admissibility of it. You're free to cross-examine him on his training experience or lack thereof. But at this time, I was inclined to allow him to testify. I'm hesitant to use the term as a full expert, but he has training and experience that could assist the jury in making a determination one way or the other based on that. So,
And he can't do that just as the scene expert or as the detective that was there?
well, I think he could, based on his training and experience, do that. I'm hesitant to call him an expert per se in the sense of a scientific type expert with scientific type testing, which requires more foundational evidence on someone's expertise. This type of testimony, I think, is testimony that a lot of people that have experience with guns could have an opinion on. Again, you can cross-examine him on his knowledge, his training, his experience, etc.
But will it be given to the jury that he's an expert in firearms? Yes or no?
I don't know. I guess I'll have to see how the testimony, what kind of foundation is laid for that by the state. All right. Anything the state want to supplement your argument or your 15.1 motion?
Your Honor, no. The defense was able to interview Dan Coons on March 21st of 2025. So after that was noticed, so they were given the opportunity to question him regarding any of his expertise or not. And really the state filed that in an abundance of caution. I think that a normal scene agent with sufficient information and knowledge and training might be able to discuss trajectory, but we wanted to make it clear that he did have that sufficient background, training, and expertise to do that.
Are you planning on eliciting testimony that an opinion as to which shot was first as opposed to which shot was second?
Only in that he did attend the autopsy, so he does also understand both that information, the shored wound, which goes into play in his determination of the trajectory, as well as that the other shot went through the victim's heart. So I think he can say that what he believes the trajectory for each shot is. I guess if someone wants to argue that he was shot in the heart first, or laying on the ground first and then got up and was shot a second time through the heart, I don't think that he has that expertise to say that perhaps someone couldn't do that.
Well, I think the point I'm getting at is no one observed it that is going to testify to the shooting as far as I know so far. And that I don't even think your medical expert could definitively say this was shot 1 and this was shot 2. So that's fair cross-examination. But other than that, I'm going to allow his testimony. If you have a foundational objection or any other sort of hearsay objection or evidentiary objection, you can make it depending on what the question is.
Okay. I don't really understand how the trajectory is relevant to conspiracy, so I would like to make that objection.
Conspiracy?
We're stipulating that there was 2 shots.
Okay.
Your Honor, just for the record, it's because the defense has noted self-defense.
Right. All right. Let's bring the jury in. Yeah, why don't you do that? Hey, I was meant to ask Trey how to move that. Hey,
All right, guys,
will you
I'm going to
move
grab
this
this
podium back?
coffee
Because we're
before
not
I
going to
fall
need it
asleep at
until
this
closing
damn
argument.
desk.
Move this back over there before we bring
Thank you. Let me go get it.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
Do solemnly swear that testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, so sir, go ahead and come around here, have a seat to my left.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Daniel Coons.
And where do you work now?
Well, I am part-time temporary employed with the City of Chandler Police Department as a civilian criminal investigator for cold cases.
Where did you work before that?
Before that, I worked I finished working as a detective with the Chandler Police Department. Specifically, the last assignment was the robbery homicide unit.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
Just over 30 years.
Can you walk us through your different assignments at Chandler Police Department?
Sure. After my basic training at the academy, I was assigned to patrol. I did that for a little bit. And while I was in patrol, I was assigned as a crime scene officer. Now, that's still a patrol officer, but it's additional duties such as collecting evidence, processing crime scenes, taking photographs, things along those lines. After I did that, I went to crime prevention for a couple years. I did that and came back to patrol, found a calling to go into detectives. I became a family crimes detective for 5 years, and from there I became a homicide detective. During that time, I was also assigned part-time. We don't have a full-time SWAT team, so I was on that for just about 20 years.
Can you talk to us a little bit about your training to become a SWAT officer and what a SWAT officer does?
So there are many jobs within SWAT. There's regular officers that typically will do entry. There's some that specialize in breaching, some specialize in grenadiers, and then we also have the snipers. So I was cross-trained to do the regular basic entry officer stuff, as well as I became a sniper, and eventually I became a sniper instructor.
Okay, so what kind of training did you have to go through to become a sniper and sniper instructor?
So the sniper training was a basic 40-hour course. I attended that with the FBI. And as time progressed, I would attend advanced sniper trainings so that I could enhance my skill set and eventually After having been on as a sniper for a while, I attended a 40-hour sniper instructor course.
Who is that with?
That was with the American Sniper Association.
As a trainer for snipers, what did that entail?
It entailed having to have a good working knowledge of the actual job, the ballistics that the rifles need to perform, knowing how to train new snipers, knowing how to keep snipers that have achieved certification to keep their skill sets up, and to keep meeting the mandates of what would be expected of a police sniper.
Did you ever become a shooting reconstruction expert?
I did.
Can you tell us what does that mean?
It means that I attended a course, it was a 40-hour course, where it was completely hands-on. There was classroom, a lot of hands-on with you not only see the results of different impacts and things like that, but you watch it happen, and then in some cases you actually get to make it happen. And then after that, you, as a class, you work together, putting things back together. And at the end of the 40 weeks, there is a test that you have to pass to get certification.
You said 40 weeks?
Or sorry, 40 hours, sorry.
So what does, I guess, shooting reconstruction mean, if you had to explain that to us?
It means being able to take information from a scene and being able to put it together to reconstruct as best as possible or humanly possible what happened. For instance, you have bullet strikes. In some cases, you can actually get a good angle or ballistics information so that you can backtrack it and get an approximate area where the shooter had to have been. In many cases, you can help articulate whether information given to you was factual or if the information given to you was not. And this is very handy when there are no witnesses and you only have basically the person saying what happened.
Is there any type of certification process to be a shooting reconstruction expert?
Yes, at the end of that course, I had to successfully complete a test in order to get certification.
And when did that occur?
That was in, I believe, early 2017.
Who is that through? Who puts that on?
It was with Michael Haig, his company.
Who is Michael Haig?
He is part of a duo, father-son duo, that have become quite renowned for their ability to do ballistics and then teach it and train other people with it.
Okay. And have you utilized those skills that you learned in that shooting reconstruction course as a detective since then?
Yes, many times.
I assume you passed the certification test?
I did.
Okay. So on July 11th of 2019, were you working as a detective at that time for the homicide unit at the Chandler Police Department?
Yes, I was.
During the weekdays, what were your, I guess, work hours normally?
My normal work hours were Monday through Thursday, about 7 to 5.
When you are working as a detective, we've heard a patrol is out driving around. What are you guys doing?
Well, we carry a caseload. So many times we are working on the cases that we've taken previous days or weeks ahead of time. We're trying to come to a conclusion for those particular cases. But many times we also will have our radios on, just kind of listening to what's going on.
So are you at your office is at the main police station?
Correct.
Okay. On July 11th of 2019, did you hear some police radio traffic of a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
Yes, I did.
Did you respond to the scene?
After collecting some equipment and putting it in my vehicle, yes.
Is that normal then for detectives with homicide to go out to the scenes?
For the unit at the time, yes, it was.
Can you describe for us what the scene looked like when you arrived?
There were police vehicles around. There were officers that had established a perimeter. Some crime scene tape was already put in place. And they basically had frozen the scene.
Do you recall about how far away this scene was from the station where you were located?
15, 20-minute drive.
When you arrived there, were other detectives arriving? How does that work?
There were several of us that had self-deployed, and we were in various stages of being on our way there. So other detectives did arrive.
How do you decide which detective is going to do what at a scene when you all just show up there?
Well, a lot of times it's just a matter of who speaks up first saying, I'm going to take case. If it's after hours, then the person that's on call will usually be the person to do it. But if it's during regular business hours, it's kind of like a little wrestling match to figure out who's going to end up taking it.
What role did you get?
I got assigned the scene.
Okay. What does that mean to be assigned scene?
So the scene work, assigned scene, means that you're responsible for making sure that the scene is processed properly, accumulate whatever evidence is necessary, report back to the actual case agent your findings so that they can stay aware of how things are transitioning and being learned, and then they can start making informed decisions on what the next step is going to be.
Do you do that alone or do you have help?
It depends on the scene. In this particular case, I had Detective Duncan along with me.
And do you have any, does Chandler Police Department have any like crime scene specialists or people that come up to help as well?
Yes, when I left the crime scene officer program, they had actually started a civilian program so that they could free up the officer's responsibility. So Chandler has several crime scene techs that will respond out when called.
And was someone called out to that scene?
Yes.
Do you sort of, as the scene agent, help, I guess, tell them what to do? Are you the person who's overseeing the whole scene?
It's more of a collaborative effort. We do provide direction on things that we're specifically interested in, but I've worked with them for many years, so it's pretty easy for us to just understand some of the basics that have to be done, such as overall photographs. Before we even think about manipulating anything or marking anything, we want to try to capture the scene as it was that we walked into it.
As the scene agent, did you create a diagram to just reflect what the scene looked like?
Yes.
And is that to scale?
It's not to scale. It's close, but it's not to scale.
Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 5. And I think there's a second page in there.
It is behind, but it's not exposed to the back. Yes.
And is that the sketch and then the second page measurements of that diagram that you made?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
If it's not to scale, I don't know how it will be helpful, but no objection.
All right, Exhibit 5 is admitted.
It's not to
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
She's taking notes, Van Taylor.
might use the one behind you. All right, can I have the detective? Oh, never mind. There you go. Okay, so this is Exhibit 5, the first page. Is this sort of an overview of the entire residence as well as the items of evidence that you collected?
That is correct.
So we understand where we see these little yellow placards. What do those indicate on your diagram?
On this diagram, they indicate the items of evidence for that particular room.
Okay. And do they each have a number associated with them?
Yes.
And is the second page of your diagram a reflection of what each of those numbers refers to?
Yes, it is.
We see in this A, B, and distances. What is that?
So the reference points, for this particular purpose, we did a triangulation method. So we take measurements from 2 known points in that room, and then we measure out to the item of interest. And then that was how we get a point A and a point B measurement.
All right, so at the first page here, that's the actual diagram. What is the reference points that you are using to make these distance measurements?
So the reference points are not depicted on this diagram, but in this particular room, if you look at the wall where items number 2 and 12 are, the upper or the left upper corner is B, and if you go straight down towards the kitchen area, that along that wall, that corner is A.
Okay, so when we see a reference measurement from A of 21 feet to the bat, we're talking 21 feet this way should be where the bat was?
No, you're talking 21 feet from that corner, straight line to the bat.
Okay.
There
So
you go.
whatever the closest measurement or closest way to get there would be?
Correct.
So the bat, it would be something like that?
Correct.
Okay. And then when we see reference point B for the bat, then you're talking from this point to the bat?
Correct.
Okay, just so we understand that. When Chandler Police Department goes to a scene like this, do they utilize any type of photography system to help better document a scene so that you can see things more clearly sometimes than with photographs alone?
Yes, depending on the scene, we would use a system called the Lizard Q.
What is Lizard Q?
It's, in essence, a 360-degree photographic system that you set up on a tripod inside or wherever your location is, inside, outside. And you start the process, and the internal computer for this system specifically takes a set number of pictures where it's overexposed all the way to underexposed, and the images in between. And it does this at various locations along the path to create enough overlapping images, and then those images are stitched together and actually create a 360-degree sphere of the scene.
Did you have to get trained on how to use Lizard Q?
There was some training involved, yes.
If, again, my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 139, you can take a look at that.
Okay.
You recognize a thumb drive that is in Exhibit 139.
Yes.
What is on that thumb drive?
On this thumb drive will be the Lizard Q spheres.
And is there a reader on there so that you can actually view it?
Correct.
There's a piece of paper in there as well. What is that?
The piece of paper is a set of instructions on how to use the Lizard Q viewer so that you can view the spheres.
And did you initial the thumb drive to indicate that you had viewed it and you recognize that as the Lizard Q that you created on July 11th of 2019?
I have,
Or did you actually create that?
I created the thumb drive.
And that's your thumb drive that you put it onto?
Yes.
All right. State will move to admit Exhibit 139.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
139 submitted.
Judge, at this point, might I ask the witness to come down here to utilize the Lizard Q? I can sit at the table, but it needs to be put into a computer to do that, and I don't think we can hook it up there. So if you can insert that on the laptop. Yeah, thank you. I'm sure I might have to log in. I just might have to log into my computer, sorry. Oh, no, still like.
Lori looking all laid back and cozy. Y'all look at her.
All right. Can you talk us through, so you've opened the thumb drive to where that's at. How do you get to viewing this program?
So first, you'll have to double click on
Hold on, one sec, I'm sorry, we're waiting for it to. Yes, the USB is in that laptop up there on the podium. There. Yeah.
So first you need to double click on the lizardqviewer.exe so it can open it up. And then it's going to ask you where to look for the spheres. That's going to be D. And then you just double click on the sphere you choose to open up, and it will open it up for you.
Can you make that larger so we can?
Waiting for it to respond.
Got it. Okay.
So once you have the sphere open, you want me to just?
Yeah, if you can just tell us how to work that first, and then we'll ask a few questions.
So once you have the sphere open, if you depress the left mouse button, you can actually move the images around. Without depressing the mouse button, you can zoom in and you can zoom out with the scrolling wheel.
Show us the monitor, not the man. Jesus.
If you depress the right mouse button and use the scrolling wheel, this will darken or lighten your sphere. It will give you the ability to look outside as opposed to just the photographs washing it out normally so you can see inside. With this particular program, you can open up multiple windows, but you'll really only be able to view one at a time, but you can go back and forth between them.
So for this sphere that we're looking at, we see Charles Vallow there, correct?
Yes.
And then there's some white cards that we see around the room. What are those?
Those are 3x5 cards that officers have dropped in the scene. A lot of times they'll do that to help identify to detectives items that they observed and to be a warning to other officers to watch out for these items as you're either moving through or exiting the scene.
Interesting.
Is the Lizard Q program then used prior to the scene being documented and, well, let me say this. We saw in your diagram, Exhibit 5, that there were little yellow placards or numbered items. Is that something that's actually done in the scene? So we were looking at the bat, for instance.
Correct. So in this particular moment in time, we just merely left it with the placards there. Again, it was attempting to capture the scene as we as an investigative unit found it. There can be times that we'll do this first and eventually go through putting evidence placards down and then maybe do another sphere showing all the evidence placards.
So would it be fair to say that this is done to document the scene prior to police going through and maybe digging through areas to find potential evidence?
Right. It's much like when we do overall photographs with the 35 millimeter camera. This is just another enhancement of that.
For this room where we see Mr. Vallow, do we have two different spheres?
Yes, in this particular room, I did a lower sphere, and then I raised it on the tripod that you can see in it to another height, and then I did a sphere there. So we have a program that we can combine those and make it a measurement sphere. So we could do measurements linear, but not to and from the camera because of its limitations.
So what is provided here is without measurements?
That is correct.
Okay. And without anything being marked yet?
Aside from the 3x5 parts.
Okay. Can you show us the lower level sphere as well?
This is the lower level.
Okay, then the upper level one, sorry.
As you can see, your point of view has changed a little bit, but the room has remained the same.
Okay. And that's all using the same initial placement of that tripod, but just moving the camera height up higher or lower?
Correct. The tripod has the ability to elevate the platform that the camera is actually on.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I have the witness go back to the...
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to leave this for now. So, although that documents what the scene looked like that we saw prior to the marking of evidence, as a scene agent, do you still utilize photographs?
100%, yes.
Why?
It's just an added fail-safe. The lizard queue can, if you do the lizard queue, then you're restricted to just the view from where that camera is at. When we do overall photography, we actually move around and get it from different perspectives. This is just another tool in the ability to show what the scene looked like.
Did you also photograph rooms where the lizard queue was not used?
Yes.
When you photograph a scene, what is the process for that?
I'm not sure I understand.
Sure. When you enter a scene as a scene agent and you are looking at one like this, do you just go into the room where this person is and just photograph that area and that's it?
No, we would photograph the entire place to document it. The lizard queue, because of the volume that it takes, and not necessarily information that would require the setup of a sphere, then we will just stick with the crime scene photos for those particular rooms.
Okay. So I can have my paralegal approach with exhibits 6 through 138. You can look at those and let me know if you recognize what those photographs are.
I feel you, Judge. Judge is like, damn it, man. That man some coffee. Only time my grandbaby's home, he's in the background hollering at his friends. What the hell are they waiting on, y'all? What did I miss? Are they waiting on Lori? What's going on? It's not funny.
Okay.
Do you recognize all those photos?
Yes, I do.
Looking
Do
through.
they accurately depict 5531 South Four Peaks Place, both before and during and after processing it?
Yes, through various stages of the investigation.
Your Honor, if I can have those shown to the defendant.
Yep.
Now, Detective, when you guys are processing a scene, in addition to photographing it, are you also looking for items that you may want to collect and actually bring back with you?
Get down.
That's correct.
Can you talk to us about how
Goodness.
what procedures you use to collect and impound physical items of evidence that you're going to take with you?
Sure, it depends on the type of physical evidence, what the circumstances of the offense are. So the type of collection method can vary, but inevitably we'll identify it first, then we'll document it with photographs, and then we will come up with the plan that we're going to recover the evidence. And typically on scenes, I like to work in a particular direction collecting evidence. Others have their own method, but that's the method I typically use. And then I work along with the crime scene tech, and we'll go through exactly what we talked about. We'll have the overall pictures taken. We identify things that we believe are going to be relevant, and then we'll, for identification purposes, we'll usually affix some form of evidence tag, a marker, things along those lines. Not all items are actually taken. Some are actually just documented because it's impractical to remove certain things, such as a slab of concrete or something like that. So depending on the situation. So after it's documented, first with photograph, placard, photographed again, and then we will collect it. If DNA is an issue, the crime scene tech will be the one that'll take care of the method for doing it, and they will take the protective measures, whether they do gloves, swapping gloves out, or they do face masks, depending upon the nature of the evidence. If it's super DNA critical, then we will pull all the precautions out. In this particular case, it was not DNA critical.
Do you still wear like gloves or anything like that when you are collecting these items of evidence?
Absolutely.
And are you using them and changing them to ensure, for instance, you don't transfer blood from one item onto another?
Right, and typically that's what our crime scene techs will do. We will direct the method or the order we're going to collect, and then we'll go through that. And they'll be the ones that'll photograph. They'll change the gloves, place it in the envelope. Typically it's a paper envelope. And then we'll move on to the next item and repeat the method.
So in this case, I'll put 5 back up if I can have the Alamo. Thank you. What was your process for how you wanted to go through this home in reviewing, collecting the evidence?
So for this particular method, I chose to work from the north towards the south, collecting as we went. Item 1 being the hat, which is at the north end of the room. And then it was kind of a toss-up between 2 and 3, so I just decided to go ahead and go for 2, and then we would work our way down from there.
Okay. And so we see in this diagram, north is up this direction.
It's to the left of the image, yes.
Okay. And so in the photographs that you're taking of these individual items, do you see those placards or something that shows a 1?
Yes.
Okay. Now you talk about in this that there are scenes where you may have difficulty collecting an item. In this scene, did you actually cut out some pieces of evidence to bring back with you.
Yes, and that's why you'll see numbers higher than what was originally in the room associated to those items.
When you are processing a scene, do you always know what may be relevant or not relevant?
Not always immediately.
Is that one of the reasons why the entire residence is photographed instead of just what appears to be relevant here in that one room?
Correct.
So that later, if anyone wants to look at another room, that's been documented adequately.
Right.
When you're going through a house, even though you walk in and you see Charles Vallow on the ground there, are you still checking all of the rooms to see if there could potentially be something of evidence there?
Well, certainly. I'm no stranger to not having all of the information initially when I show up. So I will go through and I'll look at the residence to see if there's anything that actually stands out immediately. And maybe I'll be able to ask a few questions of whoever's doing the interviews to see if there's any relevance to it.
So are you looking for instance, any bloody items?
That would be important.
Are you looking for any projectiles or anything else that might be not in this room?
Certainly. Bullets pass through walls.
Are you looking for any evidence that might be related to this individual, Charles Vallow, like wallets or things like that that might have been left somewhere in the house?
Yeah, anything that could properly identify who was or may have been present at the time.
Okay. And that's sort of all those photographs as well.
Correct.
When you photograph a scene, do you start at the outside of the home?
Yes, we will typically start at the outside and work our way in and carefully avoid the items of evidence that have been readily made identifiable.
So Exhibit 6 here, what are we seeing here?
So this would be the front of the residence. It faces west. And we're looking at the main entrance that's just off to the right of the closed single garage door, and that door is open.
Your Honor, we're going to have to object. We haven't agreed to admit any of these pictures that are being posted.
I'm sorry, I did show them. The state will move to admit exhibits, 6 through 38.
Lori got
Or 138.
Joe warned me it was coming.
Some of them, I mean, they're very similar, and I don't think that they all need to be put on there.
So your objection is that some of them are cumulative?
Yes. Yes, Your
Right.
Honor.
Let me see them. What numbers?
Yeah, which number, sorry?
6 through what?
138.
Do you have specific ones that you believe are cumulative?
Yeah, I'd have to go back through to get them specifically. I have some.
Well, let me browse them. While I've reviewed exhibits 6 through 138, while many of the exhibits show multiple pictures of the same items, there's no two pictures that are the same. They show different angles, different distances, different perspectives, and in some cases, the item as it was found as opposed to someone picking it up and showing it from a different angle. So they're somewhat cumulative, but the court will admit those exhibits. They may help assist the jury in visualizing the scene and determining where things were at the scene.
So we had talked about Exhibit 6 being the front of the house. The door that you were talking about there, is that the door we saw in the lizard queue that was in that front room?
Yes, that's the double front main door.
Exhibit 7 and 8, was that to document a vehicle that was there?
Yes, again, to try to do overalls of the scene to show how it was when we got there.
At that time, did you know whose vehicle that was?
I did not have the opportunity, nor did I run the license plate of it, but it was documented, and I believe later on it was learned.
Okay, thank you. But not something you were responsible for?
Correct.
When we get to Exhibit 9 and then 10, is this sort of coming up to, and I'm going to pull this back a little.
Yes, that's approaching closer to the door.
11, which way are we looking as we enter the door here on 11?
So you would be looking to the northeast, northeast.
And you had talked about in a diagram a hat. Is that sort of what we see here?
Correct.
Okay. Is Exhibit 12 sort of looking the opposite way from that sort of vantage point?
Correct.
Or south?
Southeast, yeah.
And does Exhibit 13 show us what the front entryway looks like?
Correct. So this image would have been taken from the northeast corner of the main room there.
We can see in this then the hat with the placard of 1.
Correct.
So when we are looking at your diagram, Exhibit 5, and we see the 1, that's what that's referring to.
Correct.
Exhibit 14, can you tell us our perspective of what we're looking at here?
So you're standing in roughly the northwest corner of the room, just down from the entryway, and you're looking south.
So we start to see some of those white cards there. Is this before you have added in the yellow placards?
Correct. This would have been part of the overall photographic effort.
So when we're looking at this house, and I'm going to put up Exhibit 15, can you describe for us this wall here, sort of can you go all the way around that?
So that wall with the mirror itself is blocking where the kitchen is. There's an entrance to the kitchen to the right of that wall. And again, you could get to the kitchen through the left opening as well, but I think there's also like a family room by that area.
Okay. But it's open, one could walk through either of these ways and come around back out the opposite door?
Yes.
Okay. So Exhibit 16, we see Charles as he lay when fire has left him at this point.
Correct.
So the items we see on him, we've heard of them cutting his shirt and things like that. This is you documenting how he was when you started to come into the scene.
Correct.
After fire's already treated him and determined he was deceased.
Yes.
Over here, we start to see an area. What is right over there?
So just past that most southern index card is a hallway that extends to a bathroom and I believe at least 2 bedrooms.
Looking sort of to the north, what is this hallway here?
So now we're just looking north, past the entryway. You can see the hat in the right part of the image there, and that would lead up to the master bedroom garage.
When you are looking at a scene like this, where you have a shooter, are you wanting to document all the different views of the items and the victim where they lay in the scene?
Yes, it's important to establish where things were at when we found them.
Okay. Now, are you able to tell us, for instance, if a casing rolled or a bullet rolled as fire is there or initial officers coming through?
Having not been present to see it, I would not be able to tell you if any item happened to have been manipulated.
Okay. Does 19 show us part of that hallway that we're talking about to the bedrooms?
Yes, it does.
And then right next to it, would that be the sort of doorway into the kitchen?
Correct. That's past this mirror on the left would be where the wall rounds a little bit and leads to the kitchen.
So exhibit 21 here, we see this hat. Why, in 22, that you marked as number 1, why do you collect something like that?
The indications to me, initial assessment, was that there was some kind of a struggle that took place. And it was unknown at the time who the hat belonged to. So it was decided that this could be important.
Are you given more than one chance to go through a house and try to collect evidence, or is it sort of a one-time shot?
Usually it's a one-time shot.
So if you aren't sure if something is relevant, do you collect it?
Yes.
So that later, if you determine it is, you have it?
Correct.
And if you determine it's not, then no harm, no foul?
Well, I don't know about no foul, but yeah.
So in this case, did you know whose hat that was?
I did not.
Okay. I'm going to put up 15 first. In the diagram, we had seen a number over in this area. What was that?
The item should be marking the baseboard, and there is a bullet strike in the baseboard.
All right, I'm putting up 23 here, and then I'm going to put up 24. What are we looking at here?
So what you're looking at is the actual bullet strike where it peeled away a portion of the baseboard, but remained embedded in the baseboard.
So I'm going to put up, as we kind of go closer, 24, 25, 26. Did you eventually show in 27 that you guys pulled back some of that board to get to show what was embedded in there?
Correct. And at some point, we were needing to recover that projectile.
Okay. And so in 28, does this reflect, now you've kind of photographed what it looked like when you first saw it, and then as you peeled it back and the actual bullet or projectile that was removed from there?
Correct.
All right. And 29, show that bullet from a different angle?
Yes.
When you were looking at this, and I'm going to put 30 and 31, was there actually some sort of white paint transfer on part of that?
There's a little bit of transfer of material to the nose of the bullet, yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with 243 and 245, or sorry, 243 and 235. Detective, do you recognize what those are?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
This would be the section of baseboard that we removed from the wall. as well as the projectile that we had removed from the baseboard.
And I'm going to put up 34 here. Does that show sort of after you pulled out that section of that baseboard?
Yes, after it was cut out.
Okay. And then it's the projectile that you recovered in there? From that location, the other exhibit?
The other exhibit is the projectile that was recovered from there, yes.
State will move to admit 243 and 235.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
You said 243 and 245?
35.
Oh.
243 and 235.
It's ordered admitting 243 and 235.
If I can have my paralegal go retrieve that. So I'm going to put up, to give us again a different perspective, 17 here. We've talked about, as you're kind of working your way down, you told us you started with the hat, then you went over to the baseboard, and then you went back to the west wall.
Yes.
And so we see in this photograph, Exhibit 17, what you have marked as item 3. What was that?
That was the baseball bat.
I'm going to show Exhibit 35. Is that a closer up of that bat?
Yes, it is.
Were photographs taken of the sort of edge of the bat itself?
The fat edge, I guess.
The fat edge.
Sure. I don't know nomenclature of the bat, so yeah.
Not the handle. How's that?
Yes.
When you were looking at this, were you looking for any blood? And I'm going to put up 37, 38, 39, or any biological material?
We were looking for visible evidence, yes.
Okay. Did you observe any yourself?
I did not.
Did the edge look pristine and clean to you, visibly?
Visibly, I did not see any sort of biological evidence on it.
Did you note any biological evidence anywhere on the bat that was visible to you?
I did not.
If my paralegal can approach with 249. Do you recognize what 249 is?
Yes, I do.
And is that the bat that we have seen in these photos marked as item number 2 that we see here in Exhibit 35?
Yes.
State will move to admit 249, Your Honor.
Any objection? 248 and 249 are admitted.
So that was item number 3. I'm going to put up Exhibit 40. Do we see a placard there for number 4?
Yes.
And what was item number 4? And I'm going to put up Exhibit 42 here.
It is a full metal jacket projectile.
And in 43, does that show a different angle of that projectile?
Yes.
So this projectile was recovered to the east, maybe northeast of Charles Vallow?
Yes.
And was there any visible damage to this projectile?
There was some deformation to the projectile.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 239. Do you recognize 239?
Yes, I do.
And what is 239?
This would be what's identified in the picture as item number 4, the projectile that was found close to the body.
State will move to admit 239.
Objection.
No objection.
239 is admitted.
When you are photographing the scene, are you, again, we know this is after fire has been there.
Yes.
Were you present when fire was there?
I believe their engine was still there when I arrived on scene, but they were not inside.
So were you present when they were working on Mr. Vallow in the home?
No,
So do you know whether or not they had moved this projectile at all?
I do not.
When you were looking at Mr. Vallow himself, I'm going to put up 41, did you notice something on his left hand?
On the left hand, yes.
What did you notice on his left hand?
Substance consistent with apparent blood.
When you were looking at Mr. Vallow, did you note any other blood on his left arm?
I did not see any.
And when you are looking at Mr. Vallow, are you looking at the rest of his body to see if you noted any blood on his right arm?
Correct. I did not see any on the right arm. I did not manipulate the body until the medical examiner showed up.
So visibly, as he laid there in that supine position on the back with his arms out, what you were able to see, did you see any other blood like we observed on his left hand anywhere else?
On his chest, there was a little bit of blood, but on his extremities, I did not see any.
And so when we talk about his chest, is this the blood that we see here, sort of?
Above and below the pads.
Okay. Did the blood to Mr. Vallow's left hand stand out to you in any way?
Yes, it was interesting that it's just on that one particular part, but it's not completely surprising.
Was there any blood on the floor around where his hand was?
No.
So although we've heard of blood pooling underneath him, there was no blood around his hand as it laid there.
Correct.
So going back again to Exhibit 17, we've now talked about 1, 2, 3, and 4, correct? Do we see
Yes.
a placard number 5 there?
Yes.
What was placard number 5? And I'm going to put up Exhibit 45 now.
There's a shell casing.
And I'm going to put up 46 to be closer of it. And 47. Were you able to determine what caliber that was?
Yes, it belonged to a .45 automatic pistol.
Okay. Now, as a police officer, do you have a semi-automatic pistol yourself?
At least one.
Okay. And I guess as a reserve officer, do you still have some?
I'm not a reserve officer. I'm just retired. But yes, I still possess firearms.
All right. So in terms of a semi-automatic handgun and seeing this type of casing, can you tell us when you fire a gun, where does this come from? What is that?
So in this particular image, we are looking at what's commonly called a head stamp. That's going to be the opposite end of where the actual projectile would be inserted into the casing. The circular ring that you see in the head stamp there is actually what's called the primer, and that's what the firing pin hits to initiate the primer charge, which ignites the powder and then sends the projectile through the barrel.
So if I put up 48 here, we have a projectile that goes through the barrel. What is this item here? This casing.
So this is what's left of the cartridge. So it's the casing. This is what holds the powder charge, it holds the primer, and it holds the projectile all in one unit until it's initiated with the firing pin striking the primer. After the charge starts the projectile down the barrel, then the most semi-automatic weapons will actually, the slide will start moving back to the rear, and there's a piece of the slide called an extractor that goes around that back rim of the projectile there, or around the head stamp, and it pulls it backwards out of the chamber. And then it completes the cycle going all the way to the rear where it hits what's called an ejector, and that kicks the casing out of the gun and readies it to go forward, stripping a new cartridge off the magazine, if there is one, and loading that into the chamber ready for the next shot.
So when you fire the gun, projectile goes out the barrel and this casing gets kicked out.
Correct.
So I'm going to go back again to Exhibit 17 where we see 5. And I'm going to put up Exhibit 49. To the south of 5 here, did you find another casing?
Yes.
Is that what we see in Exhibit 49 and 50 as placard 6?
Yes, it is.
So were those located in the generally in the same location?
Fairly close to each other.
When a casing is ejected from a gun, do they just plop down and stay right where they landed?
No, there are many different types of firearms out there, so the casings can eject in different directions. Some will, or most will eject out to the right. Some will go farther back towards the right, some will go forward, some will go center, some actually kick higher up in the middle. It really depends on the manufacturer, the process, how the person's holding the firearm. So there are a lot of things about it, but there's usually sufficient energy designed in it so that it kicks the casing out so it doesn't interfere with the feeding of the next cartridge.
In your experience firing guns, can casings bounce or roll or move after they are ejected?
Yes.
Item that we see is number 6 and number 50 there. What caliber casing was that?
It's a little blurry.
Do you recall if it was the same 45 caliber as the other one?
They were both 45 caliber.
I can have approach with 238 and 240. Do you recognize 238 and 240?
Yes.
What are those?
These are the casings recovered from the main room where the body was.
What we saw as 5 and 6 in the exhibits?
That's correct.
State will move to admit 238 and 240.
Any objection to 248 and 240?
No objection.
248 and 240 are admitted.
238 and 240.
Oh, I'm sorry. 238 and 240? Okay, they're admitted.
Now, do the police move the body when you're processing the scene? Do you go around and move Mr. Vallow around?
No,
Do you have to wait for someone from the medical examiner's office to come do that?
that is correct.
Sort of the body is their responsibility?
Yes,
Are you present while they're doing that?
absolutely.
And are you looking for any other evidence that may be on, around, underneath Mr. Vallow?
Correct.
In this case, did the medical examiner's office come and remove Mr. Vallow's remains?
Yes, they did.
Once his remains were removed, did you document by photographing, we see here in 53, the blood that was left behind?
Yes, typically we would call this the void image to show what it looked like after the body has been removed.
Now, is the blood been moved somewhat by the body itself being moved?
Correct. Part of the process is the medical examiner's investigator will manipulate the body by rolling it from one side or the other to get a good look at the side that's not visible with how it was laying. And then they'll work on manipulating the body into the bag for transport.
So looking at the void or the blood pool that we see here, has it been altered somewhat from what we saw or observed while Mr. Vallow's body was there due to the movement of his remains?
That would be safe to say, yes.
Okay. Did you and other officers clean up that blood pool?
Yes.
And in doing so, did you observe anything on the floor?
Yes. Underneath, well, once the blood was cleared off, we could actually see a defect in the wooden floor that was consistent with the projectile strike.
All right, I've put up Exhibit 56. There's a placard number 13 there. Is that far away so we can see the location of where that is in perspective to the room?
Yes.
Having seen Mr. Vallow's remains in the room and then having them removed, were you able to determine approximately where this defect that we see marked as 13 was located in relation to Mr. Vallow's body?
Yes, it would have been consistent with being under his left shoulder.
Did you take closer up photos of that defect?
Yes.
Can you put up 59 that shows that placard? Is this what you were talking about?
That is correct.
How did you, well, let me ask you this. Did you look at the rest of the floor to see if there were anything else that looked like that?
Yes, that was a consideration, so we did look at the rest of the floor.
So you went through that whole room to see if you found any similar type of defects on it?
Correct.
Did you?
No.
So this was the only one that looked like that?
Yes.
And I'm going to put up 58. So we see other defects in the ground. What made this different?
The size of it, the directionality, the fact that it was directly underneath the shoulder where we observed an exit wound, and the fact that there was a projectile found on the floor in proximity to this defect.
Was it, let me ask you this. As a person who has processed crime scenes, fired guns themselves, did it appear to you consistent with a bullet strike?
Yes, it did.
And what were you basing that on?
The way the indentation is and how it tapers up, coming away from the body in the same direction that the projectile was located.
Did you and other detectives remove that piece of wood?
Yes, with great pain, yes.
All right, putting up Exhibit 60. Is that to show the piece removed, and Exhibit 61 to show the actual piece?
Correct.
And did you write on it so that you would be able to later look at that piece and know how that fit into the puzzle?
Yes, it was important to make sure to establish directionality on that piece.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 240. Oh, I'm sorry.
You don't want to? I do.
paralegal approach with 244? Do you recognize 244?
I do.
And is that the actual piece of floor that was removed from 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
Yes.
State will move to admit 244.
Any objection? 244 is admitted.
And is that what then we see here in Exhibit 61?
It is.
Obviously, this is inside plastic, but this is the piece you're talking about.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the rest of the house, and then eventually I'm going to come back to this. You told us that...
Would now be a good time to take our
Sure.
afternoon recess?
Yes.
Since we're close to 3, why don't we take our afternoon recess, stretch break, etc. Please remember the admonition. We'll resume in about 15 minutes.
All rise for the jury.
Hey guys, I had to get back to the computer. Sorry, I had to walk outside and get me some sunshine and fresh air for a minute with my cup of coffee. I threw my chicken in the oven. I was like, that shit needs to go in the oven. Let the oven cook it. But guess what? Tomorrow night and the next night, and probably the next night, how many nights are left in this week? See, I don't even know. Whatever, how many nights are left in this week is all going to be easy dinners for Salty. Like, I'm tired. These trials and hearings are wearing me out. Hey guys, had to get back to the computer. Sorry, my phone's on. My phone was up. I was chatting with you guys and I was sitting outside listening. Okay. So what are we thinking so far? We got the time zone stuff straightened out. Yeah, we are so glad that Butterfly has come back to us. She took a little bit of a break. Yeah, Rachel, isn't it a shame? I mean, if you honestly are shooting someone in a self-defense, right? You shoot them, if they're down, he's not exactly going to be able to grab that bat again and come at you, right? He's not trying to get up. Why you got to go and shoot him again, right? Once the threat is down, it's down. I'd get out of there and call 911. Come help me. Yeah, like he was pointing down like gangsta style at him. I hit the wrong button. That's a good question, Butterfly. Depends on how long that Koberger hearing runs. You know what I mean? It really depends on that, I think. I'd plan to go around noon. But we see it starts that'd be 12 Central. And they usually kick off about 1:30-ish Central. So thank you, Miss Shorty. I know you're a busy woman. Appreciate you here listening. I still got to finish reviewing that Delphi stuff too, so I don't know what tomorrow's going to look like yet. Yeah, they ambushed him. It's like, because whenever they do call Adam to come testify, Lori's brother, because he had been talking to Charles leading up to everything, and Charles told him he felt like Lori and Alex were planning something. He had gotten very suspicious of them by that point. Yeah. You know how I never did figure out how they determined that call took 43 minutes to place. Was that based on communication between Lori and Alex once she left the apartment that morning, right? Because we know he didn't call 911 the minute it happened. When did they figure out that it was a 43-minute gap? And then how did they figure that out? Did he volunteer? I don't recall him volunteering that information on the scene or anything. And when Lori got back, the cops were like, well, you didn't even ask what's going on at my house. Why are the cops here? Why are his firefighters here? Because she already knew what they were doing there, right? But they weren't aware of that. They didn't know I don't even think Alex had been like, yeah, my sister was here. He had been telling them, yeah, he came over and started shit and we got in an argument. But I don't think half those cops even realized when Lori pulled up that she had done been there and left. Odd reaction for a woman to pull up and not even wonder why, the authorities are at my house. Because she knew already. Let me get that down for a second so I can pull it up to bit so I can refresh it. I think y'all made me think about time zones. Now I'm trying to think what the hell time zone was Idaho on. What time I got to go live with that hearing? I'll have to figure it out. I think it's at 9 a.m. their time, which I think they're 2 hours behind me if I'm not mistaken. But I do know I'll carry the Koberger hearing live because I don't want to start Lori's shit too late in the day. But I won't start Lori's until Koberger's is ended. And then I will restart Lori's from the beginning so we don't miss any. I'm not going to go into it while it's live because I don't want to miss parts of it. Even the boring parts that are just standard procedure to get through stuff. Right now, they're still trying to establish scene, make sure, all this was done correctly. Can you imagine? That's just a little bit of a window into what. Think about Idaho 4. There's 4 victims there to go through. I think they said, Sinead, did they predict 4 weeks for this one? I can't remember. It seems like lately they're all screaming 4 to 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks, right? But I can't remember for sure how long they thought this one would go. I'd be surprised if it can go 4 damn weeks. What's Lori gonna pull, right? What kind of tricks she got up her sleeve she can pull out at the last minute on us? Nothing. Some trials don't even last more than a couple of days and they're done and done. Especially if you don't have a lot of witnesses to get through, that takes up a lot of your time there when you're just trying to get through your witness list. And I think that's why Koberger's is going to take so long. There's going to be so much evidence to go through. Well, we've heard his attorney say as much, so I'm not getting any discovery, but it's going to take me 3 years to go through what you've sent me so far. Oh, you're welcome, Sinead, and thank you for being here. Thank you, all of you guys. These different time zones we're all floating around in. Miss Shorty over there living in the future. Let me check Joe's Twitter while we got a few minutes. Oh, I'll see if Nate's tweeted anything out as well. Nothing from Joe on this little break here, so let's go see if Nate got one out. 24 minutes ago, he just put out back in court, Trina K., the prosecutor, continues to show photos of the house and the gun Alex used to shoot Charles. Multiple photos were seen. and we see the magazine of the gun. Okay, they're coming back into the frame now. Let's get that back up for you guys. The volume is up. Oh. I hit stop. Sorry. They realize their sound is off. I don't know, Rachel. I feel like there might be some communication in there between Lori and Alex that's going to lend itself to that conspiracy, right? It may be circumstantial, but it's going to be there. Unless there's an all-out, thank God you killed him type thing in those texts. Right, Forrest? There we go. Is it just me? Is that dude? We got our volume up. What's going on here? Hang on, guys. It appears their court feed is messed up, guys. Hold on. I'm checking the different various feeds because it appears nobody's got audio right this second. Goodness. What the hell's happening? Oh, thank you, Sinead. Oh. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Thank you. I appreciate. And you guys from overseas that come in and hang out and watch, I really super appreciate it. Uh-oh. Sorry. There we
So of
go.
more relevance to you was what was next to it?
Correct.
What did you find there? What is this orange thing there? And we see a whole lot of placard numbers.
Right. So the placard numbers are obviously identifying particular items that are going to be seized as evidence. That we have the orange bag with what appears to be a gun box inside, and then we have the pistol. And the 3 placards next to the pistol are specific for the pistol itself.
Why don't they show us
the magazine from the
yes, thank
pistol, and potentially the chambered round in the pistol.
Okay. So 74, is that a close-up of that pistol?
It is.
What kind of pistol was that?
Pardon?
What caliber was it?
It's a 45.
Is that the same caliber as the casings that you had found in the front room next to Charles?
Yes.
Does this show another angle of that pistol in 75?
Yes, looking at the top of the pistol.
When the pistol, as we see, is picked up in 76, the individual's wearing gloves. Why is that?
Again, to help preserve the evidence in the event that DNA were to need to be done, we could articulate that we did not touch it with our bare hands to impart our DNA onto it.
Are you visually looking at this gun to see, and this is 77, if there is any visible biological evidence, blood on this gun?
Yes, we do look at them to help determine that.
And did you observe any biological evidence, any blood or what appeared to be blood on this handgun?
No, ma'am.
If you had observed that, would you have noted it and photographed it and documented it?
Yes.
Now, when you got this gun, was it loaded?
Yes.
And in 78 and 79, is that photographs of the magazine in the gun?
Correct.
So When we talk about the magazine, I'm going to go back to showing Exhibit 76. Where is that in this picture?
So you can see the base of the magazine at the bottom of the grip, close to what would be the individual's left thumb. There's that black piece of plastic that extends horizontally across the base of the grip.
And so that's the magazine that you then took out that we see in 79.
Correct.
Okay. And why is the magazine removed?
Well, we have to make the weapon safe, and that's the first step in making it safe, is to remove any more source of ammunition that could feed into it.
Was there a cartridge or a live round in the chamber?
Yes.
So how do you make that safe then?
Well, the only way you can is to manipulate the slide to force the extractor to pull the cartridge out, and the ejector kicks the cartridge out.
Also in this photo, there was this orange bag, and you had told us that inside of it, we can kind of see the corner here. We see it better in 82. Did you remove an item from that orange bag?
Yes.
And I'm going to show 83, 84. What is that we see there?
That is a gun box that is consistent with the firearm that was laying on the floor.
So consistent with the .45 caliber handgun.
Correct.
And that was inside this orange bag. Was there any live rounds, and I'm going to show you Exhibit 85, also in that orange bag?
Yes.
And a closer up of that, was that another .45 caliber?
They didn't even tell
round?
Lori either.
It is.
And so when we say it was live, it hadn't been fired yet.
Yeah, cartridge has not been fired.
We'll start then by having my paralegal can take up exhibits 237 and 246.
Oh, you're good, flip-flops. Midnight. Goodness. Thanks for coming back in with us. You must sleep like me, up and down, find something to watch.
Do you recognize 237 and 246?
Yes.
And is that the gun and the magazine that we see here in Exhibit 76?
It is.
The gun that was found in that pink room?
Correct.
State will move to admit 237 and 246.
Any objection?
Is Mr. Coons saying that he didn't take those, but he recognizes them from being in evidence? Is that correct?
I think he testified he recognizes them to be the same items from the scene.
No objection.
237 and
246.
237 and 246 are admitted.
Now I have my paralegal approach with 247, 248, and 236. Sorry. Do you recognize 247, 248, and 236?
Yes, I do.
And are those what we saw in Exhibit 83, the gun case, as well as in 73, the orange bag that the gun case was in, and hold on. What we see in 85, the single live round that was found inside that bag.
Correct.
State will move to admit 247, 248, and 236.
Any objection?
Just a foundation, Your Honor. If he could give a serial number or something that could authenticate those.
Same here.
Well, he testified that those were the items that he recovered from the scene, so I guess you can question him about that on cross. Give me the numbers again.
247,
Yeah, let's flip flops.
248, and 236.
Those items are admitted.
To show you, as you continued sort of in this hallway, Exhibit 88, do you, can you put us into perspective of where that is? I'm going to put 19 sort of back up. Where is, what we see, this room with the blue on it, Exhibit 88?
So those two doorways would be on the south side of the hallway that leads up to the pink or maroon room. Specifically, the blue one would be the most southwestern bedroom of the home, and then the other doorways to the hall bathroom.
Okay. So again, did you go into room, this blue room, and look for any potential items of evidence?
Yes.
So in the room with the sort of child themes on it, did you find anything bloody in there?
No, ma'am.
Any ammunition in there?
No.
In the pink room, we saw the gun. Did you see any, did you look in the floor of that room to see if there was any blood drops in the pink room?
Yes.
So I'm going to go back 1 second to 87. So on this floor and the bed and around here, did you notice any blood in that room?
No.
No blood swiped across a wall?
No.
No blood on that orange case?
The orange bag?
Correct.
No.
No blood on the black case for the gun?
No.
Or the extra magazines that were in there, any blood on those?
No. None seen.
Okay. So then in the blue room, did you do the same sort of thing? Look to see if there was any bloody clothing, any blood swipes, any blood drops, that sort of thing in there?
No blood.
Correct.
from Alex
No
Clear.
items of bloody anything was discovered in there.
Okay. And nothing on the floor either?
Correct.
When we go to 92, you said that was the hall bathroom next to it?
Yes.
Do we see that in 93 and 94 here?
Yes.
Did you look in everything, like even the sinks, to see if you saw blood there?
Yes.
Along the countertop to see if you saw blood there?
Correct.
Did you note any bloody items, any that was anywhere in that bathroom?
I did not.
When you were walking down that hallway to those rooms, did you look on the floor there to see if there were any blood drops or blood trails or swipes of blood on the wall?
Yes.
Did you observe any there?
No.
So 98 here, can you put us in perspective of what we're seeing?
So this would be towards the feet of the body, where the kind of the hall splits to the kitchen and then to the bedrooms that we were just discussing.
Okay. 99, is this like a lanyard that was hanging on the wall there?
Yes.
So wasn't knocked off or anything?
No, it's where we found it.
And as you go through 99 there, is that how you entered, one of the ways you could enter into the kitchen?
Correct.
And is this sort of a view of that?
Yes.
I wish that
So in the
camera guy would
kitchen,
just
did
show us that
you
damn
look
screen with the
on the
evidence
floor
being
there to
shown.
see if there were any blood drops?
Yes.
Along the cabinets to see if there were blood drops there?
Yes.
When you got to the sink,
Thank you,
exhibit
Sinead.
103
Get some rest.
and then 104, did you observe a small amount of what appeared to be blood on the faucet itself?
Yes.
Did you look sort of as well in the sink itself to see if there was any blood there?
Yes.
Did you observe any there?
Did not see any visible blood.
Now, when you're going through the house and looking to see if you note any bloody items or any other items of evidence, are you looking in things like trash cans?
Yes.
So was this a trash can in the kitchen, for instance?
Yes.
And did you note any bloody rags or towels or anything thrown in there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You said that there was also sort of a living area in there.
Correct.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 112 to get a better perspective of that. So is this the doorway we were talking about?
Yes.
And so the kitchen here opens up into the living room.
Correct.
Did you look through that area to see if you saw any blood on the floors?
Yes.
Did you observe any?
No.
Did you look through that area to see if there was any blood on any of the furniture or walls or anything like that?
Yes.
Did you observe any of that?
No.
In Exhibit 111, where does this doorway lead?
That leads back out to the mirrored room, the main room where the body is.
So when we were talking about the two doorways, one sort of directly into the kitchen and the other sort of more towards the end of the kitchen living area.
Yes.
This is what you were talking about.
Correct.
And in Exhibit 113, can we see sort of both of those doorways?
Yes.
Okay. And 114, overall perspective of that?
Another perspective of it, yes.
So throughout this whole area, again, you're looking for anything that might be relevant because you have one chance to document it, correct?
Correct.
When we talk about 115 and we talked about the original layout of the house, is this that front entrance area again?
Yes, it is.
And where are we looking in this perspective?
So you were looking in a north direction.
Where does that head towards?
It heads towards the garage, the master bedroom, and I believe a room that could double as an office.
Okay. So when we go along this wall here that we see in 115, 116, 117, is this the sort of what we would call office or playroom?
Yes.
Okay. Did you look through there, see anything bloody in there?
We looked and found nothing.
Was there like a powder room in this area?
Yes,
And did you search that as well?
it was.
And again, you're looking in sinks and in trash cans?
Correct.
And did you observe in 121, 122, the trash can and toilet and sink, any bloody items there?
No,
Was there a laundry room in this area?
there was.
And I'm putting up 123 and 124. Did you look through the laundry area to see if you saw any bloody items in here?
It was looked through, yes.
So although there's some clothing and some folded towels, none of those had blood evidence on them.
Nothing that stood out with blood evidence, no.
And then again, even looking in the trash cans that we see in 126 and 127.
Correct.
– 128, are we now heading into the master bedroom?
Yes,
129, was there sort of an office set up in there as well, 130?
Correct.
And are you, again, looking through the floor, looking everywhere for any items of evidence?
Correct. Anything to indicate that what happened in the other room transferred into this.
Okay. Or any cleanup from after it?
Correct.
As you went through this, did you do the same sort of thing, looking through the floor and walls, 132, 133, for any blood evidence?
Correct.
Did you observe any in the bedroom?
No.
Do you go into the master bathroom and check there as well?
Yes.
So 134, 135. Did you observe any evidence, blood evidence in the master bathroom?
Did not.
And again, checking even the toilet itself as well as the trash can
Yes.
that we see in 137 and 138. So other than the one drop or whatever smear of blood on the kitchen faucet, did you see any other blood evidence at the scene?
No.
Let me put that in a different way, other than what was around Charles's remains.
Correct. No trails, no swipes, nothing that other than the sink faucet in the kitchen and the area where the body was.
Okay. So you told us that you cleaned up the blood there and you saw that defect in the ground that was consistent, or in the flooring, that was consistent with a bullet strike, correct?
Correct.
When you were looking at this scene, actually I'm going to start with 15, did you note injuries to Charles Vallow himself?
Yes.
On the front of him, where did you note the gunshot wounds to him?
Immediately before the medical examiner arrived, the only visible gunshot wound was in the lower left abdomen area.
Did you learn one it was in the chest underneath some of the medical debris?
Yes.
When you are looking at this scene, are you able to utilize part of your shooting reconstruction training to try to determine any type of trajectory, or if anything is consistent with trajectory based upon the scene itself, items that you are able to view there?
I do try to apply my knowledge of that to the scenes as I go to them and go through them, and with whatever evidence or information comes directly back to me.
Are you relying on, for instance, the location of Mr. Vallow?
That's part of it.
Are you relying on the location of the casings?
That's another part of it. Not a major part, but it is another part.
Are you relying on the location of the projectiles?
Yes.
When the medical examiner came, were you also able to see exit wounds on Mr. Vallow?
Yes, in conjunction with also the chest wound.
Okay. So when the medical examiner came, you saw a second injury to the front side of him.
Correct.
And where was that approximately?
In the sternum.
So for us, somewhere in...
About the center, maybe roughly the center of the chest.
Okay. So and the other one you said was in the abdomen.
Yes.
When the medical examiner was there, where did you observe other gunshot wounds on his back?
I observed another one that would have been just to the left of the spine, and then another one that would have been by the left shoulder blade scapula area.
Okay. Now, given the number of casings, did you start with an idea that there might be two shots?
Yes.
Given the number of wounds on Mr. Vallow, did that appear consistent with that theory?
Very much so.
So 2 entrances, 2 exits?
Yes.
When you saw the projectile that you recovered, that we see in Exhibit 20 on the side over here, that entered into that baseboard, given the injuries to Mr. Vallow and the projectiles and the location of this, Were you able to determine any consistencies of where the shooter may have been when that occurred?
Approximate location, yes.
And how did you do that?
Based on the wounds to Mr. Vallow, the location of where the projectile had ended up, and where the casings were, the working theory at that point was that the firearm ejected the casings to the right, striking the wall where that has the curve there, and bounced back towards the west wall. The projectile would have continued on a relatively straight path and embedded itself in the baseboard at the other end of the room.
So would that have put the shooter somewhere in this area?
Yes.
And so that to you seemed consistent with one of the shots having gone through him and ended up what we see in Exhibit 20 over here in the baseboard, Mr. Vallow being somewhere over in this area.
Correct.
Okay. Given the information that you obtained, let me ask you this. Given the information that you saw at the scene there, again, with the casings, the injuries to Mr. Vallow, both to the abdomen and the shoulder, and then after you cleaned up the blood, the damage to the floor underneath the location of his left shoulder, were you able at that point to start have any concept or have a idea of what would be consistent with where the shooter may have been and where Mr. Vallow may have been for that shot?
Yes.
What did you base that on?
Again, a lot of the factors that have been discussed, the location of the projectile item number 4, the defect in the floor that was underneath him, the location of the second casing. It was all consistent with the shooter having been at the feet, not necessarily right upon the feet of Mr. Vallow, but in that direction, close enough so that the projectile could, again, bounce off that wall and land on the west wall.
The projectile or the
Or
casing?
the casing, sorry.
When you were looking at this scene, I'm going to put 56 up. Obviously, there's no exact, I'm going to move Mr. Vallow this way just to kind of be looking the same direction. Did this defect appear to be in the area of Mr. Vallow's shoulder?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Vallow had been rolled a couple times by the time you cleaned that scene up.
Yes.
So you didn't like stick a rod through him there and see if that worked?
No, that would be inappropriate.
Are you even allowed to do that?
No.
Does a medical examiner frown on that?
Yes, the body is theirs by law.
So you're basically able to look at where he was located and say that that is consistent with being underneath his left shoulder.
Yes, and we did take measurements of the body before it was moved.
All right. So when you measured where the body was and then you cleaned up that blood and measured where that projectile divot was that consistent with where his left shoulder was?
Yes.
Given that information that you had at that time, were you able to draw any conclusions as to whether or not the evidence was consistent with Charles Vallow being laying on the ground when he was shot?
Very much so in the position that you see him. He was the second shot that entered the abdomen would have been where he was lying.
Did you attend the autopsy itself?
I did.
And when you were at can you tell us what it means when you attend an autopsy as a detective?
So as a detective, we go to the medical examiner on the date that they're going to do the autopsy. There is the autopsy suite itself where the doctors and technicians work with the bodies. Observers will be outside of that suite, but able to communicate with the staff. There's a window where we can see everything that's going on. And like I said, we can communicate either by a phone that's on the wall or they'll come around and talk with us. we have the ability to observe everything that transpires. There's even a camera overhead that we can manipulate to get a different view, say the feet are toward the way.
I was going to say inches.
Yes.
Not feet, but inches.
Correct.
And so would that be a normal trajectory from hitting the wall to where they landed?
I am not surprised by seeing that, yes.
According to how fast they would be going. How fast does a casing come out of a gun? I don't really know.
I've never chronographed a casing coming out of a gun. I've only chronographed bullets. So I have no idea how fast a casing comes out. It doesn't come out with enough force to really hurt anybody.
So there weren't any divots in the wall or anything like that? Because
There could be microscopic divots, but it'd be very difficult to find.
And you didn't find any that were visible to the eye?
Nothing that caught my eye, no.
So were you there at the time when Alex did the walkthrough?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were there. Did he describe where he was standing?
Sustained.
Did he show you physically where he was standing?
Sustained.
Was there a wall right next to where he was standing?
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm not asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm saying he observed this person standing in that place.
Well, you can ask him if he observed Mr. Cox standing in that place.
Okay. Did you observe Mr. Cox standing in the room where he told you that the gun was?
I observed him standing in the vicinity that he indicated.
And was that in the hallway or in the main room?
I'm going to object to hearsay. It's not testimonial,
Right.
but it is still hearsay.
If the question is in relation to Mr. Cox showing or recreating or demonstrating, then the objection is sustained.
Where did you observe Mr. Cox standing when he went through the walkthrough to?
Well, that's the testimony that I'm saying is a form of hearsay. So please ask a different question.
I'm trying to understand, Your Honor. So what the witness observed is not relevant?
I didn't say that. Let's do a sidebar.
Okay, I would love that. Detective Coons, where would you place the shooter standing in that room?
I would place the shooter in the area of where the curve of the wall was in the kind of the hallway entry area, somewhere in that general area.
So what direction would you place him standing? Facing, I mean. Not standing, but facing.
For which shot?
The first one.
The first one in a more easterly direction.
And the second?
In a more northern direction with a slight deviation to the east.
So would you have him stepping forward? Is that what you're saying?
No.
What direction would you have him moving?
I didn't say the shooter moved.
You're just saying that he shot from a different angle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you think he was standing in the same location?
I don't know that.
So according to where you put him standing with the first shot, the casing bounced off of the wall to the right and landed to the left.
Correct.
And then where you have him standing in the second shot, the same thing happened.
Approximately, yes.
And how far apart were those casings found?
I don't have the specific measurement of how far apart they were. They were a few feet.
So they're a few feet apart.
Yes.
So if he was standing in the same place, would they be a few feet apart or would they be closer?
It depends on a different amount of things, like how was the gun being held? Was it canted to the side? Was it not? What the angle was. Could the shooter have moved? A little, but it would have been the same general vicinity.
But you said he didn't move, according to you.
I said I didn't say he moved.
So he could have moved because they were more than a foot apart, the casings found.
A little, yes. Would have been in the same general area.
So he could have taken a couple steps.
Perhaps. Could have slid the body sideways. Anything that you can do to the body, it could have been done in a short area.
And is that common in, I don't know with shooting, if is that common with someone to shoot once and then move and shoot again?
I'll sustain it on speculation.
In your experience as a firearms expert who fires a lot of guns, right? Would that be a common thing to do?
An objection is to speculation as to when, where, circumstances.
All right, I'll sustain the objection as to speculation.
Let's talk about stippling. The first shot, according to you, had stippling. Is that correct?
No,
It did not have any stippling.
none was observed.
And the second shot,
None was observed.
no stippling was observed.
Correct.
Is that what's in the ME's report?
I believe so.
That there was no stippling? Can I have a minute, Your Honor? When you were observing the autopsy,
Short break.
What in the world are they doing, y'all? Goodness. I was laying over there on my bed all cozy with my phone watching it. I'm like, I need to get up and go to the computer and talk to my people. So at least 5 feet away, if no stippling. She's got the right questions, but she's just not asking them the right way. I mean, it's just, and it's standard shit you would ask as a defense attorney. It's not like she's got something there. You know what I mean? She's not able to land that shit. I don't know. Mm-mm-mm. I hear noise again.
Detective Coons, you were the scene agent that day on scene, is that correct?
Primarily, yes.
Did you work for someone else before Chandler Police Department?
United States Army, Arizona Department of Corrections, a couple other little jobs after I got out of the Army.
Did you work for Gilbert Police Department at all?
No.
And as the scene agent that day, you talked about you were there. Did you write a report about that day?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you write that report?
I don't know the day I sat down to write it. It was shortly after the event.
So close to July 11th, 2019?
Close to it.
Within a week, maybe?
Again, I don't recall when I specifically started typing that.
And when you arrived that day, who was there already?
Patrol officers.
Just them? The
fire department might have been there. Alex Cox was there. Other detectives arrived. I couldn't tell you the order of which everybody arrived.
And where did you park?
I parked north of the scene.
And then did you go directly into the house?
No, ma'am.
What did you do first?
We received a briefing of what patrol officers had learned. We learned that there was a body inside the residence, and we came up with an investigative plan.
Who did that debriefing to you?
I don't think anybody specifically ran the debriefing. We, as detectives, gathered around the patrol officers, and they informed us basically of what they had seen and what they had been told.
And who were those detectives with you?
Well, Detective Duncan would have been there with me. Detective Moffett would have been there. I didn't take a roll call of all the detectives there. Possibly Detective Inclin. I don't know.
Okay. And then where did you proceed after that debriefing?
Well, after the debriefing, I provided the information of what I had learned to Detective Kaminsky, who was still back at the police department, and gave him the information necessary to request a search warrant for the residence.
And then what?
We waited.
To get the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
To have it issued?
To see if the judge would issue it, yes.
And how long did that take?
Don't believe we got word back from the courts until it would have been probably between 11:30, 11:45, and then we made entry shortly thereafter.
So is it your protocol that you can't enter until the search warrant is issued?
That is what we do once the scene has been made secure, yes.
Okay. And then when you entered, who entered with you?
Myself, the crime scene tech, We were the initial ones. I think Detective Duncan might have come in with us as well, but that would have been the extent of the initial entry.
Do you know the name of the crime scene tech that was with you?
Jordan,
Is that the last name or first name?
the last name.
And then what did you do after that?
Well, after that, we continued to go with our normal process of having photographs taken. I did the lizard Q spheres. I completed getting information necessary for the diagram that was presented and continued to just do our job.
So is that protocol to do photographs first?
That would be our protocol, yes.
And then what do you do after that? I know that you were searching for the blood in all the rooms. When did that occur?
That occurs after the initial photographs are done, and then we can walk through and look in the particular areas that's been photographed already.
Okay, so the photographs are finished and then you guys kind of walk through.
Or at least finished in an area that we can actually walk through, yes.
Okay. And then when did you set up the tripod after, how long after that?
So the tripod was set up after the area had been photographed. So that way I wasn't interfering with anything. And that way we're not having the tripod in our original photographs.
Oh, right, makes sense. And do you think, so Detective Duncan was with you going through the house?
I believe he was there, yes.
So it was basically the two of you or three of you going through room by room, or were you split up, or how does that work?
We would have divided and conquered a little bit to make the search a little bit more expedient. But that, again, you're slowed to the time frame of what it takes to do the overall photographs.
So the photographs took about how long?
I don't ever look at my watch to see how long it takes because it's a big house, as you're aware. And I let the crime scene tech do their job. I don't push them and tell them that TikTok, there's nothing like that. It's do your job, we'll follow along.
Okay, and you guys started that process at about 11:45?
I think the actual time would have been closer to noon that we would have started that process.
And about how long did it take to go through the whole house, and about how long was that process?
Again, for me, I don't document how long it takes for any particular task because each scene is different. I just focus on doing the tasks. I rarely take a look at my watch to see how much time I'm spending on it because I want to do the job. I don't care about the time it takes.
And you did not pick up any of the evidence that was marked. That wasn't part of your protocol, is to take the evidence into custody. Is that correct?
Most of the evidence I did not pick up, correct.
And whose job is that?
We usually defer to the crime scene techs to do that. There are times that we will assist them with doing it depending on what the item is.
So that day, was it Jordan who did that? Was he the crime scene tech that took that evidence?
She would have been the one that was collecting at our direction, yes.
And so you kind of pointed out as the detectives, and then they pick it up and...
Correct, because they're trained how to handle evidence, how to package evidence, how to process. So we work in tandem together. We're the investigative body, and they're the scientific portion of it.
Makes sense. Okay, what time do you think that well, let's ask this. After you're done with the photos, and then you're done with checking the house, and all of the evidence is picked up and logged, then what else do you do at the house? What else did you do at the house that day?
Well, you just bundled that up into like tiny little package, but it took a long time to get to the point that you're talking about. So my day pretty much involved the scene. As far as ancillary jobs to go somewhere else or do other things, no, my day was pretty much spent there on Four Peaks.
Correct. Yeah. So when did you leave the residence then?
We secured from the house sometime between 4 and 4:30 p.m.
And what other tasks did I miss that you accomplished during that 12 o'clock to the 4:30 time? I just don't know what you were doing in there. I'm just wondering.
Well, we identify the proper or the evidence items. We're looking for other evidence items. I am still doing the diagram, so measurements need to be done. We have to wait for the medical examiner to arrive because we can't do anything with the body until they show up. And then once they show up, we pretty much stop with the other projects until we can focus on the body and get the body out of there, because there aren't very many investigators for the medical examiner in the county, so we don't want to tie them up longer than we have to. And then we'll resume searching or identifying information, evidence, collecting it, and working our way to a conclusion where we can leave the scene.
So after searching the whole entire house, did you guys search the backyard at all?
It was searched.
Did you do that, or did someone else do
I
that?
did not.
Who would have been in the backyard searching?
It would have either been another detective or we would have asked an officer to do it.
And what would they be looking for?
Any blood evidence, anything to indicate, based upon the information we had of the event that took place inside that house.
So when you made your assessment, you were able to leave after that assessment was made, that everything was accomplished?
Oh, what assessment are you talking about?
That all the evidence was gathered and collected?
That I was satisfied that we had collected what we needed to?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Oh, is it showing?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's, actually, let's just turn that off until we need it. Thank you.
So you stated earlier that the type of weapon that was found was a .45 caliber?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a semi-automatic?
It is.
Okay. How is that different from like a revolver? What's the difference between that?
The build itself, I like to use simplistic terms when I describe what a revolver looks like. Most people are familiar with a Western movie. So the wheel gun, that's a revolver. What you see modern police officers carrying these days are semi-autos. So that's kind of the analogy I give to people that don't know guns.
And what's the difference between when you're shooting a semi-automatic or shooting a revolver, how fast you can shoot? Does that make sense?
The speed on which somebody can shoot is dependent upon the shooter themselves. The skill level they have, the weapon they might be using. There are a lot of circumstances and things that happen to be able to qualify that statement.
Right. And you have taken many gun classes, right, that we heard of?
And I'm an instructor, yes.
And you're an instructor. So when you're taking a gun class, is it common for them to say, is it common that they tell you to shoot center mass? Is that a common term?
That is what we train as police officers, is to shoot center mass. It has the highest probability of guaranteeing a hit on the adversary that you're trying to shoot.
Right. So if you were being attacked, you should point at center mass. Is that correct?
That is what's trained, and because stress can obviously create issues, but yes.
Is it a common term to say to center mass?
No, that is something that I've heard, but I wouldn't classify it as common.
Would you teach that in your class?
It depends on what class is and what we're actually doing. If it's standard officers, no, I don't tell them to always shoot to center mass, no.
If it was a novice who was like taking a gun class for the first time, would you teach them that?
No.
What would you teach them?
You would teach them to shoot till the threat went away, and that can be with one shot. It can be with more than one shot.
Okay, that's fair. So in this particular gun, the 45, when the shells are ejected, where do they go?
Out and away.
So in this particular gun, do they go to the right or to the left?
I've not test fired this particular gun. I believe that most semi-automatics do eject the casings out to the right. Whether it's high right, low right, I'm not sure. It could be farther forward, it could be farther back. I did not test fire this gun, so I cannot speak specifically to how this particular gun ejects, other than most likely to the right.
But it could go to the left?
No, not the way the ejection port is set up.
So no guns that are 45s could go to the left?
Certainly you could have a left-handed gun set up that it would eject that way, but the way this particular gun is set up, the ejection port dictates which way that's going to go. When the slide cycles back and that extractor pulls the casing back, the ejector is usually located on the opposite side of the extractor, and that will kick it out of the actual ejection port of the slide.
So for someone like me who doesn't really understand guns too well, you would say that a right-handed gun, they would eject out of the right, but a left-handed gun, they could eject out of the left.
And they're very rare to see.
And do people have left-handed guns? I guess I never really thought about that.
Some people do.
If you're left-handed, you'd want that, I guess. Okay. So in this particular case, when you said in your report that the shells bounced off the wall, they had gone to the right, like they were supposed to. Is that correct?
That is what I was operating off of, yes.
And then they would have bounced to the left.
Yes, because that makes sense.
And they would have landed to the left of my husband. Is that where they were found?
Along the west wall.
Okay. But how close to the wall were they found?
The pictures show where they were found. They're relatively close to the wall, inches away.
I was going to say inches.
Yes.
Not feet, but inches.
Correct.
And so would that be a normal trajectory from hitting the wall to where they landed?
I am not surprised by seeing that, yes.
According to how fast they would be going. How fast does a casing come out of a gun? I don't really know.
I've never chronographed a casing coming out of a gun. I've only chronographed bullets. So I have no idea how fast a casing comes out. It doesn't come out with enough force to really hurt anybody.
So there weren't any divots in the wall or anything like that? Because
there could be microscopic divots, but it'd be very difficult to find.
And you didn't find any that were visible to the eye?
Nothing that caught my eye, no.
So were you there at the time when Alex did the walkthrough?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were there. Did he describe where he was standing?
Sustained.
Did he show you physically where he was standing?
Sustained.
Was there a wall right next to where he was standing?
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm not asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm saying he observed this person standing in that place.
Well, you can ask him if he observed Mr. Cox standing in that place.
Okay. Did you observe Mr. Cox standing in the room where he told you that the gun was?
I observed him standing in the vicinity that he indicated.
And was that in the hallway or in the main room?
No, I'm going to object to hearsay. It's non-testimonial,
Right.
but it is still hearsay.
If the question is in relation to Mr. Cox showing or recreating or demonstrating, then the objection is sustained.
Where did you observe Mr. Cox standing when he went through the walkthrough to?
Well, that's the testimony that I'm saying is a form of hearsay. So please ask a different question.
I'm trying to understand, Your Honor. So what the witness observed is not relevant?
I didn't say that. Let's do a sidebar.
Okay, I would love that. Detective Coons, where would you place the shooter standing in that room?
I would place the shooter in the area of where the curve of the wall was in the kind of the hallway entry area, somewhere in that general area.
So would you have it, what direction would you place him standing?
What are y'all talking about? Are we not watching in real time anymore? Huh? I thought we were.
Facing, I mean. Not standing, but facing.
For which shot?
The first one.
The first one in a more northeasterly direction.
Oh my God, something did happen because that right there is the first, that right there just showed me it did go back. Fuck. We sitting here watching the same shit for no reason, and how come I didn't catch it was the same thing I didn't heard a while ago? What happened, y'all? I don't want to watch this shit again.
And the second?
In a more northern direction with a slight deviation to the east.
So would you have him stepping forward?
Yeah, I'm going to blame them because all I did was refresh their feed, dudes. This is all I've done.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
What direction would you have him moving?
I didn't say the shooter moved.
You're just saying that.
Okay, hang on one second. We're going to get it right back to where we needed it. Just a minute. Sorry, guys, I have no clue what happened. Okay. Get this. All right. Did you catch some stuff you missed? It's okay, she said. Okay, hold on. Let me catch it now. Okay. get this back. See, I got it back on court TV speed. They're doing the same
More
thing,
than a
guys.
foot apart, the casings
Promise God,
found.
it,
A little, yes. Would have been in the same general area.
and it was all refreshed too. So I don't
So
know.
he could have taken a couple steps.
Perhaps. Could have slid the body sideways. Anything that you can do to the body, it could have been done in a short area.
They did that, not me.
And is that common in, I don't know with shooting, if is that common with someone to shoot once and then move and shoot again?
I'll sustain it on speculation.
In your experience as a firearms expert who fires a lot of guns, right? Would that be a common thing to do?
An objection is to speculation as to when, where, circumstances.
All right, I'll sustain the objection as to speculation.
Let's talk about stippling. The first shot, according to you, had stippling. Is that correct?
No,
It did not have any stippling.
none was observed.
And the second shot?
Yeah, I just
None was observed.
and checked.
No stippling was observed.
They
Correct.
did something to cause all this, y'all. I'm gonna blame it all on them.
Is that what's in the ME's report?
All this butterfly.
I believe so.
That there was no stippling? Can I have a minute, Your Honor?
Jesus. Really, I don't even know what the hell happened, guys. And I went on my phone to check to make sure that my feeds were synced and all the good stuff, all the things. Sure enough. Uh-oh, sirens out my window. Uh-oh. Sorry
We're
about
observing the autopsy.
what's going on.
The ME didn't say anything about stippling,
I don't recall any mention about stippling.
and you didn't have a discussion with him about it?
We would have if he'd observed any.
And so if he said that to someone else, you would be surprised?
I don't know what he had in his notes. I didn't author his report.
Can you describe stippling for us? What that is?
Sure. It's basically a combination of particles that come out from behind or follow the projectile as it exits the barrel. A lot of times it's partial burned or unburned powder, and it's a short distance phenomena, so the person has to be extremely close for the pattern to actually present itself and the particles embed in the clothing or the skin.
So if stippling was found, how far away would the gun have to be from the victim
That depends on the gun.
on this 45 semi-automatic?
I am not an expert on the stippling patterns. That is something that we would have to send to the lab for. And what they would do is they would test it with witness panels at different distances to give that information.
Is there an estimate?
That's where it would come in. Usually the medical examiner, if they observe stippling, will give an estimate of close or contact.
So would you be surprised if he said 2 to 4 feet?
If that's what he says.
That if there's stippling, then the gun would have to be 2 to 4 feet.
It's possible, but I wouldn't hold my hat on that, no. I would have to have the gun tested for that.
Okay.
Is this a good spot to break for the evening?
Sure, Your Honor.
I mean, I'm not cutting you off. If you want to ask a few more questions, that's fine.
Nope, that's fine.
All right, we'll take our evening recess. Members of the jury, please remember the admonition. I'll remind you to specifically avoid any outside information, any information about this case outside this courtroom. And we'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
So, court is adjourned for the day. And that's what I thought. I caught the tail end of this other place that had it, and they were like getting up, leaving. I'm like, what are they doing? So, but yeah, I don't know what that glitch crazy thing was all about, but you guys were right. It kind of went back, but I didn't make it go back. I just kept hitting refresh on the court feeds that we were getting. So there's bound to be some shit that happens, right? We're gonna blame it on Lori and her reckless behavior. She's up there conjuring shit. Oh goodness. So I guess they will. He said 10:30 in the morning their time, but like I said, guys, I will be covering the Idaho 4 hearing in the morning. These are very important motion hearings that Dolphin will be joining me for that as well. We're going to do that tomorrow and the next day because they have court for both days. And as soon as that is over, then I will go right into the Lori Vallow stuff and we'll start it from the beginning so we're not like jumping in, half hour into the trial or to the hearing, to the trial, whatever. I love that. I'm a few minutes behind. Oh, thank you, Miss Shorty. And thank you for listening while you're working and doing all the things you've been out there multitasking tonight, whatever time it is for you in the future. We appreciate you always coming in, for sure. Yeah, we weren't that far off, right? Yeah. Hopefully tomorrow we won't get sidetracked and get caught, no glitchy bullshit. Okay, guys, I'm going to let you go for the night. I have been on here for quite a while with that Delphi break-in stuff this morning. I still need to review some of that stuff just because I want to. I'll be putting together a show for that. I know it won't be the next 2 days because I'll be busy doing the Coburger stuff and, Lori. So that'll happen sometime this week. Anyway, thanks again for joining me. We may watch some of that stuff in the morning while we're waiting on Lori's if Coburger's shit doesn't take too long, but that might be a minute because it is a lot going on in those hearings. So we'll have to play it all by ear. Thank you all for coming in and being part of the community, hanging out with me, being my friends, chilling with me, and having these conversations. I really do appreciate it. So until then, guys, I will see you in the morning, probably about, I think I need to go at 10 a.m. Central, but I'll decide here in a little while and I'll get that set up so you guys can get your notifications. So if you guys want to be here for the Coburger hearing tomorrow, make sure you're here for that. That'll be an interesting hearing for sure. For sure. All right, everybody, you guys have a great night. Joe, let me see if Joe tweeted anything out, or I haven't heard from Joe in the last little bit. So, he does have his live planned at 9 Eastern. So, you guys make sure you go over there and check that out tonight if you want to be over there. I'm going to do my darndest to stay awake for all of it. I am. All right, guys. Y'all have a good one, and I will see you either. If I don't see you in Joe's chat later, I'll see you back here tomorrow, hopefully. You guys have a great one. Good night.
Thank you all for watching this here video.